Private matter, and I'm not telling you.
I got up again. Oh, so we're going to close the tunnel and have a vision.
That is scaremongering, Bill. You've done it this whole campaign, and I'm calling you on it.
Yeah, some of the dramatic moments from the campaign. I got up again, the best line I thought, and that was from Bill English. Can he get up one last time and take National to a fourth term? Or will Labour, Greens and maybe New Zealand First, will they put it together? We're going to be right around the country tonight. We haven't told the Media Works accountant this, but we have got almost 200 staff out there, so someone's taken the accountant away for the weekend so he doesn't see this. We're right around the country. We're in Auckland, we're in Kaitaia, we're in the South Island, we're everywhere. Where there's trouble tonight, where there's colour tonight, where there's action tonight, we will be there because this is the best place to be. As I said, if you turn away or if you turn off, you're missing out. We have the best analysis and the best people. We're going to be quick, we're going to be accurate, hopefully, and you should see who we've got tonight.
And here in the studio, we have comprehensive analysis and opinion from some of the best political commentators in the country. Starting tonight with Linda Clark and Matthew Hooton. Matthew, what are you expecting?
I think it's very unlikely we'll be seeing traditional victory speeches tonight. Unless the polls are very wrong, this is going to special votes.
So no government tonight, Linda?
I think not. I think the best guess is Labour and National will be close enough that it will be anyone's game at the end of the night.
Yes, and tonight we are going to have numbers and lots of them, but don't worry, I'm here to break them down for you and make you understand them with our coalition builder. This shows you how a government is formed, and we'll start tonight with the numbers from the latest Reid Research Newshub poll. Now, that showed that National would get 56 seats, and together Labour and the Greens would get 54. Look how close it is, just 2 seats in it. And remember, you need to get to 61 to form a government. That is the magic number. So what we will do is bring in Winston Peters and put him on the National side, and that would show you that he would force them across to become a government. Also, if you took him out of the National side and put him over with Labour and the Greens, he would force them across to be a government. So that's the situation as it stands in the polls. It could be the biggest party that wins government, or it could be the biggest bloc, or the second biggest, or the opposition bloc that wins government. It is all on tonight. We are in for an absolute roller coaster. There will be some chaotic scenes in these numbers, but I'll be here for you.
Oh, that's great, isn't it? So there'll be chaos tonight, and Paddy Gower is going to be included in that. I think it's pretty a fair call too. So what we'll do, it's great to have your company. This is our panel for now. We'll roll the panel throughout the evening so you don't get too sick of any of us. And this is what we'll do. We'll head around the country very shortly. We'll introduce you to who is where and who is what and all that sort of thing. We're going to head to Auckland, Central Auckland now, where Mike McRoberts is with the National Party. Mike, how's it going down there?
Very good. The convention centre doors have opened here at the Sky City, and yeah, there's a good crowd coming in. They're pretty buoyant but cautious. And I guess you've only got to look at some of the elections around the world, Duncan, to know why they might be cautious. There's a huge appetite for change, but going on the polls and certainly the momentum they've had for the past week, they are buoyant.
Yeah, and I suppose they really are, Mike, because they are heading for a fourth term. This is historic. This doesn't happen that often. I think it's only been once before. And the crucial thing is here, they're in the race. They're not actually out of the race. These guys are in the race and heading for potentially a fourth term, so there'll be some buoyancy there tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we've seen it with Bill English's performance over the last week or so, haven't we? And as he said, he got up. That was one of the great quotes from the campaign, and didn't he? And he's been out, he's not here, he's at a different location. He's been with his family the whole day. They're now saying he could be here as early as 9 o'clock. And so I guess they're expecting that some of those results are going to come through very quickly. But there is a big crowd here, 1,600 expected here, which will absolutely fill this place at Sky City. There's about 150 media from around the world, so there's going to be standing room only, I guess, as the night unfolds.
OK, Mike, hey, we'll leave you there and we'll come back to you throughout the evening. Also, good evening too to our viewers, to those watching in Australia as well with Sky News Australia. I want to head down to the Labour Party now. Jenna Lynch is down there. Jenna, what's happening? Much of a build-up, early build-up?
Duncan, it's actually starting to feel a little bit romantic down here. We've got some nice red mood lighting. We've got some piano jazz playing on the speakers. We've even got some red roses going on. So that's very romantic. It actually feels a little bit like Valentine's Day. And if you are looking for a Valentine's Day gift early, then we have something to show you. You'll remember Jacinda Ardern got called Stardust by Bill English. Well, it has been made into a T-shirt, a Bowie-style T-shirt, Ziggy Stardust there. Now, also just want to point this way. I saw these decks sitting here, and I thought Jacinda Ardern might be making a comeback as a DJ, but it turns out Aroha has turned up to play the deck, so I'm sure things are about to get a little bit more lively very shortly.
Thanks very much, Jenna. We're going to go now to Isabel Ewing, who's down at St Matthew's in the city with the Greens. In church, are they seeking a bit of redemption there, Isabel?
Danger zone now, the Greens, given the latest polls, but perhaps they are wanting a bit of divine intervention being in a church tonight. But it has started off in quite a typical Green Party fashion. We had new candidate Jack McDonald has just given a mihi on stage, and then they had a lovely waiata. So it's really sort of feel-good vibes down here at the Green Party HQ. We understand there'll be some carbon-neutral wine on the menu. Also, a few wines coming from Waiheke Island, Arahoa winery, which is Russell Norman has shares in. So there'll be, it's certainly an absolutely, very buoyant, very positive vibe down at the Green Party HQ. And I just spoke to someone here who said perhaps at midnight we could rock down to where Jacinda Ardern is, just around the corner, and perhaps do some coalition negotiations over a beer.
Thanks very much, Isabel. And just should let our viewers know, if you're looking along the bottom of your screen there, you can see a ticker. That'll be rolling over during the night. Right down the bottom, you've got the party vote, the vital vote, isn't it, Duncan? So if you want to keep up with what's going on as it happens, that will tick over and the numbers will refresh during the night. And then we'll bring up the seats. You can also see them there. You'll see how many booths have been counted, what percentage of the vote has been returned. But let's now go. I think we've got Lloyd Burr, who's up in Russell with Winston Peters. Hey, Lloyd, must have been a bit awkward when Jenny Shipley turned up. I mean, she's the Prime Minister that gave him the push when he was in government with her.
I know. Good evening, guys. It is all go here. First of all, it was Jenny Shipley, Dame Jenny Shipley, former Prime Minister of New Zealand, the one who sacked Winston Peters in 1998. She turned up. She lives up these ways. She turned up here for dinner. So she's sitting just probably about 20 metres behind me, having probably a seafood chowder or something of the like. But she is here. And not long after she arrived, I was just waiting in here, taking a few photos, very relaxed. And then, boom, in pops Winston Peters. So Winston Peters is here. He is in the building, and we're going to have a chat to him hopefully very quickly. But I did ask just before, I just asked him about what it was like to have Jenny Shipley here at his party.
Look, this is not about Jenny Shipley. This is about 2017 election. It's not about the 1996 election and breaking coalition agreements and things like that. This is about this. We've moved on.
Is it a bad omen that she's here?
21 years later.
Oh, and Linda, we were there. This is bringing back some bad memories for both of us.
Oh, I've got a headache just thinking about it.
I'm leaving now. Lloyd, can we go back to Lloyd?
Didn't you stand outside his house for hours? Was it him? I think it
that was
was.
Jim Bolger. You made me stand on some tiles for eight weeks.
Yeah,
thanks for that.
Yeah.
Can we bring Lloyd back in there? Is it possible to bring Lloyd back in? Because during that interview with Winston Peters, didn't he say, Lloyd, that he had a snag today? He had a real snag today, and I wonder if that could be something for the night.
I think it was about his fishing trip, because I did say, did you go fishing today? And he said, oh no, I had a snag. And then he talked about how he had a day doing domestic chores in the house. So I think he spent the day vacuuming, maybe doing some washing, doing some ironing, things like that. I don't know if he actually got to scrubbing the barnacles off the boat and taking the boat out, or even putting the flounder nets out. So I think it's been a really chilled day for Winston. Didn't get to go out on the boat though. I was expecting some flounder here, maybe some smoked fish that he would have prepared, but that didn't happen. But also, just on the fact that he turned up so early. He turned up before 7 p.m, which is really, really, really unusual for his election night party.
Well, I find that strange, Lloyd. I'll tell you why I find that strange. I want to bring you in here, Linda, and I want to bring you in, Matthew. I find it strange because he's the most paranoid of all New Zealand politicians dating back 3,000 years. Why has Winston Peters arrived at his own party early?
Well, this is about him being the MP for Northland. First and foremost, and I think he's confident he'll hold Northland. I know that the Nats have been spinning that it's close and that he might not, but I think he will hold it. I think he knows that, and I think he knows, like a lot of us, that at the end of the night he's going to have a lot of power and he's going to be in a pivotal position, and that's just where Winston likes to be.
All right, I think that we'll just go back to Lloyd, because I think he's got Winston Peters standing by. Lloyd, take it away.
Yeah, g'day guys. Winston Peters is here. We've got him on camera. Winston Peters, could you just tell us, why did you turn up so early? This is quite strange for you.
Just the way things were tonight. I've got all my supporters coming a long, long way, and some have to, because of the ferry, leave early, so I thought I'd better get down and thank them, make sure that I saw them early enough.
Is it a sign of confidence? Is it a sign of just how confident you are going into this election?
No, it's a sign that some of my people had to drive 2.5 hours to get here and then drive home tonight. This is not a city electorate, it's a big electorate, and it's a sign of my wanting to thank them, just like I said. And
I know it's after 7, not enough. You've seen the results starting to come in. Have you seen them at all, and what do you think?
No. I don't bother with the results at the moment. Nobody can change them. You got to learn to handle them.
Whereabouts do you think you're going to be sitting, though? Do you think you're going to get 7 or 8%? Whereabouts do you think you're going to sit?
I'll leave it to you guys, because you're the experts. Yeah, I'll leave it all up to you guys, because you're the experts, right?
You're not wrong there.
You're going to find out.
You're not wrong there, Mr. Peters. Hey, just very quickly while we got you here, Jenny Shipley is 20 metres behind you having the seafood chowder. Why on earth is she here?
Well, why did you ask her?
Well, I didn't. Because
I can tell you, I didn't organise it.
Yeah, she's. Have you still got a bit of animosity with Jenny?
Look, we're not here to worry about some passe former Prime Minister had the job briefly and took the National Party to its worst vote ever. I mean, that's the history of it. So let's not get sort of bitter and twisted about it. I'm just giving you the facts.
And very last question, Northland. How certain are you that you're going to hold Northland? Because
we don't take anything for granted either here or around the country. You just give it your best shot, and you hope that the people understand that there is a need for accountability in New Zealand politics, and a big need, bigger than it's ever been.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Peters. We'll come to you later in the night. That was Winston Peters. I'm sure once the poll results start flowing in and we get a good look at how things are going to play out, we'll come back and get Winston Peters for you.
Thanks very much, Lloyd. Winston there saying that, wow, he's not wanting to overplay his hand and saying he's there because he's confident. He's there because some people have to leave the party early.
Well, I think he's done the right thing. I mean, the thing about Peters is, it is a massive area in Northland, and people would have driven 2 hours, 3 hours, and he's old-fashioned. I mean, Peters doesn't mind leaving us to wait at a wharf for 3 or 4 hours, and that will happen. But he's got manners, and he's turned up to pay respects to the people who voted for him and put money into his coffers.
But it's interesting to see National and New Zealand First in the same space.
Well,
maybe?
Yes, and look, he's there because this is going to be his night, almost certainly, one way or the other. It's very early days, but looking at the party vote, what people should look at tonight is whether or not National plus New Zealand First is 50% of the vote or more. Now, very, very early they are now. We wouldn't expect that necessarily to last, but if National and New Zealand First are not 61 seats, then I think Jacinda Ardern can give not a victory speech, but a very confident speech this evening. So the first thing for viewers to look at, I think, through the night is that very first thing, National plus New Zealand First. If it's less than 61 seats, National's out.
Yes, and he can also, of course, then say the Greens can go outside a formal coalition. I'll do a deal with the Labour Party, and the Greens have got nowhere to go but to support a Labour New Zealand First coalition. So what we have done here, quite stupidly, is that we have made our predictions. I have refused to make predictions for the last few weeks because you can only ever be wrong. It's very rare that you are right. So we've made our predictions.
I'm cringing already.
And we've given it to, and what we've done with these, they've probably been he's probably done something with them. But the mad and bad Paddy Gower, we've given him those numbers, and now he's going to go through our predictions. Cross your fingers, because either tonight we're going to be really right, or one of us is going to be really wrong, or we could all be wrong and look absolutely silly. Paddy, what do we got?
Yes, we have predicted the unpredictable election. We've gone there, though. There you have mine. I've got National coming in on 43.3%, Labour on 39.4%. I've been quite generous to Winston Peters on 6.6%, and I've got the Greens on 6.1%. So that's where I've decided to go. Looking now at what Lisa has done, coming a little bit lower than me on the Nats, and then she's coming just that little bit lower again on Labour, but we're not too dissimilar. We weren't allowed to see each other's predictions, by the way. New Zealand First, she's been very generous, has Lisa Owen with them, and the Greens, she's just said they're just going to make it. It's going to be a nervous night for them, Lisa Owen reckons. Now, for Boss Garner, he says National will get 44.5. He's been generous to them. Labour, he puts quite high too, though, 39.6. New Zealand First, also very generous. And again, he has the Greens just above that 5% threshold. A nervous night. And don't worry, these are our predictions, and we will be held to account. I'll hold these guys to account, and they can hold me to account as well, and you can hold us to account.
OK, that's good, Paddy. Yours added up to 103%. And Lisa Owen's added up to 110. You guys have got Robin Hood economics.
Not even. Hey, I think we can go now to outside Jacinda Ardern's house in her Mount Albert electorate. Sam, what's been going on there today?
Hi, Lisa. Well, there's cars driving past. It's been pretty active here, actually. People are tooting their horns. We've heard a couple of go Jacinders as people drive past. But look, there's something pretty special happening here tonight. And the neighbours have been coming along because the local girls have got together and some boys and they've had a cookie. They've baked some cookies and they're selling them. How much are they, guys?
$2.
What's your name?
Lucy.
Now, Lucy took some cookies next door to Jacinda earlier today. What did Jacinda say? Did she like them?
Yes.
How many did she eat?
3.
Did she make
I've
her
actually
pay
had
the
one and
$2
they're pretty
here?
good, guys.
Did she charge her the $2 for
Did
the
you make
cookies?
Lisa? Did you charge Jacinda the $2 for the cookies, or were they a present?
Present.
Now I understand that Lucy actually saw Jacinda earlier. What was she wearing?
Slippers.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's very cute. And you can get some good intel from these local kids. They actually saw Jacinda's dress that she's going to be wearing later on tonight turning up. What did it look like?
We only saw the packaging.
Oh, very cute. All right. Well, good luck with the bake sale, guys. Good luck.
All right.
We can also just tell you quickly that that Jacinda and her partner Clark Gayford were painting the fence today. First day off in, 2 months, and put to work tidying up the house so that it looked good tonight.
All right, thanks so much, Sam. Let's cross now. I think we've got someone outside Bill English's hotel in central Auckland where we can go now. Maybe we'll go there a bit later.
Is there a biscuit tax? Is
No,
there going to?
no,
Do we
that's
know
some
that?
real
I might just add that to the.
entrepreneurship, isn't it? There's some real entrepreneurship.
I'll just add that. I'll just add that to the list. Are we going to head into where Bill English is? We're going to do that, OK. We're going to head back to the Labour Party. They're in central Auckland, at the Aotea Centre, where Jenna Lynch is with, well, the linchpin, I think we can say, of certainly around economics and their finance policy. It is Senior MP, Labour Senior MP David Parker. Jenna?
Yeah, just before we talk to him, I just want to bring you some breaking news. Jacinda Ardern has just done a Facebook Live and told us what she had for dinner. She's had some Heller's sausages, the more processed the better, she says, and some fish fingers. What do you reckon, healthy dinner?
Well, look, after you've run the campaign of our lives, as Jacinda said we would, she can have whatever she wants for dinner.
How do you feel the campaign has gone? Do you think you've done enough?
I think we've run a brilliant campaign. You know, it's up to the voters now. Huge advance turnout, advance voting 1.2 million people. It's going to confound the polls a bit, I think, because quite a few of them are specials, and it may be that there's a larger youth turnout than was predicted by the algorithms that underlie the polls. We'll find that out later tonight.
When does the first wine get drunk here tonight?
I think people are already having a tipple. I haven't yet, but yeah, it's been a fantastic day. We've had thousands of people out across Auckland. MPs can't do much on the day, but we can visit the call centres and things and watch progress, and really, really proud of all the effort that people have put in. If I had one prediction for the night, it would be that I think overwhelmingly it will show that New Zealanders want change. It will become clear by the end of the night that National plus ACT, United Future and the Maori Party will not be able to form a government, in my opinion.
Do you think that Jacinda Ardern is going to walk in here and make a victory speech?
Well, look, we don't know how the polls are going to go. I think it will be clear that they haven't won. They'll claim victory. They've already seemed to try and claim victory yesterday. She'll give a brilliant speech, I'm sure.
Either way. All right, we'll look forward to it a little bit later on. She's expected here in a couple of hours' time.
OK, hey, thanks, Jenna. Interesting comments there, I thought, from David Parker. I want to bring in the panel here. What I found interesting was he's claiming, we will win tonight, don't worry about that, there'll be a victory for us. But will Jacinda Ardern make a victory speech? He stopped short there because he also said that they will try and claim victory tonight too, which backs up what you were both saying early on, right at the start of the programme, which was no one will tonight, at the end of the night, be able to say, I've got my government.
Well, yeah, if the two sides are just 2 or 3 points apart, then this is going to come down to a negotiation in the next couple of days. And I think that's what both sides actually expect to come out of tonight. What I thought was interesting about Parker, this is a guy, an interesting guy actually, and he carries his heart on his sleeve, if you like. I mean, at the last election, I can remember we all crossed to Parker. He looked like he was at his grandmother's or, his mother's funeral. He looked absolutely dire.
I was there with him at David Cunliffe's
from the beginning of the night, right?
And he looked like he'd had the guts kicked out of him.
But if you had a night with David Cunliffe, you'd be pretty depressed as well, anyway.
Yeah, steady, anyway. And but they're tonight looking very, very confident. The other thing about Parker, he's had a bit of a roller coaster in the last 3 years too, because he was very influential in the Labour caucus. He was sort of put right out onto the back.
Put back into
way back
under
out.
the stairs.
Yeah,
after
under Andrew Little.
Ditched all those policies, wasn't it?
And he has really been, almost sulking for the last couple of years. But he is way back in the inner circle again now.
They need senior people. Jacinda Ardern needs senior people around her, especially if she's going to be the Prime Minister.
Experience, so he'll have a pivotal role to play if they get across the line.
Well, he designed the water tax, of course, and designed the emissions trading scheme for the Helen Clark government, so he is their policy guy. I think the second point I think people should look for tonight, as well as this issue of New Zealand First and National, whether they are looking as if they can get 61 seats. But the second one I would look at is whether or not New Zealand First is third or fourth. Yes. Now, if New Zealand First comes third, I think that makes it more likely there will be a Labour government, because it's more likely that the Greens would support a Labour New Zealand First government than New Zealand First would support a Labour Green one. But if Winston Peters comes fourth, then I think that's good news for National, just as long as National and New Zealand First would still have the numbers.
Yeah, and I want to talk about constitutional stuff as well. Does Peters have to go with the biggest party? What does all that mean? So we'll talk about that shortly. I've had a number of people say to me on the street today, hey, what happens? Does Winston Peters have to go with the biggest party? So we'll answer some of those questions. And here to have a look at one particular seat. Paddy, what have we got?
Yes, we'll look through many key seats tonight, but I want to start with Christchurch Central. That is held by Nicky Wagner at the moment from the National Party, but Tony Milne from Labour is making a bit of a challenge there. So we'll keep a close eye on this seat. We'll keep a very close eye on all the seats tonight that you need to know.
OK, she holds that seat. OK, so she's doing quite well there. We are going to stay in Christchurch and head to Thomas Mead. Thomas, where are you and what are we looking at?
We're here at the Chateau in the Park in Christchurch, and look, it's a no-nonsense affair down here in the South Island. There's a few balloons around. There's a few tables split up and down. But look, it's a fiscally responsible affair, and by that I can confirm that there is a cash bar. There's no tab that I'm aware of. I haven't been made aware of that. And look, in terms of food, they're going to be handing out bar snacks, I understand. So look, there is room for celebration should the moment arise, and by that I mean that there are bottles of Dom Perignon available, but it will cost them $395 a pop. So we'll have to wait and see whether there's an occasion to open those.
Wow, victory is expensive. Thank you very much. I think we're going to go now to outside Bill English's hotel, the Pullman. Diana Visich, what have you seen going on there this evening? Has he shown his face yet?
No, he hasn't, Lisa. They must be so fixated on our coverage because there has been no peep from the English clan just yet. But as you say, they are staying here at the Pullman Hotel. We're not sure what level they're on, but we suspect it is probably the penthouse, given it's such a special night. Earlier today, we did see Bill and Mary English and their 6 children here. They were having coffee at the cafe. They also had some biscotti, which looked quite nice. Now, it is worth noting, someone told me, who may or may not be staying here, that they spotted Mr. English in his activewear today, going through for a walk. They spotted him through the hotel. When I spoke to him earlier this afternoon, he said he's had a very relaxing day. He says he feels he's run a good campaign. I asked him if he was feeling nervous, and he said not really, but that may change once the results start to come in. So yes, here we are. Wouldn't it be awesome if we got some kind of wave from the window where they are? Some sort of sign?
Bill English, if you're watching, come to the window now. We live in hope.
Don't look too closely.
We live in hope. Oh, come down and chat to us.
OK. Hey, don't look too closely there. I mean, for Bill English, I think he has run quite a good campaign. I mean, apart from all the negative stuff and the lies, if you like, around tax. What we saw, I reckon, with English was the real English. I mean, 27 years in Parliament, and he's kept himself quite dry, quite boring, if you like, and he's stuck in finance. What you saw for the first time was a man who brought his family out, and he actually enjoyed meeting people. We saw him actually engaging with people for the first time. You don't agree with me, do you?
I
She's
think
sceptical.
Well, I think we saw a kind of campaign of two halves for Bill English. I think he campaigned out of his skin, and he campaigned better than a lot of people would have expected, because he isn't a retail politician, and he says that of himself.
Yes.
But he did enjoy it. He did get out there. I think bringing the family on board was an act of genius, actually, because, in fact, that's the best part of him. But the other side, which I'm afraid I can't get past, he has had the most impeccable career as a guy of integrity around Parliament for 30 years, nigh on 30 years. And when you interview Bill English, you didn't think you were getting spun something. You know, he'll sit down with you, he'll give you the kind of real oil. He was dependable like that. He has given away that credibility in this campaign. In my view,
this is on the Stephen Joyce
over
11.7.
Joyce has a different way, a different modus operandi. Let's put him in one over there. Joyce and English are not the same kind of politician, but Bill English allowed himself to follow Joyce's lead.
He had no option. He could not publicly contradict his finance minister in the middle of an election campaign. Look, he did not dig himself directly into that as far as Joyce did. I think it damages Joyce far more than English. Look, English ran an absolutely fantastic campaign. If he wins tonight, and the early votes, the early data that we're seeing is better than most National Party people would have expected. It's very early, but it's looking better than National Party. If he wins, it's a personal triumph for Bill English.
OK, we have to move on. We've got to take our first break. You see, and it won't be 20.93 like it was in 2002. Bill English, 20.93. It won't be like that. It'll be much better, and for him, it's a little personal victory anyway, isn't it? Stay with us. So much more. You're with Decision 17. Back in a tick. OK, welcome back to Decision 17. It's good to have your company tonight. So much going on. Some of the early votes are coming in, as you can see. Just remember, and this is a reminder to you, at the very bottom of our screen, come with me here. See, at the very bottom, you will see it says party seats. Now, that is crucial. That will also come across as party vote, as you can see there. So National right now, 46.5. They'll be really happy with that strong start. Labour, 36.4. You can see what I'm playing with there. And this will also switch around. So National at 46.5. If you switch that around, and we'll do that shortly, if you switch it around, it will then say party seats, and that's how many seats that they have on that current party vote. There we go, you've got it there, 58 National, Labour 45. Now, 61 is the governing line. It could be 62 depending on any overhang, but at 58, if you, on those results right now, added 2 Māori party seats in ACT, you've got 61. It's so early. We're not calling it. Don't worry about that. But I'm just telling you how it works with that down the bottom, just to help you.
We should point out that the number to the right of screen will tell you what percentage of booths have been returned, so you can follow along as to how many booths have been counted, what percentage of booths have been counted. That'll let you know how close we are to a final result.
National will be happy with that start.
Yeah,
I think
we've actually got Stephen Joyce standing by. Hello, Mr. Joyce. I'm sure you're watching these numbers with a hawk eye. How are they looking for you so far, do you think?
Well, so far not so bad, but it's still very early days, and you don't know, what sort of parts of the country have been counted in these numbers. But yeah, we'll take it for as a start, and we'll just see how it unfolds through the night.
What seats in particular are you keeping a close watch on?
Oh, all sorts of seats, actually. It's one of those things. It's the overall party vote, but it's also there's some crucial seats, as you know. For example, Hutt South, Northland, Ohariu, Christchurch Central, those sorts of seats. And obviously we're very interested as to how the party vote goes for the Greens and New Zealand First as well. So far, they look like they're both in. We'll just have to see how it rolls out through the night.
If you had to rate your confidence level, 1 to 10, 10 being pretty confident, where you're at?
I'm never good at this time of the night, I've got to tell you. It never gets any easier, and it's just way too early. I've got all sorts of scenarios running through my head, and you always sort of seem to focus on the negative ones. There's lots to do yet. But, it's a good start. We've got a good team. They've campaigned hard, and I think they'll deliver, a good result tonight, but we'll just have to wait and see.
A couple of things here, Stephen. In 2005, everybody was very quick to point out that, hang on, National and Labour, hang on, there's a really big gap here. But Labour's numbers came in really, really late in 2005, and those were those South Auckland booths. It is just far too early to read anything from this, isn't it, at this stage?
I agree, and the complicating thing now, Duncan, of course, as you and I both know, is all these advance votes, which means that up to certainly about a third at least of the vote is going to be on the table by 8:30, and a lot of that will be advance votes, and that'll be across the country, but that'll skew the effect of both the big country seats and the big urban seats. So we're all sort of flying a little bit blind. But we know that it'll be counted quite quickly, and over the course of the night, it'll all become reasonably apparent, I'm assuming.
Did you have a target? I mean, did you have a target in mind? I know you'll sit around with your kitchen cabinet, you talk about these sorts of things. I mean, obviously your target is govern alone, I suppose. But did you have a genuine target heading for a 4th term in office, which would be quite remarkable to get, quite frankly, wouldn't it? Did you have a target?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, well, look, we always think that around mid to late 40s is ideal, but very, very hard to get. And we'll just have to see how that rolls out. But frankly, at this point, I just don't want to even put a number on it. I'm nervous as a kitten. I got my rabbit's foot and and everything else, and just waiting to see.
Did you have you run into any economists in the room tonight? Is there anybody that's come up to you and said, Stephen, look at this, I can show you where the $11.7 billion hole is. I found it for you.
Well, mate, I know you're a bit cynical, slightly cynical there, Duncan, but actually I've had any number of people agree with me on this, and we'll just have to see how that rolls out to the course of the night.
I could challenge you here to name them, but tonight is not the night for that, Stephen. All the very best, and we appreciate your time. We'll come back to you a bit later on.
Thanks, Duncan. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
All right, we think we've got Teodoro Flavel on standing by to talk to us here. Mr. Flavel, how is your evening going so far? What are your numbers looking like?
I haven't checked, to be truthful, Lisa. I've been busy trying to look after our manuhiri here at Waititi at my marae, one of my marae, but pleased to be with you tonight.
So you're not even that concerned to be looking at your own numbers?
Well, actually, I've been looking after visitors, feeding them, and I've been taking interviews. So to be frank, I'm going to get there shortly, but it's a long night, it's early days yet.
So, well, we're looking at your numbers, and it looks like Tamati Coffee, early days, but he appears to be ahead of you in the numbers at the moment. What do you make of that?
Well, like you said, it's early days yet. I mean, this is a big electorate. It stretches from Waihi in the north to Turangi in the south, down to the east coast. So it's early days. Only, I don't know, probably about 1,500 votes may be counted, perhaps. But we'll see. It's a long night to go.
Kia ora, Turirā, it's Duncan Garner here, and tēnā koe and welcome to the program. I just wonder, you've seen smaller parties over the years with the big parties in coalition get absolutely monstered by their voters after a few years in there. You know, you've been in there 9 years, you know, you were the first cab off the rank for the National Party. Do you think potentially you could pay a price tonight for the fact that you propped up this national government? In fact, you didn't actually, because you weren't absolutely needed in terms of numbers, but you were constructive, and good on you for that. You stuck in there and you did get some gains. But I wonder if voters tonight might punish you for being with National for 9 years.
Yeah, tēnā koe, Duncan. If that's the case, well, so be it. I think that we've worked really hard as a team, myself and Marama. I think that we've been able to definitely get some gains. I mean, you know, put another way, had we not been in the position that we were, one might question exactly how much influence that Māori would have had on the national side. They didn't need us, and for the last 9 years they have decided that it's a good option to allow us and put an invitation to us to join them. And for that, we've been able to get gains by policy gains with things like whānau ora. We've been able to move significant legislation like a pardon to Ruakenana just recently. We've been able to get financial gains of 400 plus million that I've got in my 3 years of being a minister. And of course, the option to be able to stop legislation like the RMA and make positive changes if we need to.
I just wonder though, I just wonder though, Turirā, if Māori are in a better place now after 9 years of you guys sitting around the table or not, because, you know, guys like Willie Jackson constantly texting me and tweeting me and emailing me saying, you know, Māori are incarcerated more, they're poorer, they're more homeless, now more than ever, and that's because the Māori Party have had not one bit of influence in this government. It's pretty harsh from Willie Jackson, but does he make a point?
Well, it is harsh because actually he's a part of one of the things that we've been trying to do to turn some of those statistics around, namely whānau ora, namely charter schools. Those sorts of issues are about efforts that we've been able to support to try and turn around some of those statistics. But for two people in Parliament against, let's say, 59 in the National Party for the last couple of years, I think we've done pretty well. And indeed been able to make some positive changes in terms of housing throughout the country. Significant inroads in terms of Māori representation in the Resource Management Act and so on. So, you know, still early days, and I hope that's a positive result that just came through.
I think they've just seen you on TV.
I think, Duncan, we've done our level best.
Thank
really?
You. Yeah,
well,
thank you,
anyway.
Te Ururua. We will come back to you later in the evening. Thanks for joining us. I think we're going now to Michael Mora in Whangarei, who has got Shane Jones standing by.
Yeah, kia ora guys from Whangarei. We're at the Pure Bar and Grill here. Shane Jones is with whānau and friends this election night. I must say they've got some pretty supreme kaimawana on the menu tonight, some oysters, some mussels, champagne is coming out. Now this seat here in Whangarei is all about the battle between the two Shanes, Shane Jones from New Zealand First and Nationals Shane Rete. Now, last election, Shane Rete won this seat by 13,000 votes. So Shane Jones has got a big task ahead of him to take this seat. But look, he can't be discounted. He's a high-profile politician, articulate and smart. He's a former Labour Party MP and more recently was the ambassador for the Pacific. He spent 3 years in that role. He was actually hand-picked for that role by the National Party. And Shane Jones is with me now to have a bit of a korero. Now, Shane's, how are you feeling tonight?
Well, you know, there's always an element of unease when you watch the numbers flick through, but I gave it my best. I was appointed the member, and the candidate, and was announced in the Pure Bar on the 30th of June, and as we've begun, we're back here to see the end.
Now, just in terms of any coalition talks that might take place post this election night, what talks have you already had with National and the Labour Party, you personally?
Well, other than talking to a couple of mates I played parliamentary rugby with, one of whom I'm related to, Calvin Davis, Winston has already said to me, now whatever you do, Jonesy, if you drink too much in Whangarei, you must remind yourself that you need to talk to your colleagues before you talk to anyone else.
Fair enough. I mean, tonight's a tough one for you. I mean, looking at the numbers currently, how are you feeling?
Well, we're just starting to count, but look, a 13,000 majority is a steep incline. I'm not naive in that sense, but it's important that we post a very good party vote result here in Whangarei. And previously, a lot of these elections in Whangarei happen in a vacuum. I can assure you, this time round there has been no vacuum.
Now, what percentage of the party vote will New Zealand First need to make sure if you don't win Whangarei, you get in as a list MP? What's your estimates on that?
Yeah, I think it's slightly over 7%. It depends on how much wasted vote there is, as you know. But
you confident New Zealand First can get 7%?
Yeah, definitely. There was a little bit of brouhaha in the media in terms of, how do you feel about number 8? I said, well, you know, I play a lot of pool, and number 8's the last man standing in terms of the ball.
Fair enough. Well, Shane Jones, good luck tonight. Thanks very much for the chat. Now, of course, this has always been a national seat. I mean, I grew up here in Whangarei, and guys, I remember, you know, as a boy growing up here, it was always Nationals John Banks, and then it was always Nationals Phil Heatley, and now, of course, Shane Rete. So a big challenge tonight for Shane Jones, but he's here with his supporters and he's confident.
Good on you, Michael. Appreciate your time out there. We'll come back to you later on. I'm going to predict it now. I don't think
really?
It's going to be... yes, I know. People want this. Shane Jones won't win. Shane Jones won't win Whangarei. There's no way. I mean, he would have had to have done the work, and he probably hasn't.
It almost sounded like a concession speech. He said, I gave it my best.
Yes. I agree, and he also acknowledged, I mean, getting over
sorry to interrupt you, Trish.
We'll stop you there. We're going to Clark Gayford. Clark Gayford is Jacinda's partner. Jacinda Ardern's partner was Sam Hayes. Outside the Ardern Gayford household.
Hi, Duncan and Lisa.
What's on the menu?
We've got Clark Gayford here. Can you tell us a bit about what you've brought out for all the wonderful people here tonight, Clark? What have you made?
Well, we didn't want you to stand out here and go hungry, so we've put together some of Jacinda's favourites, the Hellas sausage, beautifully turned on the barbecue by her dad.
You're sucking up there, aren't you? Yes,
of course I am, but I went fishing earlier in the week and caught some a big, huge bass. So that is panko crumbed bass with a bit of lemon off our lemon tree.
Now, look, I think you were actually even being a bit modest there when you say that it was a big bass. It was absolutely huge. It was 42 kilograms?
Yeah, about that.
I've seen a picture of this thing, and it is just massive. So that was in Tairua, was it, near Pawanui?
Yeah, it certainly was. But you can whenever we've got excess fish, it usually goes around the houses around here. It's quite good fun giving it away.
So tell us, you've got the snacks out here, and everyone's enjoying those. We've finished the cookies, so it was good timing. We were starting to get hungry. What's the mood like inside the house? How is Jacinda at this point?
She, as I've said all along, is the calmest amongst all of us. She's been in there going flat out. She's had to write 3 speeches. And so she's in there rehearsing them to the cat.
Right, and what's the cat's name? Is the cat liking the speeches?
The cat, yeah, she definitely prefers one of the speeches over the others. Paddles.
Oh, cute. You guys, instead of having some downtime today after Jacinda's just spent 2 2 months on the campaign trail. You were out working on the front of the house. Now we heard earlier that was because Jacinda's mother fence shamed her. So could you not have done that while she was out campaigning?
She fence shamed me, so I came home and did the first coat, and we just tidied up all the bits around the edges today. It was good actually, and it took our mind off it, so it was quite nice to do.
Bet. Yes, I bet. Well, you've done a fantastic job. Thank you so much for the snacks. It's been wonderful talking to you.
All good.
Good luck. All the best.
Thanks.
Enjoy your night.
Are you sure you don't want a sausage?
I'm vegetarian. I'm not.
Send them this way. Send them this way. Tell them to send them this way, Sam. Send them this way.
Look, I'll bring a couple in for you guys later.
If you
They might
could.
be a bit cold and gross, but I'll hang on to some.
And a couple of the
Sorry,
snapper
though,
as well.
We did eat all the cookies. You're not getting any of the cookies.
Oh, well, I know where to find the cookies. Hey, don't you worry. Hey, thanks, Sam. And that was Clark Gayford, of course, who's Jacinda Ardern's partner. Interesting, too, what he said there, that Jacinda was writing 3 speeches. So one will be that they win, one will be that they lose, and there'll be one speech that's been written that says tonight it's too close to call it. We believe we could govern, but we don't know yet. All the cards are with Winston Peters, so we will now go into negotiations. New Zealand, please just be patient. That'll be the 3rd speech. What do we call him if his partner Jacinda Ardern becomes the Prime Minister? He said to us on the AM show, very good show, he said to us on the AM show, New Zealand's First Lady man.
First man.
First man?
He can be the first man.
First husband.
First husband?
I think it's first man.
First man? And who's ahead at Auckland Central?
Oh, yeah, hang on. Let's look at this ticker here. We've got Auckland Central, where we have Labour ahead of...
Nikki Kay.
Nikki Kay. Now, remember, this is a hotly contested seat. Previously, Nikki Kay versus Jacinda Ardern. And Helen White is in there now, a lawyer, an employment lawyer, up against Nikki Kay. And she is a squeak ahead of Nikki Kay.
This is one to watch. It's one to watch. 12.3% of the vote counted. So it's early days. But, woo, this could be really interesting later tonight. Of course, it doesn't change governments, though.
We've got to go to a commercial
governments.
break now.
We will go to commercial break. Remember, the party vote's the crucial one. That's along the bottom of your ticker there in front of you on the television. So much going on. Stay with us. You're with Decision 17. OK, welcome back to Decision 17. So much going on. It's really good to have your company. Thanks for sticking with us. And it could be that there's a boil over. It could be that Judith Flavel, he's still behind in that crucial seat of Wairiki. And he, of course, is the Māori Party co-leader. So we'll have more on that very shortly because Lisa's been crunching the numbers on that with Morgan. Imagine that. Imagine if tonight you've seen the end of another leader. This has been the campaign where leaders have gone left, right and centre. Could it be that Judith Flavel is out of Parliament tonight? Who's he up against? He's up against the weatherman. Tamati Coffey. Of course we knew that. So we'll watch that one very, very closely. What a boil over that could be. And we're building coalitions, and the party vote, of course, is the most crucial thing. Party vote determines who governs. Paddy, how's it looking?
Yeah, well, here are the numbers. And look at this. Early on, a strong result for National. 46% over Labour on 36.5. New Zealand First coming in ahead of the Greens on 7%. The Greens are there on 6.1. That'll make them happy. They're safe and above that 5% threshold now. Opportunities Party polling strongly on 1.9%. That is quite high for them. The Māori Party will be worried, 1%, and if they lose Wairiki, that won't matter at all. That will be wasted. That will be nothing. The ACT Party, not worth talking about. But let's take these numbers and put them where they count, which is into the coalition builder, and now we can see how you form a parliament. National would have 57 seats, nearly at 61. Labour would have 45, not quite there. But if we add in the ACT Party, who are National's coalition partner at the moment, because remember, we're not counting the Māori Party as getting any seats, they still don't get there, not enough. Now, with Labour, if we add in the Greens, who want to change the government, look at that, it's 58 to 52 at that. Now, it's down to Winston Peters. So take away the ACT Party. He hates them. He won't work with them. So get rid of them because there's no point in having them there, and bring Winston Peters in here with National. So what we would see tonight is a negotiated government. Bill English would be in the box seat, but he would have to go and talk to Winston Peters, who could say, no, I don't want to work with you, Bill English. I want to go and have a look at what Labour and the Greens can do for me, and I want to add my vote there. And they would get there, but only just. They would only just get to 61. So it is pretty close, but National tonight performing very strongly in the box seat right now.
And there are some interesting results rolling in. We've been looking at one Māori seat in particular, which is Waiariki. Morgan Godfrey is joining me now. This is a crucial seat for the Māori Party. What are we seeing unfold right now?
I think a lot of people underestimated the weatherman, Tamati Coffey. When we were coming into this election, people were saying, you know, Tamati, he doesn't have a chance, he doesn't have the experience against someone like Tūroro Flavel. He's the incumbent. He's been there for several terms. But, you know, it's early days, but Tamati's opening up quite a healthy lead, and that could, you know, spell bad news for the two major parties because they'll have fewer choices about how they form a government.
I mean, let's walk through this. If he does not win his seat, then the Māori Party have to make 5%, or someone else within the Māori Party has to win to keep them in there. And Marama, we know that Marama Fox, looking at her home area, Ikaroa-Rāwhiti, where she's not the incumbent, that's an uphill battle for her, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think Marama Fox is going to win Ikaroa-Rāwhiti, but the other electorate, the other Māori electorate we need to look at is Te Tai Hauāuru, where the former League star Howie Tamati is standing against the Labour incumbent there. And, you know, the party think they have a pretty good chance. Adrian's leading at the moment, but Howie might be able to pull something out of the bag to save the Māori Party.
This is really interesting, and it's actually a lot more serious than we're all indicating, because Marama Fox is likely to be out tonight, and Tūroro Flavel, on these numbers, if these numbers continue, he's likely to be out tonight. On these numbers, if we just go with what's there, that means the entire Māori Party leadership team is out, and if Howie Tamati wins, Howie Tamati becomes the only and anointed Māori Party leader tonight.
Well, and imagine that. It's similar to Seymour, remember?
Yes.
That is exactly what David Seymour found himself facing after the last election. You're the last man standing, and you're in there on your own.
So Howie Tamati goes from flicking the ball around from New Zealand Rugby League to being a councillor to running the Māori Party in Parliament. Trish Sherson, who is and just to introduce you to New Zealand, you are a PR consultant, run your own firm, and also we've all made mistakes in life. You worked for the ACT Party.
I did.
And what do you make of these early party vote numbers? Because we've got National at 57 seats. They'll be pretty happy with where things are tracking after, what have we got, Lisa, 18% return.
They will be very happy with that. And don't forget, this is them going for a fourth term. So to still be looking at those numbers, they are doing really well on that. I think the issue, as you know, Stephen Joyce pointed out, this is probably one of the biggest nail biters, not only because of the uncertainty through the campaign, but because of the way the voting has run this time. So don't forget, after tonight, you will have had a whole lot of people who have cast an advanced vote.
Yes.
But they'd enrolled and advance voted at the same time. Their votes are now counted as special votes, and they're not going to be counted for some 2 weeks. So that, you know, we know from special votes last time what happened. National lost a seat, Greens gained a seat.
They tend to favour the left, some of the special votes, don't they? Now, talking of the left, we have Wilhelmina Shrimpton standing by, I believe, with Calvin Davis.
Kia ora guys, we're here at Te Mahurihiri Marae in Point Chevalier. Things are quite relaxed here at the moment, but it looks like these guys are preparing for a party. There's a bar, there's balloons, there's a band. This is where obviously Deputy Labour leader and Te Tai Tokerau candidate Calvin Davis is here at election night, and he joins me now live. Now Calvin, tell me, how are you feeling right now?
Pretty relaxed. It's going to be a nail biter, and towards the end of the evening it'll be really interesting to see what's happening. I'm here supporting Penny Henaria as well. And whānau is starting to filter in, but we're just looking forward to enjoying the evening.
Obviously a lot of your supporters are up in Northland in the far north. Has it been hard not being there today and there tonight?
Well, I started in Kaitaia this morning and bounced my way down the island, stopping in at various candidates' functions along the way, and I'm here and we'll head into town shortly. It is, it'd be nice to be up home, but it would also be great to enjoy the function in town there and support Jacinda.
On that point, has it been hard juggling your commitments to the electorate but also your deputy leadership?
Oh, it's a matter of prioritising. It's a big electorate, but all the Māori electorates are big, and I've really enjoyed it. That's all what I can say. I've really enjoyed the challenge, and looking forward to it being a bigger job in this time tomorrow.
It's obviously early on in the night at the moment, but obviously there was the proposition from Hone Harawira for this 2-for-1 deal. Are you concerned that voters may have considered taking that up?
It doesn't look like they've fallen for that little trick. I think they're saying no. Calvin's done really well over the last 3 years, and we are going to put our faith in him to do it again over the next 3 years, and I've got to earn their faith and trust again, and keep winning and winning their faith and trust, and making sure that I do the job for the people.
So you've got your deputy leadership commitments tonight. Tell me what the plan is for the rest of the night.
Well, we'll get into town there, support Jacinda and the big dance at the Aotea Centre. I'm looking forward to that. And then I guess just, we've got to depend on how the results are, and probably do a bit of talking before we all head off and get a few hours sleep before the round of interviews tomorrow morning.
Perfect. Hey, thanks so much, Calvin. So there you have it. Early days yet, but still the rest of the night to come.
Thanks very much, Wilhelmina. I think we've got Gareth Morgan standing by to have a chat to us. Mr. Morgan, how's your night going? I see you're just knocking about 1.9% in the party vote, with about 19% of the booze returned. What do you make of that?
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. That's what it's about. The public go to the polls and they make their decision. But, what have we been doing? We've been going for 10 months. I don't know what that's about.
I think they might have just spotted you on television.
Well, is that what it was? Yeah. Oh, well, that might be all we're going to get tonight. But, we've been going 10 months. We've got a quarter of Labour's membership. And 2%, we're the fifth party, so I suppose you can say that's okay. Of course, it's never enough for me.
Well, your ambitions are much higher than that, though. Your ambitions are much higher than that. You wanted to get 5% in your first go.
Totally high.
So how realistic is that expectation now?
But, well, I think, we are looking down the barrel here at a landslide national victory to me, which tells me that, the status quo will rule. And what TOP is all about is challenging the status quo and basically saying that the property-owning elite and the people on New Zealand Super are ripping off the youth and the younger people of this country because of the tax breaks and because of the generosity of Muldoon. That's what I'm challenging. So you can see why, a lot of people would leap to their own self-defence. It's in line with the fact that self-interest rules, and that, looking after the other person is pretty low now on New Zealand's priorities. So
Mr. Morgan,
I'm disappointed in New Zealanders, obviously.
So, Mr. Morgan, you're calling it this early in the night. You think it's going to be a landslide victory for National, do you?
Well, it looks like it, doesn't it? I mean, they're so far ahead that I don't think it's a contest.
It's pretty early days, though, Gareth.
Yeah,
Gareth, I'll just say, it is pretty early days, Gareth. So much can happen. What we saw in 2005 was Labor pick up 2 or 3% in that last few hours. And Mike Williams, former Labor Party president, has been texting me all week saying, don't call it too early because the Labor Party booths from those big electorates in South Auckland come home a bit later. I want to do some numbers with you quickly, Gareth, before we go, because you spent $3 million of your own money on this campaign and you're an economist. You do the numbers all the time. What's that? 30-odd thousand votes, $100 a vote. You spent a lot of money for not much at this stage.
Well, I happen to believe in New Zealand and I'm trying to improve New Zealand. So if that doesn't mean anything to the majority of voters, then so be it. I move on.
You seem disappointed in New Zealanders tonight.
I'm incredibly disappointed because, they're screwing the younger generation and they're screwing the people, who are in poverty, and it's all on the back of tax privilege. So you bet I'm disappointed. I hate it.
What are you saying, that these New Zealanders are selfish?
You bet they're selfish, and we saw that when we did the pre-political project polls, where we could see that by far the biggest driver of the average voter's decision was completely and utterly self-interest. So, I'm not very proud of a society that holds that in such high regard. Totally I'm not. Not when we've got the sort of social dysfunction that we have. And, TOP has got the policies to solve all this stuff. So, no, I'm not proud of it at all. I'm ashamed of it.
All right, Gareth. Hey, look, I've actually enjoyed working along, with you during the campaign and getting you on the program and that sort of thing. You've been good. You're throwing ideas into the mix and you give us stuff about your country, and good on you for that. So I appreciate you joining us, and we'll come back to you a bit later on as well and organise some security for you when you walk past those selfish New Zealanders next time. Okay, so we'll leave you there, Gareth. Make sure you got Sean Plunkett. He's big enough to look after you. Thanks, Gareth. Appreciate it, mate.
All right, let's go now to Cleo Fraser, who's with Hone Harawera. Cleo, what's the atmosphere like up there tonight? Is he watching his numbers closely?
Kia ora tātou. We're here at the marae near Kaitaia. It's been a real family affair. Hone Harawera lives just across the road. His whānau's been here since this afternoon, putting up posters, blowing up balloons and getting the kai ready. Everyone's now having a feed. Hone's just arrived. Calvin Davis at the moment ahead. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really positive. I thanked all of the crew for an excellent ground campaign, to the crew who ran our 2-for-1 campaign. It's been really, really positive, but I guess the thing that concerned me was when I stopped in at my auntie's place, my 3 aunties, my mum's sisters, today, and they were telling me how they got a phone call from Jacinda Ardern. Now, of course, they didn't get a phone call from Jacinda Ardern, but they were flattered to even get an automated phone call. And I thought, you know, that's a worrying sound to hear my aunties talk like that. The Labour machine has been really strong. There's been a strong move to Labour, so Calvin's looking really, really good at the moment, but you know what they say, it ain't over until Paula Bennett sinks, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens at the end of the night.
You talked about the fact that you might be going to Hawaii if you lose.
Yeah, well, all of the media asking me, am I going to Auckland? I said, yeah, I'll be there. If I win, I'll be coming down. I don't really want to drive all the way back down to Auckland if I don't. So what are you going to do if you don't win? I said, well, Helen and I are going to jump on a plane, go to Hawaii. Then, of course, my wife goes, taihoa, taihoa, taihoa. And she said, I just checked the bank account. No, we're going to Taipa instead. So, I'm not exactly sure what we're going to be doing, but right now I'm just here to enjoy the evening with the whānau. Those who have put in a hell of a lot of time. Great ground campaign. I really, really am proud of everybody.
Thanks, Hone. Everyone's getting stuck into the kai now. Talk to you soon. Cheers.
Okay, hey, good on you, Claire. Appreciate that as well, Hone. Hey, just very quickly, there's an aviation gas problem, Hone. You can't go to Hawaii. There's no petrol for it. Quickly, just before we get to Paddy, Trish, you noticed something?
Well, I think this says a lot about Gareth's sense of humour, and he has got a great sense of humour. So when I looked at the run sheet and call sheet tonight for all the party locations, the pussy hater is holding his party at the Meow Bar in Wellington. It's genius.
The dead cat ain't bouncing tonight, that's for sure. Okay, hey, good to have your company, everybody. We really appreciate it. You're with Decision 17. And Paddy Gower, he's been crunching some numbers and having a look at some of the electorates. Paddy.
Yeah, and we've got some interesting ones as well. And we will start in Wanganui, where, speaking of the dead cat bounce, it looks like National might be getting one there, with Steph Lewis from the Labour Party getting up. Remember, this was a National seat under Chester Burrows, but with about a third of the vote in, Labour taking a narrow lead there. Now, I want to look next. The next seat that I want to look at is, of course, Oharu, where Greg O'Connor is getting up. But look how close it is. Brett Hudson from National is coming through there. This is Peter Dunn's old seat. Now, remember this. The Greens pulled the pin initially in a dirty deal to try and help O'Connor across the line. Then they put Tane Woodley back in, and it's not very far off. That vote could actually end up costing Greg O'Connor the seat if Hudson gets up a little bit more. And they're top in the heartland, polling well. Now, looking at Hutt South, my hometown, actually, Chris Bishop is up there. This is previously a Labour Party seat held by Trevor Mallard. It's pretty close. Ginny Anderson is coming in behind, but Chris Bishop is up in Hutt South at the moment, so there could be a boil over there as well. Now, also looking up north, and look at what is happening here. Whoa! Matt King is getting up over Winston Peters. No wonder he turned up earlier at the Duke of Marlborough. We have got something real going on here. There was a lot of talk about Winston Peters struggling in Northland, and now we see that he is actually behind up there. He's safe on the party vote. New Zealand First is safe, but he is getting one hell of a fright up north, and this is one of the big shocks of election night as well. So plenty to talk about there. Looking now at Christchurch Central. Quick apology, earlier on in the night, anyone down in Christchurch Central would have seen that we put up the wrong results. That was just a little trick to keep everyone on their toes. Duncan Webb is getting up here too. This is a blue seat, and look at that. He is actually strongly out in front. 1,000 vote lead. That looks like it's going back to Labour tonight, Christchurch Central. So a lot of seats are moving around here. We're seeing a lot of change out there, and that's something we've got to take into account when we look at the party vote. There are some volatile seats changing hands out there.
Good on you, Paddy. Real fascinating stuff. That Northland seat is only a 9% returned.
About 9.5%.
9.5%
what's
returned.
coming in now.
Okay, so that is neck and neck at this stage. That is King ahead of the Kingmaker. So it's King versus the Kingmaker. Winston Peters goes over 5. He remains in Parliament, but Winston Peters does not like losing a seat. He won't want to lose that seat. It is all on. You are with Decision 17. It's good to have you along. Grab a cup of tea or something stronger. Back in a tick.
Let me do it.
Welcome back to Decision 17 and a special welcome to our viewers who are watching on Sky in Australia. Things are moving pretty quickly here. We're watching the party vote for National. It's sitting at around 46%, about 36%, 36.2% for Labor, with about, what, 1 in 5 votes, 1 in 4 votes counted.
So we're 21% return, so almost 1 in 4 votes counted. It hasn't really moved. 46.2. It's a pretty solid early number for the National Party.
It is. It is. We're looking there at ACT on 0.5%. So speaking of ACT, let's go to Simon Shepherd, who is at the headquarters there. Hi, Simon. The vote's coming in there for David Seymour. He's miles ahead. What's the feel there amongst his crowd of supporters?
Well, the supporters have really actually started turning up now that David Seymour seems to be edging ahead. He's about 1,000 ahead, I believe, so far in front of Nat's Paul Goldsmith. They're sort of feeling quietly confident, but what they really want is the party votes around. They want to get number 2, and who's Beth Holbrook. David Seymour is in a room upstairs. He's in the committee room watching the numbers come in. His number 2 is in there with him. We're hoping that he's going to come down and have a chat to us, but at the moment he's looking good for his seat, but not so good for the rest of the 30,000 votes that he needs to get number 2 in.
Yeah, because he's, like we said, he's on 0.5%. He needs like 1.2% to bring a mate in at this point. He's man alone. Are they actually thinking they're going to get there?
Well, they were hoping so. Some of his supporters told me earlier today that he was feeling very alone in Parliament this term, being the man by himself. So they want to bring him in some company. But it's a long stretch from the way that the party's going at the moment. They're crossing their fingers, but you know, there's still time to go. But at the moment, it's not looking likely.
Thanks very much. That's Simon Shepherd at ACT headquarters there with their 1 MP. It looks like he may be on his own again
That's
this time.
the place to be. Party with David Seymour. I want to head down to the National Party. Mike McRoberts is there, and I wonder if he's on the set of New Zealand's Next Top Model. I think he's surrounded by all the young Nats. Mike, have we got you somewhere there in the middle, surrounded by the young Nats? Have you got your membership form out there? What's going on? Where are you?
I know it's pretty intimidating, isn't it, Duncan? And I guess it wouldn't be a National Party function without the young Nats, and here they all are.
Oh yes. Rage against the machine.
The president of the Young Nats is with me, and how are you feeling? You feeling confident?
We're a little bit confident. We're a little bit excited. We're a little bit tired. We've been campaigning for weeks. It's bloody exciting, though. Absolutely, absolutely, Mike.
Well, of course, there's been a lot of emphasis about the young vote. You're the young Nats, so what do you think National has done to attract young voters?
Well, I think young voters, it's really, really clear. Young voters don't want to grow up in a country that is burdened with debt and high tax. It's no different to any other voter. And I think just as young voters have supported National over the last 3 elections, they have and are coming out to do it again today. Absolutely.
Still pretty early days, but those results are coming through, or at least the updates are coming through pretty quickly. We should know, maybe, potentially in another half an hour, maybe an hour.
Quite possibly. It's looking pretty good. Currently we're about 10 points clear of Labor on the count, and that's really, really positive for us. It shows that young people, alongside all other demographics, are absolutely coming in behind Bill English and National yet again. It's great.
And of course we have had the obligatory selfie and photos taken here. What's on the cards for the young Nats? So what are you doing tonight? What are you going to do after this?
We've been celebrating with a few drinks tonight, which is quite well deserved, I think. The young Nats have been out campaigning for weeks and months now. I think they've been the absolute backbone of the campaign. So after the work, it's time for a bit of a relax tonight, and hopefully and confidently a celebration of what's to come. Absolutely.
Very good, Stefan. Thank you very much. And here we are saying goodbye with the young Nats.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. Well, aren't they good? Look at that. Oh, Mike, you blend in well. You got the membership form. It's $10, I think, is the minimum entry. Good luck, Mike. Have a good night there. 46% is where National are currently at on the party vote. Labor have got, Labor's got 45 seats there. Interesting around the party vote, because it's the party vote, of course, that counts. John Johansson, I want to bring you in here, political scientist. These early numbers for National look strong. They're sitting on about 46. They don't have many coalition options tonight but Winston Peters, because if the Māori Party tonight are decimated, they've only got 1 MP, and you add Acton there as well, they need Winston. There's no way they can do anything without Winston Peters.
And I think we're heading towards at the very least a modified status quo. That 46 is interesting because it drives all the other party vote behaviour around it. But more's the point, historically it shows, I think, after the advance vote, that's usually the high watermark for National. And in the last 2 elections, they've leached, by the end of the night, the count, another %, and then lost another % in the specials as well. So 46, bear that in mind. If that's their high watermark, then we're definitely looking at their only option as Winston. And
OK, I think what
be
you've said is crucial.
dropping a bit.
What you've said is crucial, and you're right, because about, how long we've been on air? So about 40 minutes ago, National was at 46.8. They're now at 46.1, so they're on that way down. If you say you take another % off here and there once the specials, they settle on mid-44 somewhere in there, it starts to get quite difficult at 44.
44 it is. And the other thing that is different from the last election is last election we had 6.25% wasted vote, which actually gives National more space in which to operate, and it's been able to get those coalitions with ACT and what have you. But with the wasted vote so far, last time I looked, was 3.7. So again, that lifts the percentage that's required for a majority. So 44, when you need a majority of about 48% to govern alone, shows you that they can only get there with another party, significant party.
Which of course is the only option they will have tonight is Winston
That's the
Peters.
only option that I'm seeing coming out of this. That said, this, for a fourth run at this is still, sort of with a National sort of historical trajectory of leaching votes slowly.
Well, and this is also the John Key effect too. I would say this is where John Key has set this party up as this caring, conservative, solid, no surprises government.
Well, they're organised around a simple principle: keep the other lot out.
Yes, and power at all costs.
So they don't often get ideas get in the way.
No, they certainly do not. Lisa?
Well, there's a couple of interesting seats that we've just been watching while you've been talking, which is Auckland Central, where Nikki Kay is back in front by about 155 votes. That is neck and neck, and if we look at the party vote there, it's about 39 to National, wasn't it, Dave, and 36 to Labor. What are we seeing in some of these big seats in terms of the swing between Labor and National?
I think it's really interesting, actually. In our major urban centres, we're seeing a bit of a swing back to Labor. Now, I look at particularly in Wellington Central, where at the last election the Greens actually bet Labor in the party vote, but Labor are well out at 37%, National a tick under 30%, the Greens coming in third, and that's the same in Christchurch Central as well. We're seeing a big swing back to Labor, and so we're seeing really positive electorate results that aren't being borne out across the whole country.
Yeah, the other one I took a look at, Hutt South, because that one's going to be a real race with Chris Bishop, who was ahead when we looked at it, I don't know, 10-15 minutes ago, while Ginny Anderson from the Labor Party, who previously stood in Ohario and just missed out on that seat by about 700 votes, well, she's overtaken him. She's about 1,000 or so votes ahead of him at this point.
The thing about Labor's performance is that it is doing very well in these urban areas, but when the Labor Party wins elections and when it's at its strongest is when it gets out into the countryside, out into the provinces, and you're seeing some movement in that direction, but at the moment not enough to drag it up closer to 40%.
OK, I think now's a good time. We've got Jenna Lynch standing by at Labor headquarters with Phil Twyford. Jenna.
He's just walked in the door and we've managed to wrangle him over here. Phil Twyford, or as he's known in the press gallery, Philly T. How are you feeling?
Jenna, I'm loving this. This is showtime, right? We've worked for this for years. The last few months have been so intense on the campaign trail. Tonight, it's all happening.
It's all happening. You're just showing up on the screens behind here as well. Hey, the bigger electorates, those big urban electorates, you seem to be doing well. They're not so great in the rural areas. Did you expect that?
It's early in the night. You'd kind of expect that. We're going to see the advance voting numbers come in a big rush quite soon. The advance vote has been so massive in this election. Probably 50% of voters voted early. When those numbers come in, that will be pretty definitive, I think. And obviously Labor's hoping that a big share of that advance vote surge was young people and our traditional urban voters coming out for Labor and coming out for change.
Have you spoken to your leader yet tonight?
I haven't spoken to her yet, but I heard they're cooking sausages on the street in Point Chev, so...
You didn't pop by to grab one on the way here?
No, maybe I should have.
Oh, right, OK. We'll leave Phil Twyford... Oh, sorry. We'll leave Phil Twyford there for the moment, guys.
OK, thanks so much, Jenna. We just looking at some of these early numbers. I want to head to Christchurch very shortly. I just want to ask a question about wasted vote, because a lot of people talk about this wasted vote and what it actually means. What does it mean when you've got, say, 3% versus 6% wasted vote?
It just raises the threshold in which a majority needs to be secured. So if you had, like last election, over 6% of the wasted vote, National, on election night, was able to govern alone because its threshold was like about, it needed to get over 47 point something, right?
Because what they were hoping for tonight, and I heard this in private, I heard this privately, so I'll share it with the country. I heard this, that they were looking at 46, 47% tonight with a really high wasted vote, which meant they could have governed alone, or if not governed alone, then go back in with their ACT party mate and a Māori Party MP, and then they carried on business on Monday as usual.
And that's why Bill was saying cut out the middlemen, because he was trying to drive New Zealand First under. Because if they had got that wasted vote up to that level, then they might be able to recreate the magic of the last 3 terms.
But we're not looking like there is the wasted vote this time that we had last time.
On these numbers, no, absolutely not.
And I've been talking to some people in the National Party who are a little bit concerned that they're at 46. They think they need to get up to that 47 mark, and that 46 isn't going to be enough because, as you say, it's only going to leave them Winston, and they're not hopeful.
And if you see this movement through the night where you end up with a number, National at 44 and Labor does come up to 38, then you have a genuinely competitive bargaining situation afterwards in a way that doesn't appear at the moment.
And that's right. So if we end the night tonight with 44 and 38 and Winston in the middle there, that's when Jacinda Ardern goes through her speeches. That's the first one, the win one, the lose one, and then suddenly you've got the one that says we're negotiating.
I think if it's 44 to 38, I think she can almost hold on to the win one, to be honest.
Really?
If Labor Greens are ahead of that 44 mark, then I think that, she can hold on to that win.
And then you also have these overseas specials, which, people are predicting to be a larger sample of votes than the last election. And Labor gained a seat in that last one.
It's all on.
All right, well, let's go down south. Let's go to Christchurch Central. Nikki Wagner is standing by. What are you thinking? You're behind. You're behind at this point, quite significantly.
Oh yes, Christchurch Central is always on a knife edge. We'll wait to the end and see what happens.
What do you pick your prospects though? Because let's look at how much 20%'s been counted, and Duncan Webb, who is a well-known name down there, is ahead by over 1,000 votes.
Well, you know that Christchurch Central has always been a Labor seat. It was never close until I came along, so we'll just see what happens tonight.
So are you kind of thinking it's going to swing back to red then? Because it has been, since the 1940s, before your time?
Absolutely. I've been the elected MP for 6 years. Before that, I was a list MP. I enjoyed the work, whatever happens, and we'll just keep watching tonight.
That sounds a bit like a concession speech, doesn't it?
Absolutely not. Nothing's finished till the fat lady sings.
All right, so what do you think the key issues have been for your constituents down there? Why might they be wandering off to Labor?
Well, as I say, it's always been a Labor seat. As you see, Labor's come back across the country. As soon as Labor has a bit of interest, they look at the candidates. I've been there for 6 years. I think I've delivered well for Christchurch Central. But as I say, it was never in contention until I came along.
All right, Nikki Wagner, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, so that's interesting, isn't it? Just very quickly, if you look at that, I mean, it has always been, it's been sort of very red, hasn't it?
It has been very red.
But Duncan Webb was also a very good selection by Labor because he's well known in Christchurch and well liked in Christchurch.
Yeah, so we should explain, he's been an advocate around the whole earthquake process with people getting their claims settled, so he's garnered himself quite a high profile.
Indeed, but again, you see the struggle, given where Labor has come from, from its last election, which is it's doing very well in Christchurch Central, but if it was really going to sweep more broadly, a seat like Waimakariri would be more in play than it is.
Yeah, that's right. That was when Clayton Cosgrove used to have that one. It's interesting. You talked a bit earlier on about, Labor needs to do well, get into the regions. It won't happen on this election because of the water tax and the farmers, but we'll talk a bit about that later. Paddy Gower's walking around with his hands in his pockets. He seems like he's going to get back into this program. He is. So we'll take a quick break and we will be back with more on Decision 17 shortly.
welcome back to Decision 17. We've got a live shot there outside the Labour leader Jacinda Ardern's house. A van has just pulled up. We don't know if that's the vehicle that's going to transport her to Labour headquarters, and a couple of eager neighbours there. But a little bit later we will talk about the Māori seats. We're keeping a close eye on them. There's some interesting things going on there. We'll talk about that.
There really are. This is fascinating because it could be that, and Annabelle Lee will give us an update on this shortly, but it could be that the Māori Party may be out of Parliament altogether if this trend continues, and it could be that their one hope, which was Howie Tamati, you know, the former New Zealand Rugby League player, now if he doesn't win doesn't win this challenging seat that he's got there, then it's the Māori Party could be gone. The entire party could be out.
If Te Ururu Flavel doesn't take a seat. But hey, let's go see Paddy is looking at another interesting seat. Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's look at Maanga Keke in Auckland here, and National is ahead. Now, important to note that this is a kind of bellwether seat. It has been held by National but was previously Labour, and is the kind of thing that would switch back if there was a bit of a change on the cards. But National, Denise Lee, is hanging on to a lead there. She is ahead of Priyanka Radhakrishnan. But look at this. Chloe Swarbrick, who is well known to many people, the young Green candidate, is actually picking up quite a lot of votes there. So while this is going to National, if these two had been grouped together, that Labour probably would have got ahead. But at the moment, Maanga Keke looks to be going National's way.
Can I just throw something at you here, Paddy? This is interesting because National has been in power now for 9 years, and you would think that people have had enough after 9 long years, and that sort of thing might become the narrative. And that kind of seat, Maanga Keke, picks it up really early, and they chuck these guys out. National is still doing extraordinarily well in a seat like this, which indicates that they still have quite a bit of support around the country.
Yes, and this is the kind of seat that you'd like to see, that you would expect to see switch, because what's happened here is Sam Lotuienga has left the seat. You've got a new candidate in there. That's the kind of one that you look to, the word is flip, and at this stage, Labour cannot flip this. So this is telling us perhaps a wider story about what's happening with the party vote, especially around Auckland.
Will they regret looking at that? Because Jacinda Ardern said no electorate deals, no way, no how. And then you look at those numbers, and I have done a quick add up. If we did add them together, they would be ahead.
Yeah, that's right. So, and we also saw that before in Oharu. And in the end, yes, these are contests where if the Greens had been out of it, it would have helped. But there's no tactical advantage to winning these seats. It's the party list vote that counts. But you're quite right, in these smaller contests, clearly in this one, actually, it would have really helped if the Greens weren't there, or if such a strong Green candidate wasn't there.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Thanks, Paddy. It's interesting, and we'll come to you shortly as well. Pick up some more of these bellwether seats. And Paddy's right. It doesn't change elections. Seats like that don't change elections. But for you at home, what it shows is trends, and what it shows is where voters are. I find that sort of stuff interesting in a sense that National still has support in these places.
Yeah, and some of the seats that really do count, which people will be watching, are the Māori seats. Annabelle Lee, we've been looking at Waiariki, where Te Ururu Flavel is. Tamati Coffee is ahead. He's ahead after 15% of the vote has been counted. How worried will the Māori Party be about this, even though it's early days?
The Māori Party will be very, very worried. Waiariki is their stronghold, and obviously they need it to ensure they get back in, and so they'll be very concerned down there this evening. And for Tamati's people, if he is able to win Waiariki, it will be huge for them as his supporters, but also in terms of the Māori Takatapui community. He would be the first openly gay Māori man to win a Māori seat, and so they'd be very pleased about that.
I'll tell you who's terrified about what's happening in Waiariki is the National Party. They are getting an absolutely brilliant result so far on 46.1%. They could not have dreamed for better going into a fourth term. It does raise, for them, 46% raise the option of governing with the current arrangements, but no one banked on Te Ururu getting rolled in Waiariki by Tamati Coffee.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Because Bill English a few weeks ago, he had the options of Te Ururu Flavel, he also had Marama Fox, and he had Peter Dunn. There are 3 MPs, 3 seats, 3 crucial numbers that Bill English tonight he may not have. We know he hasn't got Peter Dunn.
Well, there's a couple of things there. The National Party is devoid of friends, significantly numbered friends. I mean, looking into the future, Paddy, where does that leave them?
Well, they've got one mate, and his name's David Seymour in Epsom, and it's not going to be enough. So you top out your vote at 46%, and you're now looking at, I don't have quite enough friends to get there, and it's only Winston Peters who's going to do it. So you get a brilliant result, but the Māori Party look to be tanking, and it's no good for National.
I think we need to talk about this a bit more, but at the moment, another really interesting seat, Ohariu, and I think Emma Jolliffe is there with Greg O'Connor, where the race is pretty tight.
Oh, kia ora, from Labour Central at the Whariwaka in Wellington, where the atmosphere is very upbeat despite there being a little more blue than red on the board just at the moment. A couple of very interesting seats here. One is Hutt South, which, as you mentioned a few moments ago, Labour has overtaken Chris Bishop just, and also Ohariu, where Greg O'Connor is standing for the first time. Now, you'll remember that this seat has been held for 33 years by Peter Dunn, first as a support partner for Labour and then for National in 2008, but he withdrew from campaigning after a poll late last month that showed that Greg O'Connor had 48% support. After Dunn withdrew from the race, it created a few ructions. Brett Hudson for National was just campaigning for the party vote, and then suddenly he was campaigning for 2 ticks, and then the Greens entered a candidate at the 11th hour, Tane Woodley. But with me now is Greg O'Connor. Now, Greg O'Connor was put forward really by Andrew Little to stand in the seat of Ohariu. How confident are you feeling? You're looking at about 500 votes ahead just at the moment.
Well, just as you were speaking, I was trying to go back to my school maths to work out. So, yeah, it is about 500. Look, that's it was always going to be close when Peter pulled out. The danger was that a lot of people thought I had it as a lay down in his ear. Of course, the smart ones realised that it just made it very hard for me because all of a sudden, not only was the right split gone and a lot of Peter's votes went back to the right, but also, of course, the Greens came back in. So all of a sudden, the split was on the left, if you like. So it was always going to be tough. So I saw that last one just popped up there. So if we can hold on to that 500, I'll be a very, very happy man, and so will my team.
Fair to say you're regarded as one of the more conservative Labour Party members?
Oh, look, I like to think of myself as issues-based, actually. Give me an issue and I'll find a position on it, rather than be broadly left or broadly right. I think I've surprised a few people that perhaps that I take a thoughtful position on a lot of issues.
Some of the biggest issues in Ohariu, you think?
Well, again, the local issues, well, a bit hard to get away from the mall, but of course transport, schools, the big one. Overcrowded schools, your Kandala schools, your Johnsonville schools, they're all in there. Classrooms are in the libraries, so that's a big one. So a lot of it's a bit of a microism of all the issues around New Zealand, but mental health latterly, and you'll have seen that letter written by the medical centre at Nio and Kandala, which really showed the issues that they have. And that one thing I say with mental health, it's one that is no respecter of postcodes.
Are you the head of the Police Association for some 20 years, strong on police issues?
Well, yes. Well, I was strong on advocacy. You know, I think that's what it's about, being adaptable. And I think what I did show there was that, you know, you can advocate. And that's what Ohariuians, or whatever the collective is for people from Ohariu, want. They've had a long time, 33-year veteran advocate, and they want another good one. So you've got to stand up, and winning this will only be the start of it. Retaining it, if I'm lucky enough to, will be tougher.
If Labour win, would you want to be Police Minister?
Look, I'll go wherever I'm asked. I use the standard answer, but no, not necessarily. I'd like the opportunity to use my detective skills, which are sorting out the facts from all the lies and confusion. And I think I would like to do that in a few portfolios, because seeing what some of the things that have been alleged by the government at the moment, I think there's some things need taking apart there.
Thank you, Greg. So stand very by in Ohariu. The votes are split by only about 500 at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see how this unfolds.
Thanks, Emma. And that's right, the votes there is only about 500 between it, Greg O'Connor and Brett Hudson. But when you look at the party vote, National's still hanging on there at 45%, and Labour's well back on 35%.
We've got to make Greg... I mean, if Labour win this tonight and put together a government at some stage in the next few weeks, you've got to make O'Connor the police minister. This is a guy who's had 21 years bossing us around the park, telling us what the police should look like. Give him the budget and let's see if he's up to it. Make him do it. You give him nothing else. You say, Greg, you're the police minister, pal. This is your job. He knows all about it. What do you reckon?
Well, that will be a challenge and a half.
Or cut his budget and say, go and do it.
All right. Paddy, that one there, when you look at the numbers, when you look at those numbers, although it's an electorate seat, this is the one that the Greens waded, resurrected their candidate, didn't they? And this is so tight, 500. And Tane Woodley, he's got about 1,000 votes.
Yeah, I mean, if Tane Woodley and the Greens had stayed out of it, Greg O'Connor would be home. So basically, the total breakdown in relationship between Labor and the Greens that happened, that saw the Greens basically say, stuff you, we're going to throw Tane Woodley in there, could cost Greg O'Connor the seat. But the point comes back to this. These are micro battles in terms of what actually happens. It is all to do with the party vote, and the Greens knew that. That's why they went back in. They don't care about Greg O'Connor. The only reason they did the deal in the first place was to get rid of Dunn. When Dunn was gone, they had their bloke back in there, and it could cost Greg O'Connor that seat if it gets any closer.
Yeah, and that is also the Jacinda effect as well. You have to say the Jacinda flow is helping people like Greg O'Connor tonight.
Yeah.
It just flows through.
Well, actually, I've been watching a lot of Labor seats coming through. There's a whole swing back to Labor Party candidates right throughout the country. The Jacinda effect is certainly helping a whole lot of them out there. Yes. And I'll tell you someone who's actually getting a caning tonight that we haven't talked about is Shane Jones. He's doing absolutely useless up in Whangarei.
Because he wouldn't have done the work. Well, I mean, the thing, he's getting smashed, and we predicted this at the front, at the top of the program, because you know what you've got to do in this game? You have to go around, knock on doors, shake hands and say, here, I'm here to listen, do some hard work. Jonesy, straight on the television.
Annabelle Lee, that's his home turf. Why is he not resonating with people up there, do you think?
Well, he hasn't been home for a long time, to be fair. He's been overseas on his ambassadorial role. So I don't, although, you know, obviously has a huge profile and there's a lot of affection for him all around Northland in terms of marae. I don't know if he's someone who, despite his business chops, resonates strongly with perhaps the farming community, while he does use prose like up Strugglers Gully and all those types of New Zealand colloquialisms.
Well, he's up Strugglers Gully himself at the moment because on about 7%, depending on the amount of wasted vote, he could actually miss out on Parliament altogether, Shane Jones. Yep. So, you know, he is in Strugglers Gully right now.
We've got to move on, guys. Up Strugglers Gully and the Waka ain't got a paddle, Shane. You might be in a bit of trouble there. Coming up on the program, we'll send Paddy across to the coalition build a wall, because this is interesting. National's solid with 57 seats. The story of the night so far for them, though, is that they ain't got many mates to go along beside them. There's only one mate, and sometimes he doesn't turn up to the party. That's Winston Peters. So we'll do that, and then we'll go and see Jeanette Fitzsimons, the former Green Party co-leader, and the Old Tuskers Alley, I think we'll call this, Richard Prebble and Dover Samuels. They once went toe-to-toe in Parliament. They're coming on the program next.
Welcome back. Well, looking at the party vote, National is consistently about 10% ahead. We've got 31% of the vote return, and that gap hasn't closed up since we started.
No, it hasn't. It's been really significant. It was like this last election as well. National got into this pole position and they stayed there. And if National end the night on something like 46.4 and Labor ends up on 35.9, you would have to say that they're in some kind of pole position to put some kind of government together. The problem, and we'll talk about this very shortly, the problem is National, they put the invite out for the party and their friends not only didn't turn up, they got run over on the way and they are dying on the way to the party. National are losing their friends on this election night. It's the story of the night so far.
Absolutely. So good point. Let's go to Paddy. Paddy, show us what it would look like.
Yeah, well, here we go. And if we look at the advanced vote first, in 2014, 770,579 votes came in. But this time around, 1,240,740,000 votes came in. Now, look, this is interesting because let's check out what happened at the last election, because you can see that the advanced vote when it was in pretty much matched up with the final count. National came in at 47.8, got 47. Labor came in at 24.5, went to 25.1, and so on and so forth. So going by the last election, we can actually have a pretty good look now at what's happening. So if we turn now to the party vote right now as we speak, National topping out. That is huge. That is probably about the maximum they thought they would get, 46.4%. They are dragging in every vote they've got at that point. Labor at 35.9%, a bit less than what they expected. New Zealand First have done well too, 7.1%, and the Greens have done pretty well as well, considering people thought they might be out of Parliament on 6.2. Quick note on the Opportunities Party, still polling pretty well. Now, I want to take these numbers and put them into the coalition builder where it counts. So if we have a look at what happens with those numbers when they go through, National 57, 58 seats, Labour 44, getting to that 61. 58 doesn't quite get them there. And remember, I just want to add in ACT New Zealand onto this because that's the only friend that National has got. They still can't get there. So they get the maximum result and they can't govern tonight. Now, looking at Labour, if we add in the Greens onto their 44, we will see them come up to 53, nowhere near National's 59 and not able to govern. So it would need ACT to go because Winston Peters won't work with them, as we know, and for him to join National to push them across the line. He is in a kingmaker position, even though they are so high in the polls right now. And if he wasn't there, if we took him off and we added him in to Labour and the Greens, he could actually still make them govern. Very interesting scenario here. National maxing out its vote, Winston Peters doing well and still able to put Labour and the Greens across the line.
All right, Paddy, we'll leave you there. We'll come back to you very shortly. I want to quickly just get your take on this, Linda Clark and Trish Herson. To me, the story of the night so far, and I said this just before, is that National have turned out their voters so far. Quite a brilliant number for Bill English. It is more than twice what he got last time when he stood as the National Party leader at 20.93. The problem is, and they've never understood MMP, I reckon, the National Party, they have almost got there tonight alone, but their mates have been nailed. They should be able to form a government and they have not got their mates with them because they've been nailed. Linda Clark.
Well, they have, on these numbers, had a terrific campaign because 46% of the vote is only 1% behind last time's vote, which was historically huge. And we're talking about a fourth term. So this is hard stuff. But you're exactly right. National have had it somewhat easy in the coalition stakes up to date because they have had very conveniently Māori Party on one side, ACT on the other. They really only needed 1 or 2 votes anytime they went to the House for a vote. The Māori Party had looked like being wiped out at this election. They have Māori voters who are coming home to Labour, if you like, in this election, which is good news for Labour because it takes that coalition partner out for the Nats. But who else have they got? And we said right at the outset this was going to be Winston Peters' night. I still think that's where this sits because New Zealand, because National's got nowhere else to go.
But does National have the right to form a government morally and also legally at 58 seats ahead of Labour and the Green Bloc, who had 53, I think it was, that Paddy showed us? Do they have a moral right now because they're so high up there?
Yeah, the Bloc's numbers at the moment are 57 for the Nats, and if you put Labour and the Greens together, you've got 53. There is no convention, as there was some speculation about during the last week.
Correct.
There is no convention, there's no law that says under MMP you've got to go and have a conversation with the highest polling party. What has happened previously on election nights or after election nights with Winston Peters is he's really run 2 phones.
Yes.
So, you know, he's got...
But he's played that trick before too.
The red
He
phone.
has.
I've got the blue phone.
Yep.
And that's exactly where he wanted to be. That is where he is at the moment, unless things change. He's got options on both sides and he can run parallel negotiations and whoever does the best deal comes out on top.
Can I just put some perspective around this number too that we're looking at for National? Trish, and I'll bring you in. At 46 point, whatever they're at, I think it's 46.4 is where they're at on the party vote. I want to go back to John Key when he first came to office. Do you know what it was? I think, and we'll get this checked, I think Key came to power at 45%. So 9 years later, going for the 4th term, an historic 4th term for these guys, Bill English has taken the party tonight so far with 34% returned, above where John Key took it on his arrival to power in 2008.
Well, and isn't that the remarkable thing? We have lost John Key. So this is what everyone was saying heading into tonight, right? That where National were going to struggle to hold on to that sort of soft, squishy rump that could have gone off to, you know, I call them the bi-curious voter on the National rump.
Oh, well, I'm sitting too close to you.
that they might have gone off to Labour. They haven't. They have stuck fast to National, even though what was holding a lot of them there was their love of John Key. Now they're there because I think Bill English. This is a race. This is the campaign. I think it's like the tortoise and the hare, right? You had Jacinda, she was the hair, raced out of the blocks, all show and go, you know. Bill, he literally had to grind away for weeks, getting no coverage, no airtime. He just really had to put in the hard yards. And that's how I think this election might be summed up at the end of the night.
And just before we move on, Duncan, that figure for you, 44.93% in 2008.
Yeah,
so there you have
just
it.
short of 45%. So National got 44.93, and they're ahead of that tonight. It is quite remarkable. I mean, you follow the stuff so closely, Linda.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think you're exactly right. The Nats, what Trish was saying this earlier too, National has never really understood MMP because it should by now have worked out and tried to engineer another coalition partner for itself. And I think we can talk about this later, but I think that's what's going to happen. But Labor doesn't understand MMP either, because I'm looking at Epsom, right? Epsom is the gateway for the only coalition partner that National wants to be with.
Correct.
That's David Seymour. He's sitting on 4,992 votes at the moment. Labor and National electorate votes together top him by 1,000. So if Labor had sent out a letter to all of their potential voters in that electorate, said vote for National in this electorate, do this strategic thing, they could have taken him out.
Both parties got greedy because they saw the big prizes and big lights, because everybody kept saying this is an election for the two big parties, so they all started to see the baubles of office.
But they could have taken him out and National would have been in a much more vulnerable position.
But that's the other story of the Greens not understanding MMP, because they should be sitting where Winston Peters is now.
I've got to get to Richard Prebble now, the former Labor Party minister and the former ACT leader, Richard Prebble. He's been quite vocal during this campaign too, calling out Jacinda Ardern, saying to people she's not ready. Richard, good to have you on the program. What's your take on the numbers so far?
Oh, I'm quite liking them. Bill English is clearly the big winner of the night. I'm pleased that the ACT Party candidate, David Seymour, is going to win Epsom. And the team around here are still waiting, because they point out to me that last election the ACT Party started the lowest of any of the parties and gradually went up all night. So they're hoping that might happen. I don't know enough to know, but you're talking to me about conventions. There's a convention called democracy. The idea that the losers can get together and be the government that have no moral authority at all, and they can just forget it. The best thing that Jacinda Ardern could do tonight is concede diplomatically.
Yes, pull out maybe the second speech.
Yeah, pull out now.
OK, well, no, there's still time to go.
Rather than try to steal the election.
OK, well, hang on a second, Richard, because there's still plenty of time to go, and things can change. Who knows? I mean, there hasn't been much change over the last hour with 36%.
And they might. But we've had enough in now that I don't think the change will be more than a couple of seats either way. But it's interesting to note that under MMP, as one of your commentators is pointing out, just a few split votes, and Bill English would have been had an absolute majority. He is going to regret losing the Murray seats.
Yeah, I agree. That's the story of the night so far. Richard, though, your former party, the ACT Party, I mean, you're irrelevant, aren't you, largely, because you've got one seat there. You haven't grown your vote. You keep talking about getting 3 and 4%, not you in particular, but David Seymour. The fact is, you're there because the National Party has a cup of tea with you every now and then, and the voters understand it.
Well, you can keep saying that, as the media keeps saying it, but the ACT Party's record in Epsom is excellent. And the people of Epsom and David Seymour seem to get on very well.
OK, Richard, hey, we will leave it there. I appreciate your time on the program. We'll head very shortly to Dover Samuels and, of course, Jeanette Fitzsimons, the former Green Party co-leader. So much going on. The National Party firmly in control at this stage. We're not seeing much movement. It's an interesting night, isn't it? Could National be on track for an historic fourth term in government? Decision 17. Stay with us. Coming up, so much more. OK, welcome back to Decision 17. Good to have your company tonight. We're heading to church a bit early. We're not going to wait till Sunday. We're going to do that right now. And we're heading to where the Greens are with Isabel Ewing. Isabel?
Hi, Duncan. Yes, I'm here with Jeanette Fitzsimons, the first female co-leader of the Green Party, all the way from a beautiful little valley near Thames in the Coromandel. Jeanette, how are you tonight?
I'm enjoying the great positive buzz there is around the room in Auckland. Everybody's very upbeat.
Because things were looking not too good there for a while for the Green Party, and how do you think there's been a little bit of concern that perhaps they wouldn't make that 5%?
I was never concerned that we wouldn't make 5%. I was always quite confident that we would, but some people weren't, and they're feeling better now. I think what that proves is that even when you're actually at the bottom of the barrel, we're still well above 5%, so that risk isn't there anymore. But what I'm most excited about tonight is that the Green Party set the agenda for this election. It is our issues that were being talked about. We've been talking about clean water and swimmable rivers for what, 10 years, 15 years? And now suddenly everyone's talking about it. Everyone's got to have policy on it. We've been trying to get poverty, and particularly child poverty, on the political agenda for years, and this year we have. Materia had to sacrifice herself to do it, but now everyone has to have an answer on child poverty, and even climate change is being talked about a lot more than it used to. I think that's a huge contribution we've made, and I think that will pay off in the future as we rebuild from the vote that we've got this time.
And on Materia today, she is in Dunedin at her home watching tonight. You talk about a sacrifice that she made. Do you think that sacrifice was worthwhile? I mean, what do you think of what happened there with Materia today?
Well, you'd have to ask Materia that. I'm sad to lose her. She did it out of a very principled position, and it got attacked by some sections of society, but it also was loved by many sections of society. There's a big fan club out there now for Materia.
Absolutely, there seems to be, certainly. I mean, she's still a stalwart of the party, and I think people will always remember what she did for the party. Thank you very much, Jeanette Fitzsimons. I will let you get back to it.
All right, thanks so much, Isabel. I want to call Jeanette Fitzsimons out just for a second here, because she said that the Greens set the agenda this election campaign. I think they stuffed up their own agenda with the whole miscalculation around Materia today. Are we talking climate change, or were we talking benefit fraud?
Well, and here's the thing. I mean, the Greens aren't my natural political home, right? But
no kidding.
Understatement. But here's the thing. This should have been their election. Never before have their core policies on climate change been more relevant. And as I said, they have never learned how to really run MMP smart. They should be a pragmatic party that sits in the middle, pushes either Labor or National to do better on climate change. There's been nothing on climate change this election. And, you know, Jeanette said that everyone's been talking about their issues. No, they haven't. They've been talking about what happened with Materia, how poorly handled it was, and would the Greens survive?
So do you think that's a party that's struggling with its identity, because they have a group of people in there who seem to be more interested in the social justice issues versus climate and environment, which are the founding principles of that party? Well,
I think there are two issues. One is, and Linda knows this better than I do, there's a structural issue which means that they can't get away from being beholden to that really hard left. And then the second issue is that they've never educated that half of the party in terms of how we need to be smarter and more pragmatic. So they are held hostage by that hard left bloc. They are the ones who came out and supported Materia, and they're the ones that have probably cost the Greens, you know, their position this election.
I think after this election there's going to be a lot of soul searching in a number of parties, and the Greens are first and foremost on that list. If we remember, at the moment in the Parliament that's just gone, the Greens had 11 MPs, so they are coming. Their caucus is going to be a lot smaller, and they've really only got themselves to blame for that. And they've got Jacinda to blame for that, because if Labor hadn't changed leaders, I mean, if we were sitting here tonight covering an election where Labor was led by Andrew Little, my belief, the Greens would have been the second highest ranking party.
And this would have been the shortest program ever. We'd probably be home by now.
But they would have soaked up a whole lot of that Labor vote.
Yes.
And so the Greens went into this campaign with very high expectations, and they've come out of it just getting through.
They've survived, and James Shaw, to his credit's got them there.
OK, we'll leave it there for the moment, and I think we've got Lloyd Burr up in Northland with, speaking of people who have switched teams, Dover Samuels.
Kia ora, good evening, guys. Yeah, I'm just looking at the Northland vote coming in.
Yeah, it's very tight.
And the vote's not actually looking good for Winston Peters. There's about 130 votes in it. He's losing to Matt King. So the king of the North might not be Winston Peters. It might, in fact, be Matt King. Dover Samuels, former Labor Party MP, former minister. What do you make of this? Can Winston pull it off here in Northland?
Well, I think Winston can pull it off, but kia ora, Duncan. This is the hellhole of New Zealand. You know all about it. You've been here before. Memories are made of this. It's good to see her. But anyway, yeah, absolutely. We're confident in Winston because if he doesn't pull it off, then we've got big problems in Northland. And, our mate Shane has tried. I mean, he's been asked to climb Mount Everest. And he's done a bloody good job. But
he's coming third in Whangarei, Shane Jones. I don't think there's any hope really there for him at all.
Well, if there's no hope, then, Whangarei is dependent upon the Northland region. Northland is dependent on Whangarei. We need a bloody railway line to the Marsden Point. We need a lot of investment in infrastructure. We were told that last 3 years ago that we're going to get 10 bridges. I don't think we've had one so far. So I think the people of Northland has got to wake up to what is actually happening and give Winston the opportunity to deliver on his promises. I'll certainly hold him accountable to it.
And based on the party vote that New Zealand First has got at the moment, Shane Jones will make it into Parliament.
Yeah, but it's not just a party vote. It's the confidence in the mandate of the people of Northland to give to Winston and to Shane. I mean, you can't say if you're a voter in Whangarei, well, Shane is going to get in anyway, blah, 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 and then ask him to deliver. I mean, come on. I mean, even the Treaty of Waitangi doesn't confer that rights upon anybody.
Just one last question. Are you a Labour man or still a Labour man, or are you a New Zealand First man?
Well, I'm a life member of the Labour Party. And I'm going to say to you that I'm very supportive of Kelvin Davis. He's done a bloody good job. He's not a mana muncher. And, I think he's got a long way to go. But I hope that they can work together. Now, the kingmaker, queenmaker, well, I think Winston doesn't like those terminologies. And I think Duncan would understand what I mean.
Yeah, I think Kelvin Davis has munched the Mana Party in that electorate, hasn't he, tonight?
I mean, he's a hard worker. He works silently among his people. He doesn't swear at and bloody will curse the hell out of bloody people around the place. I mean, it reminds me of Titawhai and I on the marae at Waitangi.
Wonderful. Hey, thank you very much, Dover Samuels. I really appreciate your time. Go and get yourself some oysters. Saw you tucking them before. Awesome. That's it from us.
OK, that's good. What we'll do, I want to just call one of my interpreters to work out what's going on, and Linda and Lisa.
Exactly.
I'm super interested in them. That Northland seat, obviously. Yeah, that was a lot to take in, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But that
Not least
Northland
the hat.
seat, Matt King is, as mentioned there, he is snuck ahead of Winston, 130 odd votes ahead. Was and is Winston Peters the protest MP. That's it. He's had his moment. They're all running back to the mothership because they know.
One. Duncan, you'll back me up. I mean, only a fool would say that Winston's had his moment. I mean, this is a guy who has been out, been knocked down, got back up. I mean, he is just... I mean, I don't want to say he's the comeback kid because A, he's not a kid and he's not coming back. He's never really gone away. I mean, he's just phenomenal. I'm going to be, OK, knock me down now. I'm going to be the only person I know you have on the program tonight who says this, but I actually want him there. I want New Zealand First in the Parliament. I know that the big parties don't like working with him and everybody's worried about him and he's a kind of bogeyman and so forth, but, he represents older New Zealanders and none of the other parties make older New Zealanders a particular reference point.
Yep.
And we've got a lot of them, right?
And there's also a reason. But there's a reason Peters is in trouble in Northland is because it wasn't. He won it in a by-election, and it was a protest vote against a party, the National Party, who treated Northland with disrespect. They didn't do anything. I spent a lot of time in Northland. The economy is stuffed, and National did nothing for it. OK, so they wanted to give National a punch in the face. They did that, and now they're going to go back.
Well, the reason I thought, and I said this at the beginning, and I may be proved wrong, but I thought that Winston would hold Northland, and the reason I thought that is because if you live in Northland, why would you vote for anyone else? One of the things that Winston's going to do, and it didn't matter whether it was with Labour or National, he's going to get a port, he's going to get a railway, he's probably going to get you gold taps. He is going to get everything for the people in that electorate. Why wouldn't you vote for it?
All right, well, I think we'll need to leave it there because there's a bit of movement, I understand, at the leaders' places possibly. Let's go first to Jacinda Ardern's house in Point Chev in her electorate of Mount Albert. What's happening there, Sam Hayes?
Hi Lisa, well we saw the vehicle turn up probably about 15-20 minutes or so ago. There was a bit of movement then, a bit of action, and we all got excited, but then nothing has happened since. We're waiting, everyone's just watching and waiting. There are a few Hardy supporters out here, some kids running around actually in shorts, would you believe it? It is a little bit chilly, and we've had a few people driving past tooting and yelling their support for Jacinda Ardern, but we've heard nothing from the woman herself except when her partner Clark Gayford was handing out sausages out out here, and we heard her from over the fence shouting, "Bring back the tea sauce." So she's probably inside now looking at those numbers. She'll be happy with her Mount Albert electorate because she's got that in the bag, but she's potentially looking at those 3 speeches that her partner Clark told us she's written. She's trying to figure out which one she is going to be reading out tonight. We've just heard about 2 minutes ago, not yet is the word, not yet. She's not leaving just yet, but as soon as she does, we'll be back with you.
OK, thanks, Sam. I think there could be a bit of movement at Bill English's hotel. Diana Visic, what's going on there?
Cool. Yeah, some movement, but not quite just yet. We have seen a police car that's sort of circled here past the lobby. This Crown car that you may be able to see behind me, that's been here for a couple of hours now. Now, that will be transporting Mr. and Mrs. English to Sky City, where the national function is taking place. That's about a 5-minute drive away. They did think that they would be leaving around 9ish, but clearly they're watching these numbers with interest. Over to my right here, this van will be taking the English children to Sky City. We understand clearly they can't fit in the Crown car as there's 6 of them. But of course, as soon as we have any movement from the Pullman Hotel here, we'll let you guys know immediately.
Thanks, Diana. Yep, a people mover for the English family.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Why doesn't Jacinta help out here? That silver van, the silver van with the curtains and the dark windows.
Get that around to Bill's.
We need to get the camera back on there and open the door and see what's in there. Well, maybe we don't. On the party vote numbers we've got right now, I'm sorry, I've got Labour, Greens and New Zealand First 61. I've also got the National Party with its mates at past 61 as well. We better do something with Paddy Gow very shortly, and also Jerry Brownlee. What we've all been waiting for, Jerry Brownlee is standing by as well. You're with Decision 17. We'll be back in a tick.
Welcome back. Well, the numbers are starting to look really crunchy here. We've got the Nats. What are they up to now? 46.7%.
See, what they've done there, Lisa, I'll just jump in there. They have now gone to 59 seats. They're actually going up. In the last 20 minutes, Nationals actually just increased the vote.
Yeah, so they're around about 10% ahead and they're pulling away, which seems to be a perfect time to go to Paddy. What would it look like, Paddy?
Yes, well, let's have a look at these numbers. Now, the Greens, they're on 5.9%, but it's important to note, actually, that Labour are falling back as well, now to 35.5%. That is really low in terms of the expectations of where they would go. National and just increasing a little bit, but it's the fall of Labour that we should actually be looking at, 46.7%. This is an astounding result with this amount of the vote counted for Bill English. He really has got up again. Winston Peters has come in stronger too on 7.3%. And I do have to mention 2% there for the top party. But let's take these numbers and put them into the coalition builder, because that's where we'll see how the government can get formed. Look at that. Incredible. Bill English and the National Party, 59, almost there to the 61 seats. With ACT, they'd nearly get there. Labour would only have 44. So let's try and form a government here. So leave ACT out of the picture, but put Winston Peters in there. He would be needed to get Bill English across the line. So there would still be a negotiated government, but look at the moral authority. This is crucial right now. The moral authority to form a government would so clearly be with Bill English. So we can look now at Jacinda Ardern. So if you take Winston Peters away and you bring New Zealand First in with Labour, you will see they get to 53 seats, still behind. Then you bring in the Greens and you see what you can get there. And look, they can't actually do it on these numbers. So it really necessarily have to be a national government on this. This election so far looks like it's Nationals to lose.
Oh, you can.
OK, thank you, Paddy, for that. So 59 seats, that fascinates me, because it could be business as usual on Monday. This is how it could look, because if the Māori Party had 2 seats, and the ACT Party have obviously got theirs, 59 plus 2 plus 1 is actually 62. So if the Māori Party hold a seat, 1 seat on those numbers, and if the ACT Party are home, and they are home, that's 61. And Bill English has floated this idea in the past few days that it could be business as usual on Monday, and under the scenario that Paddy Gower just painted, it is business as usual on Monday, if that scenario stays.
The interesting thing about that is when you do the numbers for the Greens, New Zealand First and Labour, they simply cannot get there. Will the Greens be sitting there kicking themselves for saying that they could only go with the red team.
The Greens have been in Parliament for an awful long time and they haven't had a single day in government. They haven't had a single ounce of power in this country. If they want power, there's one way they could get it sooner than they think. If James Shaw, not necessarily tonight but tomorrow, was to ring Bill English and talk to him about the possibility of a national Green government or a role for the Greens in a national government, he may be pleasantly surprised. He may, if he plays his cards right, find himself climate change minister by the middle of this week, if he wished to do that.
Morgan Godfrey, how realistic is that?
The unfortunate thing is that the membership would then immediately remove him if the Greens went with the National Party.
So they don't care about climate change, do they?
Well,
That's the truth
they've dominated the conversation anyway without having to be in government. You know, Jacinda Ardern is describing climate change as our generation's nuclear-free moment, which is something which would not have happened without years of advocacy from the Greens. So you don't necessarily have to be sitting at the cabinet table, but even if James Shaw was that way inclined, he simply couldn't do it because the membership would not allow it.
OK, Morgan, we're going to cut you off there. I'm going to go down to Jerry Brownlee, Senior National Party Minister and, of course, the MP for Ilam. Jerry Brownlee. Jerry, good to have you on the program. What do you make of these numbers? Pretty solid numbers for you tonight.
I think we're pretty pleased with the way things are going. And I suppose it sort of will surprise some people, but in the end, you know, voters make choices based on policy, I think, rather than vagaries.
What do you make of these numbers, Jerry? Because you've got 59 seats on the numbers that are coming through from the Electoral Commission right now. So at 59, could it be business as usual on Monday? You might not even need coalition talks here. You have ACT, you throw one or two Māori Party MPs in there, and you've got the basis of the government again, the same government that you've just had.
Well, look, there's still a number of hours to go until there's a clearer picture, and I certainly wouldn't want to preempt any position that we might be taking later in the evening. I think you know, you just got to see where the cards lie, and as the results come in, it is encouraging that the party vote for National is holding up at the levels it is.
OK, look at the other side then. Look at Labour, look at the Greens and look at New Zealand First. You put them all together and they're just shy. They can't form a government. You're in the box seat, aren't you?
Well, look, as I say, I think it's, you wouldn't want to be going speculating too much at this stage. There's a bit of time to go in the evening, and I still remember 2005 where things looked like National might get up, and then there was a bit of a surge. So the only thing I'd say is that I think the results we're seeing so far are largely influenced by the early voting, and generally that trend does hold up. But, you know, we'll just wait a bit of time yet, I think.
Have you got much of a relationship with Winston Peters these days? Not just you, but you know, the National Party. How do you get on with Winston? What does he want, do you think? What would you offer him, Jerry?
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, I haven't got the greatest earpiece here, so...
I can ask it again, Jerry.
Question, but I'll push it in hard so I can hear you. Who's asking that?
That's me, Jerry Duncan, your old friend. And what I'm asking you, Jerry, is this: have you got much of a relationship? Have you got much of a relationship with Winston?
Oh, look, for me to speculate about what Mr Peters might decide is in the best interest of the people who have sent his team back to Parliament is just, I think, a bit too presumptuous. But as you know, he's a very, very long-standing politician who does have a great concern and care for New Zealand. No question about that. We might disagree on some policy areas, but we can't doubt the guy's commitment over such a long period of time.
OK, we'll leave it there, Jerry. The only guy that was hard of hearing was me. I could hardly hear what you said there. I appreciate your time, Jerry, and also you're doing well, of course, in your Ilam seat, so we might come back to you later on. The thing is, Jerry, we might not as well, so we appreciate your time.
Duncan, you mentioned the business... Oh, I think we've got Gareth Morgan here. Let's go down to top headquarters.
Man hugging a speech.
Yep. The Eagle has landed.
Team, and I hope you're all enjoying the gig anyway. Hey, firstly, the good news. You know, we've only been going 10 months, guys, and we have got a quarter of Labor's membership already. We've got a massive team of volunteers, some brilliant candidates, and you know the most important thing to me? We have awakened the young people. And And by the way, most of their votes haven't come in yet. They're specials because they're all at the unis and everything outside of their electorate. So I'm ever hopeful. You've got to be hopeful. This party was built on best practice, peer-reviewed, evidence-based policy without any political filter, no sector interest in it at all. What we're trying to do here is promote New Zealanders' well-being, whether it's economic, whether it's environmental, or whether it's social. And in doing so, the policy set is very challenging. I'm well aware of that. And it rubs the top off a few sores or, destroys a few sacred cows. Think of it that way. The biggest target we've got here is to try and make the tax system fair and to stop PAYE earners having to pay so much of this tax bill because property guys pay nothing. And when I say peer review, this is not my idea, right? This actually came from the previous 2 tax working groups, that we have got a whole chunk effectively of income out there that is not being taxed. And so many of us are investing our savings in that asset that is delivering income that is not being taxed. Now, the problem here is, when I talk to my generation about we have to shut this, and we have to, give tax cuts for the income, for the people on the PAYE, they go, very good in theory, but, this is how I've made my money. And so we are hard up against changing the paradigm. They hate us in their hearts, but I'm trying to appeal to their humanity, that they have to care about all New Zealanders, that all boats must rise. You do not get prosperity sustained except on a foundation of fairness. So anyway, in terms of convincing the rest of New Zealand on that so far, we haven't done, we've got a lot of educational work to do here. You people are first adopters. You need to be really proud of the fact that you actually are intelligent enough to put your to understand it, put your vested interest aside and try and, make sure all New Zealanders are sharing in our prosperity. Because this has been going on since 1990, this rise in inequality. Labour and National have both presided over governments that are perpetuating this difference between the haves and the have-nots. And quite frankly, for me as a New Zealander, it is disgusting. And I feel that against both governments. So that's the first one. But the second one, of course, is environmental. The environment is a really, really important part. My dream is that we get to a generation that leaves the environment in a better condition than it found it. Right? So, I'm just looking at the numbers on the board, and I know it's early days yet, but I notice that the Green Party is above 5% at the moment. So we're going to lay down a challenge to the Green Party. I want them to do what we would have done if we had been above 5 and say to National, who are going to be the government, it's very obvious, we will work with you. We need to work on the environment no matter who the government is. So the question I'm asking the Green Party is, are you actually green? Because from where I stand, you're only green part-time. And that's not good enough for New Zealand. Okay, so 2%, 2 point something, I can't quite see it. And it'll go up a bit more with these special votes because that's young people. I mean, the great thing for me, the last few days walking around Wellington has been, I see a young person and they come bounding up to me and they go, I voted top. They're so happy,
amazing.
Right, there was Gareth Morgan laying down the gauntlet to the Greens there, saying that he would like them, he wants them to go with National, work with National. It doesn't even have to be in a formal inside government type of arrangement, does it, Duncan? They could be sitting on the outside, confidence is supply.
You know, I feel really strongly about this. I feel really strongly about this. And the Greens, I'm going to say it now, they are traditional, old, left-wing idealists / hippies that will not deal with the National Party because of where they've come from and who they are. They need to get with 2017, get with the modern agenda and get some gains. Matthew was right. They've been in Parliament for 20-odd years and they've gained absolutely nothing. They could tonight put National into government. James Shaw could be the Climate Change Minister and they could start getting wins. But you know why they won't do it? Because their party and their membership doesn't want it. They'd rather be losing on the other side and be left.
We've got pictures here of David Seymour walking down where he was waiting for his count to give him another MP.
David, hello. Are you accepting that you've won Epsom?
Yes, it looks like that's the result in Epsom. Would like to have done better for ACT, but nevertheless, this is the beginning of another 3 years for the ACT Party in Parliament, and lots more to come.
You wanted to get your party vote up to 30,000 votes. You didn't get that. It's about 0.5%. Are you disappointed in that?
Oh, very. Look, Beth Holbrook here would be a better MP than 90% of them in there on her first day. But look, we've got to accept the result, and so we just keep working for another 3 years as the MP for Epsom as the leader of the ACT Party.
It's going to be a bit lonely for you?
Oh, no, look, when you know what you believe, you can never be lonely.
Okay, David, please.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you.
This is a pathetic result for the ACT Party. They were always going to win that. The surprising thing to me is how low they are now in the party vote. 0.5%. Do you know what? Gareth Morgan, who's an economist that wears a T-shirt to a party, Gareth Morgan got 4 times the vote that David Seymour got, who was in Parliament with all the funding and set up the charter schools.
This is the party of personal responsibility.
And the problem with ACT is they absolutely lack ambition.
Giving up your time and your money for the ideals of the ACT Party. I want to thank my neighbours in the Epsom electorate who have sent me again to Wellington to represent them. It's a great honour, and my door will be open at 27 Gillies Ave at 9 a.m. on Monday morning, 522 7464. There are so many people that I need to thank for this campaign. Just by the numbers, it has been a phenomenon. I want to mention our 41 candidates up and down this country who've been out there putting ACT's message forward to our candidates. Thank you. I want to thank all of those people who delivered 580,000 direct mail letters with addresses to the letterbox. To all of those people that got out there and did that, thank you very much indeed. I want to thank...
There's David Seymour talking things up there, saying he's happy to be back into Parliament and arrive back at work next week and all the rest of it. But he said categorically he's going to get 5 MPs.
You know what? Not even every charter school teacher voted for the ACT Party tonight. 0.5. I mean, the only reason he is there tonight is because the National Party shook his hand. It's as simple as that.
Is he irrelevant, Matthew?
He has no negotiating power, especially if the Greens refuse to deal with National, because there are 3 possible outcomes, really, from the numbers we're seeing at the moment, and they might change. We could have a National ACT government, we could have a National New Zealand First government, or we could have a National Green government. And it is entirely up to James Shaw which of those 3 will happen. And as you said, Duncan, I think if you talk to most National Party people, they would agree with you.
No, it's actually better than that.
They would prefer a National Green government.
If you talk to James Shaw, in a moment of honesty, away from the ideologues, the idealists in the Green Party, James Shaw would do a deal with the National Party. He needs to start to own his own party.
Look, if we had a National Green government, It's something which I think the New Zealand people would prefer over a national New Zealand First government. We would have sound economic policy, sound foreign policy, and for the first time, sound environmental policy. It would be the end of the roading lobbies hold over the National Party, for example.
OK, we have got the former Labour Party leader, who has now left Parliament, of course, David Cunliffe, with us. David, good evening to you.
Quite a lot of background.
David, have we got you there? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Good to have you on the program. Look at that. They saw you, they voted for you, they're cheering for you, and then the buggers, they got rid of you, didn't they, anyway? How are you feeling tonight? I wonder if Labour's fallen short again. David, you give me your take.
Well, as someone said earlier this evening, if you'd asked Labour 2 months ago what they thought of 36 or 37%, possibly 38, they would be delighted. So I think Labour will be delighted with this result. They would have liked more perhaps, but they're going to have a big caucus. They're going to be taking it to the government in this term of Parliament. And they've come a long way under Jacinda Ardern's leadership. So that's a great result.
OK, it might be a great result, and you follow these numbers really closely. You've been a leader, you've been the Labour Party leader. On those numbers, David, do you accept that Labour can't put a government together?
Well, that's a matter for the coalition negotiations. It's quite clear on the numbers so far, with about 50% counted, that New Zealand First is likely to have the ability to form a government with either side. If you put Labour and the Greens together, it's not too far off where National currently sits. I think the other factor to be considered is what happens with special votes. I've heard a lot of commentary that there have been a lot of people signing up as they appeared at the booth. Those will go into special votes, a lot of them are young people, and I think that will cut towards the left rather than the right. My guess is we'll probably see the final margin 1% or 2 closer than currently, and of course Mr Peters could form a government with either side.
David Cunliffe, you've been in this position yourself where you've been sitting back there looking at these numbers not going the way that you want them to do. If this is the final count, do you think Jacinda Ardern is secure in her leadership?
Well, that's a matter for her much larger caucus, but I would say this.
I'm asking you what you think. What do you reckon?
Oh, I think so, absolutely. I think she's campaigned extremely well, and she's proved herself to be a very able leader, and she's, let's say, got a much better result than I got in 2014. Good on her.
All right, I think Matthew Hooton has got a question for you there, Mr Cunliffe. Matthew?
Look, David, when you rolled David Shearer as leader of the Labour Party, he was polling in most of the polls at about 35%. And that looks to be roughly what Jacinda Ardern is getting on these notes. So what was it about David Shearer that you felt when he was scoring 35 that he was not up to the job of being leader of the Labour Party?
Oh, well, that wasn't my decision. In fact, I didn't know that David Shearer was going to step down. The day it happened, I was at Fisheries House.
Oh, come on.
About aquaculture.
You're not in Parliament now. You can tell the truth now.
And Matthew, I am actually. I didn't know he was stepping down. I think I was probably the last person to know. And, well, you know, Matthew, that's absolutely the truth.
OK.
And,
hey, David, what we'll do, I'll jump in here.
Well.
I'll jump in here. I respect you coming on tonight, and I do appreciate it. We'll deal to Matthew Hooton a bit later, and his personal little battles he can take outside with you a little bit later. OK, David? Have a good night. We appreciate your time on the programme, and I hope things are going well for you. Hooton, you're on your first warning. So we have a warning system. So I think that.
But it is important to note that for all, Jacinda Ardern has done a fantastic job from where Labour was to where it is today, but she has not done any better than David Shearer did all those years ago.
I want to bring in Morgan Godfrey, and Morgan, we've talked about these Greens, OK, and we will build the coalition very shortly for you, so if you're at home wondering how does all this work, Paddy will be back very shortly and build the coalition. The Greens. Now, you know the left, you work amongst the left. Why won't the Greens support a national government?
Well, if you're a left-wing...
we haven't got all night.
If you're a left-wing party, why would you go into coalition with a right-wing party? What's the point other than if you wanted to alienate your base? Because that is what would happen. And the chances of them winning a new base in the centre or whether it's on the right are pretty unlikely.
But hang on, but that's yesterday's argument, isn't it? I mean, do we still have these left-right titles?
Yes, I think probably Morgan's got something there because, hello, we're looking at the Māori Party staring down the, staring oblivion in the face here. We've got Tamati Coffee when we look at the numbers here. This is the all-important Waiariki, which would return overturn the Māori Party, Tamati Coffee is ahead. What are the Māori Party voters telling them about their relationship with National?
Well, the problem they always had, the Māori Party always had, is here was a party that came out of a protest movement, yet they're aspiring just to be bureaucrats. One of the main criticisms of Te Ururo Flavel over the last 3 years was that he was simply implementing the agenda of his officials. He didn't really have an idea of his own. His signature reform in Te Reo Māori and in Māori land law were two reforms that he had actually inherited from his predecessors. So I think his voters and Māori voters in general are saying we actually expected a lot better from the Māori Party.
Yeah, so there's 50% of the vote in that electorate. We know it's really important. It could save the Māori Party or it could be the end of the Māori Party, and Tamati Coffee is pulling away there with about 54% of the vote counted. His lead is now more than 700 votes.
See, this is interesting. This is fascinating. So 700 vote lead after more than 50% counted. This is potentially another leadership casualty of this election campaign. This
Two leadership casualties.
But, so what we've seen Andrew Little, and you know, we don't need to tell you the story on this on Materia today, and you've seen this. But tonight what you are seeing potentially is the breakup of this Māori Party, and you're seeing Te Ururo Flavel potentially out of Parliament, and he's been National's go-to guy. He's been the guy they can rely on. He's been safe, he's been sound, and he's about to get booted out by the looks of it if you go with these numbers.
And all the other, I should say, all the other Māori seats are showing red at the moment. The only other seat that might have been in contention was Te Tai Hauru, where Howie Tamati was expected to give Adrian Rurafi a run for his money. Adrian Rurafi is about 700 odd votes ahead.
This is interesting because what it means is it's not just one or two Māori MPs that have gone. The entire Māori Party could be annihilated, obliterated and gone in this election.
And if they are back, the Māori Party must establish greater independence or complete independence from the National Party. There is a place for the Māori Party, which is what it says its goal is to always be in government with National or Labour. But the problem is, after this National government has been in power for so long, it now is seen, not to the same extent as ACT, but the Māori Party is seen as sort of a branch of the National Party.
Is that why the Greens won't do business with?
Yeah, there is the danger. Well, yeah, like I said earlier, you know, if they went into government, they would be looking at a Māori Party type situation, whether it's after 3 years, 6 years or 9 years, where the Greens would be completely gone because their base would abandon them, like the Māori Party's base has abandoned them tonight.
Correct. If there's a National New Zealand First government or a National ACT government or a National Green government, under all those scenarios, I think the Māori Party is best to go into opposition.
Got to go to a break, but we'll be back after that break. Paddy will get up there next to the wall and show us what this coalition could look like as it stands.
OK, welcome back to Decision 17. Good to have you along. So much going on, and it's getting really interesting as well, and really tight for the National Party. When I say tight for the National Party, that is because, yes, they've done well, yes, they're doing well, and they're sitting at 58 seats. But their problem is their mates, and they don't have many. So Paddy Gower will look at this very shortly. But at 58, you need 3 more. And if the Māori Party are gone, David Seymour becomes irrelevant, and Winston Peters is the only option for the National Party to get into government. So Paddy will talk to us about that very, very shortly. There's also some interesting seats and some interesting results around the country as well. Paddy?
Yeah, well, let's have a look at some of those interesting seats that are out there. And Northland up north there, and this trend continues. Winston Peters getting belted. And as we've said, he's not the king up there anymore. Matt King is ahead of him, and that will hurt Winston Peters as well. The key reason for this is to do with Eugene Prime picking up a lot of votes. Actually, Tuki, it is all on here. Lawrence Yule, National, this is a real National seat actually. Lawrence Yule, though, is only just hanging on. He's only a little bit ahead of Anna Lork from the Labour Party. That's to do with the water crisis there. And in Hutt South, this is one hell of a race. My home beat. Chris Bishop is up. But boy, it's close. It is very close there. That may not be decided tonight on those kind of numbers. Let's look at the party vote now. National continue, 46.5, really starting to open out a decent lead over Labour. New Zealand First has come up a little bit since the last time we looked at this, and the Greens are strong. And the Opportunities Party keep on improving, 2.2%. That's ahead of where they were polling. The Māori Party, 1.1%. That does not matter because they don't look like they're getting an electorate seat. Let's chuck this into the coalition builder. National would have 58 seats, and you only need to get to 60 in this kind of parliament. Labour would have 45. Let's add an ACT, though. That would be National's only coalition partner under this. They only get to 59, so no good. Can't govern on that. Take ACT off, because this is what would have to happen for Bill English to become Prime Minister. He would have to negotiate with Winston Peters and add Winston Peters on. It would give him a healthy majority. But without the Māori Party, he has no other option. Let's have a look at the technical side of things for Jacinda Ardern and Labour. If we add Winston Peters on there as the third biggest party, if we add him on, they get to 54. And then if we bring the Greens into the mix, and we see that they can also govern. So Winston Peters would still be able to go away on this result tonight and hold both sides in negotiations, ask for the various things that he wants. Winston Peters would hold the balance of power, despite Bill English only being a couple of seats in the House, away from being able to form a government.
Yeah, and that is totally hotting up when you look at that. And there is an absence of one particular party there, which is the Māori Party. I think we've got Tamati Coffey, who's standing by in Waiariki, the seat that is currently held by Te Ururoa Flavel. Tamati, you're about, 800 votes ahead. How confident are you feeling? This is a tight race.
This is a really tight race, and I've been saying all along to every pundit and every commentator and every public hui that I've been to that it is going to be a close race, because the people out in the electorate have been telling me that, and I'm quietly surprised, but pleasantly surprised, that it's actually me out in front instead of Te Ururoa. But yeah, looking forward to the results finally coming in.
Any tinge of sadness? Because if you do win this seat, you could be the man responsible for killing off the Māori Party.
Yeah, I've heard that about 10 times tonight, and you know what? At the end of the day, the voters are deciding this. So it's not me that's doing this; it's actually the voters out here in the Waiariki that have decided. So I don't take a guilty conscience for that.
What do you think? There was a lot of controversy over Labour removing its Māori MPs from the list. Do you think that that has played in a role in turning people out for you and others tonight? You're a crowd favourite. You're a crowd favourite. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a home crowd, so I'm good with that. But has that helped? Yes, possibly. It was just our Māori MPs. There's a bit of confusion about that, because people thought that I wasn't on the list. But actually, I was happy to say, yep, I stayed on the list. Our Māori MPs moved off the list, so the rest of us could shuffle up. But maybe I might not lead the list after all.
All right, Tamati, thanks for joining us this evening. We'll be watching your seat very closely.
Can I just raise this question now? Because, and we've seen Paddy Ray do this during the coalition build. So if you have Labour and New Zealand First as a minority government, and then the Greens supporting them on the outside on confidence and supply. So Winston says, I can't do business with National. They've had 9 years.
They've just taken my seat.
They've just taken my seat, and I can't do business with them. I'm just sorry, I just can't do this anymore. My policies are more aligned to the centre and to the left. He'd never used the word left. If they get to 61, and then you could stand up and say, OK, and this is what I've done for you, New Zealand. I've stopped Labour bringing in a water tax, and I've kept the Greens away from power. They will support this government, but they have no ministers, they have no power, and I've kept them inoculated out there, but we've still got to change a government. John?
Well, yes, and that's going to be a tough sell, I think, if National is around 46. If National comes down and Labour gets up, and between Labour and the Greens, they're closer to, even Stevens with National, then in those circumstances, he could argue that all of the momentum is actually with the left. But National's vote is actually, it's quite interesting to me, throughout their entire party history, from leeching votes from the third term to trying to win a fourth, they on average lose about a tick over 1%, and they're performing to their historical average.
But they're on 46.5% of the party vote right now. Yep. It is a massive number. They have done brilliantly well tonight at 58. It's the coalition partners who let them down. So does Winston Peters, and I think he's going to be speaking very shortly as well, so stay with us, because Peters, we are standing by for Winston Peters. But no, we'll head there shortly. As soon as he starts speaking, we will be there. Don't worry about that. But does Peters have to stand up in a few minutes' time and say, I've heard you, New Zealand, I have heard you, and there is a moral obligation for me to now ring the National Party and to take their call first. I will try and put together a National Party coalition here with me. But if that doesn't work, there are still options. What does he say?
He will say that I will need time to reflect on the results and we will be waiting for the specials.
Right.
But the coalition logic suggests that the minimum winning coalition is of 2 parties rather than 3.
Yes.
So
John,
he has that very strong
sorry,
logic
just to interrupt you,
Here he
John, we're
comes.
seeing him moving up to the podium now, standing by for Winston Peters.
Ladies and gentlemen, in about 10 minutes' time, is it working now? Can you hear me now? At the very back, can you hear me? Right. About 10 minutes' time, the ferry's leaving, going back to Pahia, and that's why I'm forced to give this speech now without knowing all of the results. And I first of all start by thanking the candidates that stood for New Zealand First all around the country and all of their workers and everybody that went out there in the months that preceded this election to help a party called New Zealand First. I want to also thank my parliamentary staff who kept us in the zone in the most difficult environment, politically speaking, the most difficult environment I've seen since the advent of MMP 21 years ago. Can I thank all those voters who stayed rock solid out there for New Zealand First? We hope we could have done better, and we'll do better than those polls are showing right now as they trend upwards. But I want to thank them for staying loyal in a most difficult environment. And by that I mean we have had MMP for 21 years. But we had a first past the post campaign being conducted as though the system had never changed. I regret that, and so will a lot of New Zealanders. But you have to deal with the facts, and I'm glad that my party was realistic enough to understand that we would be invaluable in the environment and enough stayed in to keep us there. As things stand, I believe that we do have the balance of political responsibility, and we're not going to be hasty with that. We're not going to rush out and make decisions and make all sorts of statements. And in fact, I will not be giving any answers tonight or tomorrow until I've had a full chance to talk to the full board of New Zealand First, our supporters and organisation around the country, and our MPs. And despite all the provocations of this election, when I read that we were going to be doomed and goner, like in the Herald yesterday's media column saying it was the end of us, the marginalisation, Cinderellaisation, stigmatisation of New Zealand First went on, but we survived. And it means that the party that's the third longest surviving party since 1893 will go on. Now, there is some good news for New Zealanders in tonight's result, and that is this. This party is a realistic common sense party. We don't like extremism. We believe in laws and policies that support the mass majority of New Zealanders and not just a small elite who may have got control of the political system, and the financial funding of political parties shows that in this campaign. But we have been strong enough and honest enough with our supporters to make it home and to have not all the cards, but we do have the main cards. We're not going to squander that opportunity. The decision we'll make, and every one of my colleagues will know that, it's not going to be premature, but we'll make a decision in the interests of all New Zealand and New Zealand First. That is the whole country, not ourselves as a party, but in the national interest. And that'll take us some time. But, you know, the writs aren't in until the 12th of October, and nothing can change until that time. We'll have a decision well before that, so we invite you to be patient and not rush out and ask us who you're going to go with. If we hear that one more time, I think we'll be advocating a change of our political system. Just one thing, ladies and gentlemen, to have been in a most difficult campaign, as I say, and to see so many wonderful people around the country has been a real privilege. and it invites enormous act of responsibility from all of us. To all of my colleagues out there watching tonight, please don't circumvent or foreclose on the right of your party and your colleagues to collectively decide what we must do in the future. Don't make comments that will embarrass the party. Don't make comments that mean that the party's democratic processes aren't followed. That said, thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you for all your hard work. I have to tell you, I am delighted to see so many members of the media, because we took a bus in the winter, cold, freezing months from Kaitaia to Invercargill and coast to coast, and we barely saw any of them. Anyways, better late than never. But we always knew that tonight, despite all the predictions, all roads would lead to Russell. Thank you very much.
The media, and he hasn't got the polls. The polls were bang on. We said he'd be the kingmaker, and he's the kingmaker tonight. Although what I find fascinating is his early term, balance of responsibility.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, thank goodness for the Russell Ferry timetable.
Yes.
We got an early speech. Usually we would be waiting and waiting for Winston.
I think we're still going to be waiting and waiting for Winston.
Well, because he said there'll be no answers. If I get asked again, he said, if I get asked who I'm going with, I need to talk to my board, I need to talk to my supporters, I need to talk to my MPs. Do you think the fact that he is behind in Northland and will potentially lose his seat have anything to do with this in the negotiations?
Because I think he'll view that National should have treated him with some respect as a viable coalition partner, and they haven't. They've run a campaign to really go after and take that seat back, and Winston takes these things personally. And I think people will pore over each word he just said in his speech, but I really think that's a fruitless exercise because we've been down this road before. So I really think that him losing Northland could really upset him.
OK, I'm going to start the poring over the speech because he made reference to the fact that, you know, he needs to serve the national interest in the steps he takes next. What do you reckon that means, John?
I think that what that means is he's a rational actor. And I come back to this idea of the minimum winning coalition is always the fallback position for Winston. He could safely go into a coalition with National and no one would contest that. That is an absolutely legitimate choice that he could make. I definitely do think we're going to see more subtle movement amongst these numbers, which is going to complicate that question, not make it more straightforward.
We'll come back to this because this is interesting. We'll come back to this the machinations shortly. I want to head to Paula Bennett, the Deputy Prime Minister, heading into this election and National MP. Paula, good evening to you. And what do you make of these results tonight? I mean, do you think you can does the National Party think it can form a government with Winston Peters tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what, right now I'm just kind of buzzing a bit for the result, and I reckon this result is for Bill English, personally. I think that he has led us so well and run an outstanding campaign, and people have got to know, I don't know, the man that I admire and respect, and I reckon they've come out in really strong numbers for the National Party and for him, and I think that's what, for us right now, tonight should be about.
And that is right, and for the people of New Zealand, and I agree, you have run an interesting campaign, a good campaign, and you've got to 46.5% of the vote. The problem is, you're sitting at around 58 seats. It might go to 59. It might go to 57. Your coalition partners, they've been sunk off the coast of New Zealand, and you're still going to need a coalition partner, somebody like Winston Peters. That's the truth, isn't it?
Well, as you say, those are the numbers as they're sitting right now. We've got a wee way to go. We've got, you know, those are really strong numbers for us, something that we should be proud of, and we are. And that's a lot of respect from New Zealand. So we're going to treat it like that. Look, I don't have the answers for you right now. Those numbers are still rolling in. That is something for us all to be sitting down and with the Prime Minister and to be making those sorts of decisions with Bill English. So I just reckon right now there's a whole heap of people here, and we're probably a little bit in this moment, and I think we should take it for a minute.
I wonder who makes the call. So someone in your lot's going to have to make a call to Winston Peters either tonight or tomorrow, you know, some stage, obviously pretty quickly. I just wonder, do you think the other side has some kind of authority to put a government together? Because on the numbers I'm looking at, 45 plus 9 plus 7, those are the numbers. Of course, that's not a final number, Paula, we know that, but the other side can govern. A centre-left, Labour, New Zealand First Green coalition with 61 seats right now could govern?
Well, look, as you quite say, the numbers are pretty interesting in themselves, and the way that they're moving around, and there's all sort of different sort of combinations there. But at the moment, we're feeling pretty good that we're well over that 46%. That's pretty extraordinary for a government going into its fourth term. To me, that that sounds like people really want us to be there in much higher numbers than the others. And as so we'll just sort of see how the night plays out, and I'll let the Prime Minister make his statement.
Okay, so just final question: do you think, Paula, then that there's some sort of moral obligation for you to put a government together? Do you think that Winston Peters has a moral obligation to say, I'm going with National, this is what the people want?
Well, I just think that, that is a very strong call to be well over 46% from the public, and as a consequence of that, we should be taking it seriously, and perhaps other parties will be as well.
OK. Hey, thank you, Paula. Appreciate your time on the programme. Good luck for the rest of the night. This is what Linda Clark and Matthew Hooton said to you at the start of the programme tonight. They said you won't be able to see a government tonight. They called it at 7 o'clock when we went to bed. They said it's most likely that we'll walk away from this tonight going, there's phone calls going on.
Matthew said all night, really. I mean, this is Winston's legacy election, realistically. And has he learned anything from 96 and 2005, where he propped up a last-term government and then that was it, they're gone? Does he want to be the guy that does that again, or has he learned his lessons and he's actually going to go and leave a legacy with a change?
OK, we'll talk more about that soon, but I think Paddy does have a final result for us in one electorate.
Yeah, the first of the final results are in, and look, Nick Smith has won Nelson. That's not a big surprise. But what you do need to take from this is that electorates are being fully counted now. Results really are coming in well, and Nick Smith is back with quite a clear win. Although, look at that, not a bad performance by both Rachel Boyack from Labor and the Greens candidate. If they'd combined, or if there had been a deal there like they tried to do, again, they might have rolled Nick Smith. But Nick Smith is back, and the first of the electorate results are in, so we're starting to get down to the nitty-gritty now.
All right, Paddy, that's good. Do we judge, do we make a call here right now? Do we work out what speech Jacinda Ardern uses tonight? She's got to win, she's got to lose, and she's got to, it's too close to call, we need to negotiate speech.
It'll be a holding speech. I don't think it'll be either of the other two.
I mean, you hear Paula Bennett there being very buoyant as you could be, but the reality of the situation, they're still, I mean, they'll be ecstatic with their numbers, but
I think they're at a high watermark.
They'll be wincing about that last little bit.
Yeah, I'm with David on that. I think that number's starting to leach a little bit now, and I won't be surprised to see 45 something by the end of tonight, and then drop
58 seats at the moment
with the specials. But what the electorate is also saying so far is, we do want some sort of modified change. So they do want some sort of change. So it's a modified status quo as it stands at the moment. But that is going to be interesting to read by Winston, isn't it? The extent to which people want change.
But I think though, so if National goes from 58 or 59 seats, let's say down to 56, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter because their coalition partners, as we know them, the Māori Party and ACT, they couldn't get them over the line anyway. So they're going to need New Zealand first, whether it's 58 seats or 56. It's irrelevant.
But it is going to matter if Labor and the Greens between them close that gap in terms of seats. And that gives Winston more breathing room to contemplate another alternative, which is a complete change.
And I think there's a lot of talk about whether New Zealanders are going to be willing to accept a government with a party that doesn't have the biggest numbers, and I absolutely think they are. I mean, if the coalition is put together with Winston, Greens and Labor and they have the majority, that's a government.
It is a government.
And I'd be quite happy right now to rule out a national Green government.
100%.
That's brave of you.
It would break the Green Party in half, which 100%. Is the bit of Matthew's analysis.
No matter what Matthew says, that he's completely wrong.
All right, I think we've got Jenna Lynch standing by at Labor headquarters there. Oh, with Willie Jackson. Jenna.
Yeah, kia ora. We've found an old member of the Newshub whānau, Willie Jackson here, but you've left us. You're coming back to Parliament.
Looks that way. It's an honour and great to be part of a fabulous team with a magnificent leader, Jacinda Ardern.
Okay, the Māori seats looks like a clean sweep for you guys.
Yeah.
Happy?
Oh, absolutely wrapped with the work of our Māori candidates. We've got outstanding candidates, and the reality is Māori have been hurting. They're sick of this national government, and sadly the Māori Party have been tainted by the national government. No doubt about it.
Tamati Coffee, did you expect that to happen?
I thought he'd give Tūroro a great run, and I think he thought that too. But our people are hurting down there. Tūroro's made a great effort, no doubt about it, and I mihi to him and the Māori Party for their effort. But when your people are suffering in terms of health, suffering in terms of education, killing themselves, our young people are killing themselves, you know, our people want to do something about it, and they're back in Labour, and they've come home to Labour.
Will it be sad to see the Māori Party out of Parliament, though?
Oh, of course it's sad when people go, and they've made a great effort for our people. So, you know, as I said, a great effort, but they hooked up with the wrong team in the last 12 months. And that's politics. That's the game we play. They try to take us out. We try and take them out. But still, as Māori, we mihi to them for the great effort that they've made on behalf of our people.
All right, thanks, Willie.
OK, good on you, Jenna. Thank you for that. Also, kia ora, Willie, and well done. You're back in Parliament by the looks of things there. Clean sweep for the Labour Party, potentially in these Māori seats as well, which is another story of the night, potentially. I want to raise this question with you. In 2005, we were saying how well National did and how strong they were. And then all those late votes came in from places like Manurewa, Papatoetoe, Otara and South Auckland. South Auckland came home for the Labour Party in 2005 and got them 50 seats compared to National's 48 off the back of the Don Brash speech. You'll remember that. 50 to 48, and it got Clark home. Could there be some kind of late surge out of South Auckland in the next hour that fills Labour with votes and gets them up any higher?
Not as dramatic as 2005 because we have so much of the advance vote now. So I wouldn't expect to see that, but there is still a big vote out there in those Auckland seats, and that's why I continue to think that National is going to leach below 46.
But I haven't seen it, because as I sit here for the last couple of hours, it is sat at 46.7, 46.4, 46.1, back up to 46.4. You're picking them to go to 45.
The night's still early, man.
It is.
And the Specials have hurt National in the past. Like they lost a seat last time, and the Greens gained a seat last time. And I think the Greens would be very grateful if they gained a seat this time as well.
OK, and while we're on the topic of early night, Winston's back in the frame in Northland. He is ahead of the game by a measly 40 votes at this point.
That is a seat to what? Not that it changes anything, because...
Not quite 50%. No, it changes pride. It changes pride and its mood.
This is about ego. This is about being detained by that full-length mirror, which he's been detained by for the last 40 years in politics. This is about the feel-good factor, isn't it?
Quite a bit of stress because, you know, this has been an unhappy campaign for New Zealand First. Winston is aggrieved by this, you know, focus on the two main parties because it has been a bit of a horse race because for the first time in a long time the Labour Party's been competitive. So that would ease his mood, no doubt, if he could claim Northland by the end.
Can I raise this question? Has Labour not delivered tonight? Has Labour... This is a question because...
This is an interesting one.
This is an interesting one because we had the Newshub poll and there was also the TV1 poll, and Labour was hitting or getting close to the 40s, and everybody thought, oh, they'll get 39, maybe 40, but 39 not a bad, or it might be 38. Now, at 38, 39 tonight, they'd be in government.
Yeah, but does that reflect more on your polling than anything else? I mean, if you take Labour from where they were 6 weeks ago when they were at 24%, I think they've done very well. They perhaps could have got up to 40%.
Well, if you want to look at the polls at 38, so if you have them at 38 and they come in at 35.6, that's within the margin of error. So, you know, there are margins of error.
So then they've nailed it, they've delivered.
Let me just give you some historical context. The greatest vote gain by any Labour Party leader from one election cycle to another was Mickey Savage, who lifted Labour by 12 points to storm in there in 1935. Jacinda Ardern at the moment, what does she have them at?
13
close to 36. If she moves up a tick in the specials and what have you, gets closer to 37, she will have matched the performance of Michael Joseph Savage. So the problem for Labour tonight, what we're seeing, is just how big that hole Cunliffe and co dug them.
Yeah, and that's
that 25.18%. That was just enormous to make up in one election cycle.
Not even 5 weeks.
Yeah. So this is an amazing performance by Ardern.
It's a stunning performance.
But I hear you. She reached that plateau, but it just was kicking.
I want to throw this out there. I want to raise this question. You are in this game to win. No one turns up to lose. But I want to just quickly raise this with you. If Jacinda Ardern somehow can't put together a government tonight because, well, there's this moral obligation that Winston must go with, national...
You've said that numbers of times.
Don't get upset. I just want to raise this question.
We do want to talk about this a little bit more.
But I do want to raise this with you. Is this the election to lose for Jacinda? Let me paint you this picture. 1996, Helen Clark loses. Yeah. Okay. She got 27% in 1996. She's never going to form a government with that. Then in 1999, she stormed home and had 9 excellent years and all that economic activity that was going on. She wrote herself a legacy. Jacinda Ardern's 37. She goes away from this and says it's too difficult. National gets a really messy, ugly 4th term, and Ardern creates a good opposition and storms home.
Cutting you off there, speaking of Ardern, let's go to the pictures now. I think that we are seeing Jacinda Ardern at her Point Chef house, making a move, heading off to her headquarters. Mike Jasper's there, her PR man, leading the charge. There he goes. All right, you could just briefly hear her stop and talk to the kids there, saying that thanks very much for the cookies. She'd eaten far too many of them. John?
I think Duncan is spot on. This is actually, given how hastily this was put together, inheriting the policy, not being able to put your own stamp on the party, this is a very good election for Jacinda to actually lose. Then she's got 3 years to build.
We're going to head back there now.
Sure. Obviously, we hope for better.
Jacinda, have you spoken to Winston Peters?
No, I don't expect there'll be any conversations for a little while yet.
Are you disappointed with the result?
Thank you, guys. I'll see you later.
Okay, so what we heard there, just as we caught off the mic there, obviously we'd hoped for better. Now, hope for better means it's not a concession because, they do have some numbers there tonight and they could get to 61 and it could even go to 62 if specials and things change and most likely. Sure. But we hoped for better is the first sign of disappointment, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, of course she's disappointed. She's been caught up in this euphoria of people embracing her and seeing her party succeed. But in the cold, hard light of day, having Winston in a coalition with National in a messy 4th term would allow her to govern in far better circumstances with more experience under her belt, and that a lot of people, that would be the solace. And it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory for National in that sense.
And I'd expect a resurgent Greens as well come 2020 also.
OK, I just want to bring up what is making Dave raise an eyebrow here about the moral obligation to go with
I'm lucky to be out of reach of his big mitts.
You are lucky to be out of reach. So this is some advice that the former Governor-General Jerry Mataparai gave on forming coalition governments. He said if 2 or more other parties are able to cooperate, whether in a coalition or on the basis of commitments of support, they may be able to muster more votes between them than the party with the most seats and be able to form a government.
Exactly.
The government the Governor-General said at the time, what you want is a group who've got quantity and they show up with clarity.
Coalition's got to have a majority, right? And that's it. So you get a coalition of more than 50%, you're the government.
Look, I understand how this works because I probably emailed Government House probably 3 times or 4 times in my time in the press gallery before I ended up on all 4s having to get out of the place because it was about to kill me. So I understand that. I think there'll be New Zealanders around the country tonight who say, and you guys can help me out with this, who say, well, that's a really big result for National. Surely they could be the government. I'm asking the people's question.
Yeah.
And it's like a lot of things in New Zealand. Until it happens the first time, it's like, a moral panic and all the rest of it. And like all those social reforms that we're renowned for, after it happens once, no one will ever think about it again or worry about it.
And it's going to happen once, and so...
This could be it.
We've got to go.
Could be
We've
it.
got to go to a commercial break, but apparently we've got Andrew Little who'll be standing by. We'll come back with that after a quick break. Welcome back. Well, things are getting really interesting. Let's cross now. I think we've got Andrew Little standing by. Mr. Little, Jacinda Ardern said just a few minutes ago that you had hoped for better. What's your take on this?
2,000 majority. Yeah, of course, you always hope for better. You hope for a clearer result on election night, but that's not to be tonight. But I think there's still a ways to go after tonight too, because we don't know what the size of the special vote is from those who enrolled and voted at the same time over the last 2 weeks. We don't know the size of the overseas vote. So it's going to be a few days before we know. Typically, those special votes will favour Labor. That could add another 1 to 2 percentage points to our vote. So there's ways to go yet before we see how it all shakes down.
So do you seriously think you are still in the game? You could potentially form a government once you get the specials back?
Well, you've got to know where all the votes fall, and then you've got to look and see where your potential support partners or coalition partners lie, and see where they sit. But you look at what's happened to this parliament over the last 3 terms while we've been in opposition, and you've had the Green Party, New Zealand First there, providing a hell of a challenge to this government that has simply failed to deal with the big issues facing New Zealanders, like housing, like health, like jobs for young people. We are 3 parties who totally line up on those things.
If they failed, though, why are they still going strong? Looking at the numbers as they stand now, looking like they're going to deliver a 4th term, which is such a rarity.
My mum and my dad have been...
So you deal with the numbers as they fall, and as I said, we don't know what the size of the special vote is yet, so we've got to see that. We've got to see how big the overseas vote is. They have to be counted. You look at the final numbers, and then the talks happen between the parties. There is nothing to give away on yet.
OK, so Winston Peters, I don't know if you heard his speech, which was a few minutes ago. He talked about the fact that, if another person asks him what way he's going, raised his eyebrows and said he needs to consult with his party, with his MPs. He needs to do something that serves the national interest and not just the elite. What do you interpret that to mean?
Well, this is Winston Peters at his finest, of course, so we're not meant to know what he means. Listen, that could mean anything, but you look at what he has done in the last 9 years, the challenges that he has posed on the issues that are important to him, then I think, well, it might be anybody's guess, but look, his values in terms of what he has said in the last 3 parliaments have aligned very strongly with Labor. But,
do you think he's got an obligation? Do you think he's got an obligation to talk to the biggest party first? Do you think there is that obligation, moral or otherwise, to talk to the biggest party first?
Well, I expect he will want to reserve his right to talk to all parties. In the end, he has campaigned on a set of changes and on a set of values, and that's what he is going to be accountable to the electorate for, because he's got to understand, and he will know that whatever he does is going to count for or against him in the next election. That's what will be uppermost in his mind.
OK, Andrew, we will leave it there. We appreciate your time on the programme. Andrew Little, the former Labor leader, he's still on the list, of course, and he will be back in Parliament. I also think we should use this time to say congratulations to Andrew and well done, because he stood aside, which is very rare at Parliament. It is a place of selfishness, and he was selfless. So I think we should at least acknowledge that around the country tonight, that he did something for his party, put his party first and not himself. We want to build coalitions. How do the numbers look? Who can govern this country? And I think Linda Clark and Matthew Houghton, they were spot on at the start of the night. You will not go away tonight with a government that's been formed. Paddy, how's it looking?
Yeah, well, look, there's 88% of polling booths returned, and National still riding incredibly high on 46.2%. That would be about the maximum that they could have expected to get, probably the best result nearly that they could expect to get. Labor back a bit, and you saw Jacinda Ardern there. She was right. They are about 2 points below where they thought they would have been at a minimum. They've come in under expectations and a lot lower. And important to look at here is this gap between National and Labor. Over 10% now, quite big gap there. New Zealand First has come in a little higher on 7.5%. The Greens are there on 5.9%. But let's take these and put them into the coalition builder, because we haven't really got a clear result all night yet. Now look, National with 58 seats, they need 60 to win. Labor would have 45. So if we add in the ACT Party with National, they only get to 59, as we've been seeing this all night, actually. Take the ACT Party away again, because Winston Peters wouldn't work with them, and we take the ACT Party away, and we look now to add in the Greens with Labor down here. Now look at that. So you've got the biggest party, much bigger, actually than not just the other party, but the other bloc, OK? It's bigger than the other bloc. This is where we're getting to this moral authority argument later. So add in Winston Peters to get National across the line. They have to negotiate something with him. Now, take him out again, and yes, we do see again that if he went with this other bloc, he could, of course, get them across the line. So we do have a negotiated government tonight. No way you can actually call it tonight because Winston Peters has said it's 2 days away. But to my mind, National are in the box seat. They do have actually a moral argument on this. Labor would have needed to be a bit higher than this. They've got a technical argument, but the moral argument is eluding them at the moment. And I think we saw that in Jacinda Ardern's comments there.
No, I think you're right on that, Paddy, too. So you have to get to 61. I mean, 61 is the governing line. You've got to get to 61, and that's when you can form a government. And, Linda, I want to bring you in here because you've seen this so often, and you also want to take you back to 1996 as well, because Winston Peters is in this position again tonight to choose red and green or to choose blue, and blue has had a really big result. Like, they have stormed home, but they just stumbled at the end at the finish line where Peter Dunn fell over and out of the race, where the Māori Party fell over and left the race, and they're on their own. They're standing there without any mates, and it's Winston. So, Winston, is National in the box seat, as Paddy said?
National is in the box seat because, of course, I mean, what we've seen, they've really set that big block. And I think, but Winston's speech, and picking up your point, Lisa, it was absolutely classic Winston, because talk about leaving the audience wanting more. I mean, you never quite can understand the code, right? You know, it's like he's speaking a foreign language and then he's inverting it and using the verbs in the wrong place. I mean, it's just a complete incomprehensibility. Fabulous. But, so what is going to make the difference to him? There's a whole, this kind of 4 things, I think. He will take into account his caucus view. I know that everyone thinks he makes all the decisions on his own, and ultimately he does make the decision, but he will go to his caucus. My gut feeling is the caucus would support Labor over National. They've had a very prickly relationship with the National government. He just can't stand the Greens, absolutely can't stand them, so that's a factor.
And neither can Shane Jones.
And neither can Shane Jones.
Yep.
He will take into account which leader he dislikes the most. Now, there's 2 things here. He's had a terrible relationship over the course of this campaign, of course, but with the National cabinet ministers, and he's accused a National minister, unnamed, of leaking that information about his superannuation overpayment. So put that into the mix.
He hates Joyce. Joyce is the guy.
Absolutely can't stand Stephen Joyce, so that you put that in the mix. But can he work with a young woman? That might be he's a 72-year-old guy. That could be difficult for him. Then there's the policy similarity. If you do the breakdown on policy, about 80% of his policy is pretty much the same as Labor's. And then the last thing
I'm going to come in here on that because
if he could go with a 2-party coalition,
we've got to go. Yeah. We're going to Jacinda Ardern. I think she's arriving at the Labor Party headquarters now. Can we head to the Labor Party? So this is what we're waiting for now. So here's Jenna.
We're waiting in a massive media scrum, actually, for Jacinda Ardern. We're told she's moments away, but I actually cannot see the rest of the room because there are so many media in front of me. And in fact, the guys told me earlier on that the international media that have flown in for this is huge. I think there's about 50 people here from overseas, as well as all of the New Zealand media. I literally cannot move 2 inches without bumping into someone. We've also got a couple of lovely ladies here that are going to take Jacinda Ardern down the aisle all the way to the stage. They're going to accompany her as acting DPS officers, actually. So they're looking very lovely for DPS.
OK, Jenna, we'll come back to you as soon as we know that Jacinda is only seconds away, so stand by. We will head back to the Labor Party. Are we going to head to the Greens as well? We think that James Shaw is about to arrive at the Green Party. Can we head to church? Can we go to church now? Can we go to church on time?
Isabel, is he just around the corner? We're waiting for James Shaw.
He's just around the corner. I just heard Jenna saying that Jacinda Ardern is minutes away, moments away. We understand that James Shaw is also moments away in his taxi. So the feeling in there is it's a little bit tense. People are still thinking, do we have this? And so he's going to turn up and hopefully sort of give them a bit of, make them feel a bit better about the situation. And we understand that he will be talking about Winston Peters. A notable exception tonight, obviously, is his former co-leader, Matitia Tude. She's at home in Dunedin watching down there. Hopefully she's got a little bit of a party going on down there for in Dunedin.
Isabel, we heard from Gareth Morgan a bit earlier in the night, and he was highly critical, I suppose, of the fact that the Greens won't go with National, and he is urging them to make that leap and to go with National. Do people down there at Green headquarters, have they heard that? What do they think of it?
Well, you know, when James Shaw took over as leader, when he was made leader of the Green Party, he promised that it wouldn't ever happen. But, I mean, you've got to think now, things are desperate. Their backs are up against the wall. They're on the ropes. Looking at the people in there, the party faithful, I don't know whether they're going to be, you know, even considering. When Paula Bennett popped up on the screen, her face popped up on the big screen, there was just a uproar of booing. And, I mean, you really can't imagine it from what's feeling in there. But maybe the feeling in James Shaw's taxi may be different. We'll soon find out.
OK, the electric taxi will arrive there shortly. Isabel, we're going to leave you there. We will come back to you shortly. This is interesting. What James Shaw says, and we will go live to James Shaw. This is interesting for me. I'm really fascinated by James Shaw because James Shaw doesn't have many cards. He has none. They've lost their cards, OK? They're at 5.9%. They don't have any power. But they do have the power to set the tone and say tonight in this speech, we're going to stand aside, we're going to support a change of government tonight, we're going to allow Labour and New Zealand First to form a minority government that we will support because National's evil and we want to change. So James Shaw has to tonight set some tone. I'm fascinated by what he's going to say.
The messaging is pretty critical here from James Shaw. So if he goes first before Jacinda Ardern, the messaging from both of them is pretty critical now. What James Shaw needs to do, I don't know if he needs to go as far as you and actually rule themselves out right now.
Yeah.
That would be a pretty big card to play right now. But the messaging needs to be that it is a vote for change and Winston Peters needs to do the right thing and change the government. Jacinda Ardern then has that option. I've heard you guys talking about the 3 speeches as well. If I was her, I'd be taking the middle road as well and saying, well, people have voted for change. If you add it up, people have voted for change.
But Peters is the bigger party. You see, crucially tonight, Peters is just bigger than the Greens. So Peters is just a little bit more bigger, he's a little bit more powerful, and the Greens...
All of the leaders tonight are speaking to their base, but they're really speaking to Winston.
Of course they are.
Every speech tonight, read it, look at the code. It is every speech is a speech to Winston Peters, including Bill English's speech.
So
when we
what
get
we're
to
seeing
that.
right now, what we're seeing right now is the Labour Party headquarters, and Jacinda Ardern is just moments away. We can continue this discussion while we're waiting for Jacinda Ardern to arrive. We'll just keep an eye on these pictures, and she will arrive shortly. But Linda, just picking up on the point of Paddy, I know you wanted to say something as well about the messaging to Winston Peters. Everybody's talking to Winston, aren't they?
Everyone is going to have to talk to Winston Peters because they're trying to reassure him and if you like, this is a little bit about face for Winston, right? So you've got to show him the respect.
Yes.
And show that you recognise the strength of his position.
Yeah.
And then you can begin the dialogue. And he's made it clear he doesn't want to be rushed. So they're going to have to go along with that too.
And that's an interesting point because just this week we heard Jim Bolger out on the campaign trail and he said, if I can give one piece of advice, it's give Winston some respect.
Yeah, and he's old-fashioned, and we've known Winston for a long time. And Winston Peters is actually old-fashioned, and it's quite nice. Manners matter. Doing the right thing matters, and if I was the Labour Party in the last few weeks, I would have had him up and had a chat. I would have tried to reach out. They've got a bunch of people in there that know him well. Kelvin Davis, why didn't they meet him? Why do they talk to him? He's old-fashioned. He just wants to be respected, and I think he deserves respect.
Well, I think the channels are there. And Kelvin, I mean, a lot of people have said to me during the course of the campaign, Kelvin Davis, you know, what about Kelvin Davis? Kelvin Davis is absolutely vital for Labour in the next, hopefully less than 5 weeks, but in this next period. Kelvin is there to wheel and deal and wind Winston in.
Well, actually, the key person is actually David Parker. Winston Peters has actually publicly named him as the politician he respects the most. Yeah. Their ideas are very similar. He is the channel. Labour does have a channel. The key to this is not just messaging for Winston Peters, it's messaging for New Zealanders from the next 3 leaders. They need to start to explain to New Zealanders why they have a better case, and that is actually the public pressure. Winston is actually on the second tier. Yes, there needs to be coded messages to him, but also what they need to do is communicate to New Zealand. Effectively, Bill English needs to say, I'm the winner here, and if Winston Peters wants to go away and dice it up 3 ways with the other guys, go for it. But I'm the guy here. We're the winners here.
How much consideration is Winston Peters going to be giving to the fact that this is potentially a 4th-term government and he might not want to be in on something that turns sour halfway through, because it's potential to limp through your fourth term.
Yeah, he's been there before.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
He'll be given a lot to that, but the problem with that is that Labor have come in lower than expected.
Yeah.
They don't have as much of a case. 1, 2, 3% actually matters when you're going to go do
But
this.
hasn't he walked back from that in the last few weeks when, you know, he even kind of said, oh, I've never said that there's a constitutional obligation to talk to the largest party. Has he not?
But he was hedging his bets on the strength of the Jacinda wave, because none of us knew how strong and how that was actually going to turn out on the night. And I still think there's a potential for the Nats to go down a point on the specials and Labor to come up a point on the specials. So, it's
Labor's coalition hand could be strengthened in the next few hours,
But
and
it's
days
still
and weeks.
much weaker
But
than Nationals.
Winston Peters in the past has only ever done business with a major party. So 96, he went in with Bolger and the Nats. 2005, he went in there with Helen Clark and Peter Dunn. He pushed the Greens out. The Greens had no influence in 2005. He's never done business with that left wing in Parliament, ever. So does he, for the first time, change his entire political radar and do business with the Greens?
Well, let's look actually at some of the things.
Hey,
that
speaking of the Greens, sorry to interrupt you there, Paddy. Here's James Shaw, green tie. There he is.
Oh, he's happy,
yes,
man.
we are.
And, you know, things have been tumultuous for you this campaign.
Yep.
Would things be different tonight for the Green Party if Matiria hadn't done what she'd done?
We'll talk about that in a minute.
And you're going to talk to Winston?
I've got a message for Winston.
It's Clem Simic II, the message for somebody. Remember Clem Simic had the message for Wellington? We're still waiting for it. The message for Winston. This is what I'm talking about. This is crucial. This is getting interesting now, because what is this message to Winston, Linda? What does he say? What does he do?
Well, this is one of the most important speeches of James Shaw's relatively short political career, and it looks like he's about to start.
Let's get into it.
Stand by.
James Shaw, he's on the stage. This is St Matthews in the City.
He looks like a relieved man as well.
He also looks like a confident man too. He's been...
Yeah. He looks the best I've seen him in weeks.
Yeah, because it's over.
Yeah, I mean, he would have been on a knife edge all night, wondering if he was going to make it back in.
Good evening, New Zealand. I'm sorry I'm a bit late. I had to rehearse about 5 different speeches and then rewrite all of them 5 times. It's a pretty exciting night. Look, if you had told me 2 months ago that I would have been happy with tonight's result, I simply wouldn't have believed you. But actually, I am happy with tonight's result. And so should you be, because current indications, they are only current indications, but current indications are that the 3 opposition parties command a majority of votes once the specials and the overseas votes will have been counted. New Zealanders have voted for change. So, Jacinda Ardern and I are going to speak on the phone tomorrow, and obviously we're going to discuss pathways to creating a new government for New Zealand. But tonight my message is for the Right Honourable Winston Peters. We do have some things in common. We have both, along with the Labour Party, committed to a net zero carbon economy by the year 2050. We've both committed to a significant investment in renewing the country's rail network and revitalising our forestry and our regional economies. And we have both campaigned hard against the low productivity, low wage New Zealand economy that this government has presided over. So, I know that our parties don't agree on everything, But now is the time to put those differences aside and to work together to create the government of change that New Zealanders want in the national interest. But there's another reason why I'm happy tonight. This has been the fight of our lives, and we are still here. We are still standing. Our environment, nature still has a voice in Parliament. The voiceless still have someone to fight their corner in our House of Representatives. The Green Party has been written off so many times in our history, and every single time we have come back, and we have come back tonight as well. And that comes down to you. That comes down to you. That comes down to over 5,000 volunteers on the most grassroots campaign that this Green Party has ever had, and all of those who donated every penny that it took to pay for this campaign. You knocked on 62,643 doors. You made 86,518 phone calls. You spoke to over 150,000 New Zealanders. You went out in the cold and the wind and the rain, and when things got tough, you redoubled your efforts and you went out and you did it again and again and again. I am in utter awe of all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
OK, some pretty strong messages there from James Shaw. Obviously, first of all, the relief of finally getting back into Parliament. Of course, that was all on the line. But also the message that I got out of this. And I want to bring in the panel here and get everyone's view. His line was, "It is time to create the government of change in the national interest." He's saying to Winston Peters, tonight is a vote for a change of government. Paddy, what do you take from James Shaw?
Well, he's basically said to Winston, let's get on, let's do this. He's used Jacinda Ardern's line on him, saying, let's get on and change the government. The numbers are there, let's do it. Why not? And it piles the pressure on Winston Peters. Does he mean change, or does he mean do the same thing again?
Or does he mean realign? See, not James Shaw, but Winston Peters will be saying, OK, James, I'll change things. I'll change things. I will stop National doing this, this and this and support them. Linda?
Well, what James Shaw did then, which I thought was very important, and this was the olive branch that he was holding out for Winston Peters, is he said, here are 4 things we've got in common, and he listed them. They do actually have, for all the animosity that exists between those two parties, on a policy basis, they actually do have a lot in common. So he's actually right on that. And they're going to bang on about that in the next few days.
And they both voted against the China Free Trade Agreement, the only two parties.
Hey guys, we'll come back to this a bit later, but let's go to Labor headquarters where I think Jacinda Ardern is about to arrive. Jenna Lynch, take it away.
She is about to arrive, but she's taking a really long time to get out of her car. It sounds like she's at the venue, but she just hasn't come in yet. What we're hearing at the moment is Andrew Curtin having a bit of a speech. Calvin Davis has been up there to pad for a warm-up, for her, be a bit of a hype man for her. And we've got the party president up there at the moment as well. But Jacinda Ardern, we'll just keep waiting, I guess.
Yeah, what is the kind of mood there? Because earlier when she came out of her house, Jenna, she said that, you know, they had hoped for better. Does the crowd see it as a success? I mean, they're still quite a way back from National, but so much better than they were under Andrew Little.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen there is a lot of cheering going on here. There is a lot of hype going on here for her turning up. No one seems to be in hugely dampened spirits just yet, but obviously we still have to wait for what Winston Peters is going to do. So,
Jenna, sorry to interrupt you, but we're actually just having a look at some pictures here. Tamati Coffee performing a haka. I think it's obviously a victory haka.
Yeah, Māori have returned home. Māori have returned home. The Māori vote has been volatile. We haven't really talked about this tonight, but the volatility of the Māori vote. Just think about it when Peters was in office in '96. Peters swept the Māori seats. Remember this?
Well, let's look at this, because Taweri Coffey actually would have come into Parliament on the list. The Waiariki voters had the option of a 2-for-1, so they have actually deliberately gone and voted Te Ururawa Whāwhau out of
Agree.
Now, another thing that I picked up earlier on was when Hone Harawira was talking about his aunties pleased that they got a robocall from Jacinda Ardern. He was basically talking about the effectiveness of Jacinda Ardern with Māoridom, and I think we've seen that out in these Māori seats. We saw that with some polling earlier in the year as well. But this is actually a stunning result for Taweri Coffey.
Hey, just back to this this discussion we were having, because Jacinda Ardern's about to arrive. So Jacinda Ardern's about to arrive. She's not delayed. She's sitting in the back of that van.
She's probably on the phone to James Shaw.
The speeches. No, well, she's watching the speeches to work out what they've said.
Yeah.
But this is Labour's problem tonight, I reckon, just on this. This is just where they've just missed out a little bit. National is 58, OK, as a party. The Labour Green bloc is 54. What Jacinda and James Shaw needed tonight was for National to be, say, 56, and for them to be 56, or for them to be 56 or 57. They needed to be be a little bit closer. Now, I know people are saying, but Duncan, there is no moral authority. I get all that. Of course there is. But what I'm saying is, they needed, do you know what happens when you're first? Somebody is second. OK, and they're just sitting in behind them. It's not where they want to be. And even on specials and a few other things coming in, it could go to 57, 55.
They'd be in a much stronger position dealing with Winston in the next few days if they were 2 or 3 points up.
Correct.
The problem for Jacinda Ardern in this campaign, because I think obviously she's been the story of the campaign, that and all the other leaders that have gone by the wayside. But the problem for her, and Gareth Morgan had said this in the most colourful fashion, got him into a lot of trouble, but he was right. It's still the Labour Party, and the Labour Party has been a shambles for 9 years, and she has had a very, very short period of time in order to sort of pull it all together and try and get it into shipshape for a campaign. She was stuck with policies that I don't believe she probably would have put front and centre, but they were put in place by Andrew Little before she came on board, and she couldn't change them all in time. So, I mean, I think she's done a remarkable job, but that is what stopped people coming over in the last few moments. I think a lot of voters really they really loved her. They felt a real connection with her, but at the end of the day, it was just Jacinda, and it was still Labour.
And Paddy, we talked about this a little bit in the lead up to this. We had a lot of the spokespeople on The Nation. We had their corrections, Calvin Davis. We had social development, Carmel Sepuloni. And what didn't we hear? A really clear directive on what their policy and some very important portfolios
they haven't looked really behind the scenes, and that will be the problem as well when we look to form a three-way coalition over on the left, because they're not ready to do it. James Shaw did a speech there saying, "Come on, Winston, mate, come over and join us." 8 weeks ago, Materia Ture was standing up and calling Winston Peters a racist. So what they're going to try and do now is say, hey, look, we're all for change, but they haven't been building that picture, they haven't been building those blocks, they haven't been talking about that. That is the first time that I have ever seen James Shaw or anyone from the Green Party talk about things that they could work with Winston Peters
and make an overture to him.
And that's too late for New Zealand, probably.
But that is an interesting thing, because Bolger called Winston Peters a racist too. And what they did
just really changed his position.
But I was in the speech where Winston Peters said he'd get rid of the National Government, and he put them in 9 weeks later.
But what happened was they got into a room and they talked all of that out, and there was apparently an apology, and they showed some respect to each other and moved forward. So it's not out of the realm, but it's a lot harder when you're talking about a coalition that has more parties than Winston wants to work with.
If you can do a coalition with 2 parties, and it's a heck of a lot easier, because all the management is a heck of a lot easier than with 3 parties. The problem for the 2-party coalition, and it's a point you made earlier, Duncan, is that there's just a little feel of 1996 to this about me.
Everything
for me,
I feel
and also
96.
2005. There's, this is a 4th-term government. This is a national, if National gets across the line, they are going to have to do some big refresh, because they've got a whole lot of people who've been there a long time.
Can I tell you this? This is about power. And in my view, National will do what it takes with their old nemesis to stay in power. And they will drop their trousers and they will say, there's the kitchen, take what you like, Winston, what do you want,
and
mate?
I'll tell you one thing that he can take quite easily now is the referendum on Māori seats. There isn't a Māori party there to stop it. National doesn't need to worry about that anymore. That's one thing that Labor can't offer Winston Peters. That's what he stood up in front of his party and asked for just a few weeks ago. So that's one thing that National has actually got over the other side.
So what you're seeing there is... OK, so on the screen right now, I agree with you entirely on that, Paddy. You're seeing the Labor Party president there. Hawthorne, he's there. Hallworth, he's there. And obviously Jacinda is he's there now. And what a low-profile guy he's been. He didn't even know his name. But we do know the name of the leader, and that's Jacinda Ardern, so she won't be far away.
No, they're all on their feet, so it can't be far off.
A campaign. This is... I mean, if she does not put this together in the next couple of weeks, it is not lost for Jacinda Ardern. She's 37. This is a woman who will be the Prime Minister of New Zealand. It's not a matter of, is it tonight, is it in 3 years' time? It'll be 3 years.
And she's going to get a decent crack at negotiations over the next 2 weeks. Correct. And that is also going to continue having her in a leadership role, and leadership style profile in front of New Zealand, which is pretty much split 45-45.
And she's got a much bigger caucus than they've had before. There's a whole lot of MPs, new MPs, who will owe their seat in Parliament to her and her charm factor, so she's going to have a caucus that is totally behind her.
But we are sitting here right now and there are the numbers for a change of government. There are the numbers for a change of government.
This looks like she's about to walk in, Jacinda Ardern. I think we see the Forward Party there.
Where's the bloke with the big beard?
The DPS.
Where's the bloke with the big beard? They should be on the spook.
Oh no, she's right behind the bloke with the big beard. Here we go. Jacinda Ardern arriving at her headquarters.
Going through this, and this can take days, can't it?
Do you think, Jacinda, do you... Jacinda, do you think that you can still form a government?
We'll have a good chat after. A good chat after.
OK, this really is mind-blowing for Jacinda Ardern. You've got to go back to the start of the year. She was a list MP. Do not forget that. Jacinda was a list MP. She couldn't beat Nikki Kay in Auckland Central. Just some political history here from a nerd. She couldn't beat Nikki Kay. Nikki Kay beat her twice. She then got effectively gifted that Mount Albert seat in that by-election. When I say gifted...
National didn't stand.
They didn't stand, and the Greens, they did a deal together. They were mates with old Judy and Jetta. I mean, so she got gifted that, and then she's taken this role on, and I tell you what, she was in the back of a taxi, got a phone call to say, you're the leader. Wow, look how well she's done.
Yeah, well, she's gone from 24.1% of the polls to 35%, and she's about to start negotiating to actually be in government. That is a massive success for a 37-year-old leader. There is obviously... they're not in pole position by any stretch, but she's got them in a position to actually form a government.
They're on the racetrack.
Well, she's kept her party alive. That's what she's done. Whether they're in government or they're in opposition, the Labor Party lives to fight another campaign.
I still think... I know you want to win elections, but I still think long-term, because it's a long game, Parliament. It is a marathon. Don McKinnon always said that. It's a marathon. The sprinters lose. Now, if she doesn't put it together in the next few weeks... It's no big deal, actually. I know some people want to be in government. Of course they do. But she does 3 years, she becomes a really formidable opposition leader like Clark became in 99, remember? Did the deal with Jim Anderton and stormed to victory in 1999 and became a Prime Minister for 9 years. That is what she's looking at. She's also a student of history, you know?
Yeah, and she's going to have some interesting new MPs in there with her. Some of the so-called newbies are pretty formidable. Kiri Allen being one of them, and there are others among those that she'll want to bring up the ranks.
Willow Dean Prime, Helen White has had an incredible result in Auckland Central tonight, where obviously the Jacinda Ardern effect was pretty strong. The Willow Jean Prime is going to come in. A whole lot of female MPs as well.
Here we go. Watch this close. We're going to head to now. Labor Party headquarters with Jacinda Ardern. The $1 million smile, isn't it?
katoa. 7 weeks ago, I stood in front of the press and New Zealand as the newly elected leader of the New Zealand Labour Party. I called it the worst job in politics. I was wrong. The last 7 weeks have been nothing but a privilege. I have been incredibly lucky to meet and to talk with New Zealanders across the country. Lucky to have had a platform to talk about ideas and policies that I know will change people's lives. And lucky to have worked with a team who were as committed as I was to change. It goes without saying, though, that in a campaign and politics, you need more than luck. You even need more than your mum's baking, regardless of how good it is. The late, great Colin Meads once said, if you come off the field and you feel you haven't done enough, you've let the side down. I've come off the field knowing we gave it our all. Because elections are not just about the race. It's about what we can do after the campaign that makes them so important. That is why, for every column analysing our relative performance, for every poll, I had a few different forms of motivation. They came in the form of people. They shared their stories, their time, and often their arms. I have had more hugs on this campaign than I've probably had in my life. There was a young woman from Waikato University who shared with me the story of her struggle with mental health, a story that sadly I had repeated in almost every town I went to. There was the man in Kaitaia at the RSA who wanted us to bring hope and work back for their young people, or the woman in Palmerston North who just wanted to see us rebuild the homes her city had lost. And it wasn't just people, but whole communities who inspired me, including, for instance, the families of the Pike River men. Victory for us. Victory for us was always about victory for them. Now, I haven't done as well for them as I would have liked. Yes, you have. And as Labour leader, as Labour leader, I will take responsibility for that. Bill English and National have taken the largest number of votes. I've called Bill and acknowledged that and the campaign and work that he's put in. I genuinely believe we share a passion for what we both do. We love you! But the final outcome of tonight's election won't be decided by us. It will be decided by MMP. And sometimes MMP leaves us with an outcome that requires a little bit of extra work. I simply cannot predict at this point what decisions other leaders will make. But I can tell you what we will do and what I will carry with me in any conversations that might be had over the coming days. First is a commitment that we will hold on to the ideas and issues that will help us to build a future New Zealand can be proud of. New Zealand can be a country that rids itself of child poverty, a place where everyone has a warm, dry home, a place where your health is everything, and the kind of care you get reflects that, where the education system is world-leading and the environment we have is befitting of the title Clean, Green New Zealand. These are the issues. These are the issues that we must and that we will pursue. But that commitment also stands no matter what position we find ourselves in as a team. We will do everything we can to work with any party that shares our belief that New Zealand can be better, that life for our children can be better, and that the next generation can expect better. We will collaborate. We will do things differently. And we will keep listening and earning the trust and faith of New Zealanders. And finally, as Labour leader, I can assure you we will remain relentlessly positive. And not least because I struggle to muster a facial expression that isn't a smile, but also because I do believe optimism and hope is at our heart. It is part of who we are as New Zealanders, and it is what we will bring to the job while we constantly push for better. But my final words are words of thanks. At the beginning of this race, I said we would run the campaign of our lives. I was only one part of that. Alongside me were the many thousands of people who reached into their back pockets to help us, who signed up to volunteer. And one of those people was Seta Langi. Seta is 18 years old. She lives in Mangere. She joined our campaign just 7 weeks ago, just like me, because she was the first in her family to go to university and she believed in our vision for education. Seta has door-knocked for us every day for the last 2 weeks, and last night was up till 5 a.m. sorting data before she started door knocking again at 10 a.m. Seta is one of thousands, and she's one of the reasons I feel so humbled by this election. The final thanks goes to each and every single person who put their faith in us, who cast a vote for change and for Labour. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I believe New Zealand's best days are ahead of this. So on this night, I pledge all my energies, my every waking moment to ensure that no matter where tonight's result takes us, I am committed to a future we can all be proud of, a future that is better. So let's keep doing this.
There we have Jacinda Ardern, who's just delivered a rousing speech to her supporters there.
Two really terrific speeches, and I think English will deliver the third, because that was a great speech for a quasi-concession speech. I mean, she isn't conceding, she's right not to concede, there is a negotiation to be had, but she was also stretching and reaching the horizon out past this election and saying, whatever happens, I'm in this for the long haul.
OK, well, we've just got to interrupt there because we'll go to Samantha Hayes, who's got John Key with her, I think.
Hi, Lisa. Yes, we've just run into our... Oh, no, you can hear me? Great. We've just run into our former Prime Minister, John Key, outside Sky City. Now, what do you make of the numbers?
Oh, look, phenomenal result. I mean, I think Bill's run a tremendous campaign with Stephen Joyce, and if you sort of sat back and thought, 9 years ago, could as a third-term government looking for a fourth term deliver, 46-odd%? I mean, no one would have ever believed that's possible. And, this was a tough campaign for Bill. Jacinda put up a pretty strong fight. So I think, realistically, they'll be very happy in the national camp.
Are you regretting not being there tonight, not being the leader at this point?
No, I think it actually proved the point, actually, that it was quite possible for me to stand down, transition to Bill and the team. We always had a great team, and I think that's what the country saw, that the economy was going well, we were delivering in the areas that mattered, and the transition to Bill was a smooth one.
What do you make of the numbers that Jacinda Ardern has managed to get for Labor? Do you think that she's done a good job?
She'll look like a hero to Labor. I mean, you think 7 weeks ago they were polling 24% on their way to 20%. So whatever you think, I mean, she's delivered more MPs for Labor. Whether it's enough to put together a government, well, yeah, I'm pretty suspect on that. But I think for Labor themselves, they'll be very happy with her.
Well, let's talk about putting together a government, because National's not quite there either. So who do you think Bill English is going to be talking to? Have you been speaking to him yourself tonight?
Early on, before the results came out. I mean, look, in the end, obviously, National's going to want to put together a government, and so they're going to reach out to...
You're going to be talking to Winston?
Well, realistically, that's the strongest card, and you know, given the Māori Party are no longer there, then I think that's the realistic option. But, yeah, we'll see.
Is there any possibility in your mind that they could form a government with the Green Party, that Bill English could be calling James Shaw?
Well, I don't think it's impossible from an environmental perspective, but I think if you look at the heart and soul of the Green Party, there's a lot of people who are sort of ex-values, very much in the line with Mataura Ture, and those people just do not support National. So I realistically don't think that's likely. I think if James Shaw was calling it, maybe that would be possible, but very unlikely on a wider party view.
Just finally, you part of the reason why you called it on your leadership was for your family. They're actually here with you tonight. I've seen Max and Brona.
Yeah.
Are they pleased that you're not at the helm, that you're not going through the stress of today? What have they said to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously been slightly different, but we've done a lot of the traditional things. We voted today, we went down to Parnell School, as we always have. Yeah, I mean, look, we always look back on our time of me being in politics and me being Prime Minister as a family with a great deal of fondness. And, as I said when I resigned, you'll always be eternally grateful to the New Zealand public for supporting me and supporting National. But I'm very proud of what I left behind. And I think the sign of good leadership is when you can transition to a team that does really well, and they've done...
So you're happy?
Well, Bill's knocked it out of the park. You've got to say that.
Thank you so much.
No problem, Sam.
Prime Minister John Key, appreciate your time. Thanks so much tonight. All right, well, he's heading into the convention centre, and we're going to wait out here and see if we can catch Bill English on his way in.
All right, good on you, Sam. Really good. He's knocked it out of the park. He certainly has, but it's not a home run yet, is it? Because at 61 votes on the other side, 61 seats, there could be a change of government tonight. Labor, with New Zealand First and the Greens, could put a government together. And we're joined now by a Green Party co-leader, or leader as he's now known effectively because he doesn't have a co-leader, James Shaw. I'll start. James, good evening to you. Congratulations, you got home in the end.
We did. Thank you very much.
So is this tonight a vote for a change of government? Because you can never work out where Winston's going to go. Nobody knows. Only Winston will know in his heart of hearts, and a few of his close people, and even they probably won't know. Is tonight's result a defining change of government result, James?
I believe it is. And I think that once all the votes have been counted, including the specials and the overseas votes, it'll be a lot clearer than it is tonight. But, the people who voted for Winston Peters and for New Zealand First, they're unhappy with the status quo. They want change. That's why they voted for New Zealand First rather than for the National Party. OK, so when you look at these numbers tonight, as a bloc, you're about 54 with the Labour Party, and the National Party is at 58. But they have lost, crucially tonight for them, some of their old coalition mates, you see, the Māori Party and so forth. At 54, the fact that you're at 54 as a bloc and they're at 58, does that put you in second place, do you think, to negotiate with Winston? Do you think you're just behind National when it comes to trying to build a coalition with New Zealand First, or not? Well, if you take that approach to doing it by the numbers, then yes. But actually, like I said, we don't actually know what the final numbers are yet. But more importantly, on the policies of change that we've been campaigning on, that Labor have been campaigning on, and that New Zealand First have been campaigning on, I think that there is more of a movement for change than there is for the status quo. OK, and that's interesting, that line. So, how flexible will the Greens be in any negotiation? Because if Winston Peters comes forward to Jacinda Ardern and says, I'm actually interested in changing this government and kicking National out, how flexible will you be as the smallest of the potential coalition partners, if Winston Peters demands that the Green Party, you can have some policy wins, but you can't be in Cabinet? If Winston Peters demands that you're out of the executive and you can only support this government on confidence and supply, what is the Green Party position on that? We're just going to have to wait and see. Is it something you're open to? Is it something you're open to, James? Look,
I'm not going to negotiate via the media. Sorry, pal.
OK. No, that's all right, mate. But all I'm saying is, are you open to anything to change this government?
I'm open to changing the government.
OK, I think I get you on this one. OK, James, we appreciate your time on the show, and yeah, well done. You got the Green Party home when it all looked so bad for you a few weeks ago. Stay with us. Decision 17, Jacinda Ardern. We think she's coming up. She will be with us hopefully shortly. You are with Decision 17. Stick around.
Welcome back. Well, we're standing by now waiting for Bill English to arrive at his headquarters, waiting for his speech. But we have just heard from Jacinda Ardern, her speech, and we're crossing to her now. Jacinda Ardern, you've indicated there that this is MMP. It could take a little longer for this to be decided. What do you see happening next?
Look, I need to really keep an open mind on that, because there's a number of players involved in the discussions that are to come. I have acknowledged in my speech that, yes, Bill English did take the majority of the votes between the two major parties, and I've called him to acknowledge that. But there are players beyond us that will decide the outcome ultimately of this election, and voters, of course, have had a hand in that.
Do you think there's any obligation for those other players, let's call it Winston Peters, do you think there's an obligation for him to talk to the National Party first, or could he come to you first?
Oh, look, it very much depends whether or not he looks to where the majority block of votes have gone, whether it's for the status quo or for change, because of course it has been for change, or whether or not he uses something else as a guide. So I can't predetermine that.
So you said you called Bill English. Have you called Winston? Had you had a conversation, or has anyone in the party?
No. Of course, the conversation with Bill English was much more straightforward in that regard. When it comes to any conversations around potential future governments, that's a conversation I've left for tomorrow. Thought it best to let all of the results finally roll in. Of course, we need to keep in mind that there are special votes to come, and anyone who enrolled when they cast an advance vote won't have had their vote count yet. So those are yet to come. Ultimately, though, I'm sure no one wants to leave this hanging for particularly long. We want certainty for New Zealanders, and I'm sure we'll all be working for that.
How realistic is the expectation that Winston Peters could work and would work with the Greens?
Oh, look, I certainly wouldn't rule that out. I wouldn't want to presume anything on Mr Peters' behalf.
Jacinda, it's Duncan here. Congratulations on an excellent campaign and a great speech tonight as well. I thought it was a really poignant speech, so congratulations on that.
Thanks, Duncan.
Do you trust Winston Peters to change the government and to put Labour as the major party tonight into office? Do you trust him that he'll do it?
It's not a matter of trust. It's just simply a matter of practical political negotiations. So, look, there's a number of conversations that need to be had before that's determined.
OK. So will you ring him personally? I mean, will you get a message to him that you want to talk to him and meet him? Is that what you'll do tomorrow?
Look, I'll certainly reach out tomorrow, but it may well be the case that parties may wish to wait for special votes to come in. I'm not clear on that yet. But certainly, I'm sure we'll all be working to try and resolve this as quickly as we can.
OK. Jacinda, are you slightly disappointed tonight that you didn't get a slightly bigger mandate? Of course, all politicians want more votes. I get that.
Yeah,
but do
yes.
you know, I get all that. But are you a little bit disappointed that you might have just fallen short of having a stronger hand, if you know what I mean?
I certainly have high expectations for myself. My team worked incredibly hard, but I have high expectations of myself. So, of course, I probably would have held a higher bar for myself, probably almost regardless of the outcome. You're right, politicians always want more votes. That's just the natural order of things. So, yeah, I would have certainly hoped for more.
Did you have a target? What was your target? I mean, were you hoping for 38, 39, were you?
Maybe we have that conversation after the specials, Duncan.
Right, so you think, and I think it's a fair question too, and I think you're right on this. The Greens and Labour do quite well in that regard, so you could pick up another seat or two.
Yeah, look, I'm hopeful that we'll see a little bit of a lift in the specials, but of course we wait and see.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We want to have a chat about this, Jacinda, so we'll leave you there. Thank you so much for your time. We'll let you go and mingle with your people.
Yeah.
What do we make of it?
Well, you mentioned the specials there, and I think it's quite important. Looking back at the specials, we got the ones from 2014 here. There was about 330,000 special votes, and the Greens benefited by 15% of those votes. 15% of the specials went to the Greens, obviously disproportionate to their size, so they do really well out of it. Labour got 28% of the specials, and the National Party got got 40%. Those are pretty significant numbers.
I don't think you can read into the Labour Party ones because that was David Cunliffe as leader. There was a motivation to vote for the under specials in that one.
And I also think that was going to affect the Green specials as well. I think the Jacinda effect is actually going to suck up some of the specials.
Do you think the left will pick up another seat?
I do, yes. But I couldn't tell you to which side it will go because it could go either Greens or Labour.
OK. And we think National might come back 1?
Yeah, that would probably be my prediction from where we're at.
Like last time, they went back 1. OK, so what we will do, we'll start to build this coalition because on the numbers tonight, there's a genuine kingmaker, as you will know. Labour and New Zealand First and the Greens can govern, as we've told you, and they may even get an extra seat on that basis. And National, well, they can't govern with anybody but New Zealand First. And Bill English is arriving as well very shortly at his headquarters. Here he is. So we'll watch Bill English as he jumps out of the car. This is a really great result for English tonight. It's a great result for English because let's go back. He won't be complaining. English put himself in front of the country for the second time tonight, and he's gone from 20.93% of the vote in 2002 to getting 46.1% on current numbers. That could go back to 45.5 or whatever. But English 2 times and a little bit more. It's a significant result.
We'll go to a commercial break now, be back shortly. Stay with us. Bill English just arriving at his headquarters.
OK, welcome back to Decision 17. It's fantastic to have your company tonight. And Bill English is arriving at National Party headquarters tonight. That's at Sky City with his wife, of course, Mary English. She is there right in behind him. And she has been with Bill English right throughout this campaign. She has been a significant part of this campaign as well. And she is grinning, and might she grin as well, because Bill English, I believe, is in a better position to form a government tonight. I'm going to say this. He's in a better position, a stronger position to form a government tonight than Jacinda Ardern. And I'll give you some reason why. Jacinda Ardern, she made the call to him. He didn't make the call to her. OK? And also, interestingly, he has left it to listen to them before he arrives. The winners always come in last. The winners wait for the others to say something. Now, I'm not saying tonight that English is putting together a government with Winston Peters. All I'm saying is that he is in the pole position. He is in the stronger position. And he would be an absolute, I'm going to use the word muppet. The National Party would be a bunch of fools if they let this chance slip now to form a government with Winston Peters.
Winston has got all the power, though.
He does.
That's the thing. He's got both parties over a barrel.
At 7% of the vote.
Staggering.
At 7% of the vote, Winston Peters controls the country tonight.
Yes, and I think that fundamentally that's what a lot of people get grumpy with when it comes down to MMP, because they put their thought and time into who they want to see in government, and it comes down to somebody who earns 7% to actually make the final call.
I know, and well, Linda Clark was talking about this earlier as well. You know, talking about this is a generational change for Jacinda Ardern. No, the young people stayed at home. The turnout is low, and the elderly, or the older or more mature New Zealanders who vote for New Zealand First, do they want a 37-year-old Prime Minister? I mean, that's a legitimate question. There he is, Bill English.
Both arms raised in triumph.
He doesn't look like a man beaten down by a mood for change to me.
He doesn't. And you've got to remember, at 46.1%, I want to take you back to John Key when he first came to office. National Party right now is sitting on more votes than when they first came to power in 2008. I expect that to go back a bit under the specials, but they are still, tonight, as we look at these pictures, right around New Zealand, Bill English has picked up more votes for the National Party than John Key did in 2008 when he stormed to power off the back of 9 years of Clark. It is an absolutely phenomenal result for Bill English personally as well.
Yeah, and he would have put a lot of demons to rest with this, because you couldn't have been, confident that you weren't going to get kicked to touch twice, and that would have been two-time loser for him.
And after 27 years, he probably feels he deserves this moment. That's why he really pulled out of the bag for this campaign.
I think the National Party...
Ladies and gentlemen, What a campaign. The voters have spoken, and now we have the responsibility of working to give New Zealand strong and stable government. But let's just take this moment tonight to celebrate the hard work and success of the National Party. Just short of half of all New Zealanders voted National and 10% more than our nearest rivals. But it's not so much the numbers that matter, but that expression of confidence that so many people have in the direction of this proud and confident small country. As you know, on tonight's provisional results, National has won more seats than Labor and the Greens combined. No one expected that just 3 weeks ago. But of course it's clear that neither Labor nor National can form a government on their own. I want to congratulate Jacinda Ardern and Labor on their result and thank them for a hard-fought, competitive campaign. As we go into negotiations with the intention of forming a stable government that enables this country to deliver for New Zealanders, we want to build on the strength of the economic direction which has been the foundation of so much success over recent years for New Zealand and will be over the next term of government. This election campaign has motivated and engaged more New Zealanders than a campaign that I can remember. And that has helped to understand the shared goals that all New Zealanders want to achieve, a government that I will work to form and to lead, will work hard to realise these ambitions that so many New Zealanders share. Because a strong economy means that we can make real change and real progress on the challenging long-term issues that New Zealand wants to deal with. Supporting the most vulnerable, protecting the environment, ensuring the strength of our regions. It's important that all New Zealanders can achieve their potential. It's important to them. It's important to their families. It's important to me. And so many New Zealanders supported us, not just because of the potential for stronger economic success for New Zealand, but because through this campaign we had the opportunity to share our challenging ideas about how to resolve New Zealand's most pressing problems. And National demonstrated that we have the energy and the drive to take New Zealand forward. I want to acknowledge the strong performance of Winston Peters and New Zealand First. The voters of New Zealand have given this New Zealand First a role in forming the next government. In the next few days, we will begin discussions with New Zealand First, finding common ground and, most importantly, taking on the responsibility of forming the kind of government that will enable New Zealand to get on with its success, and that is a strong and stable government for all New Zealanders. Until a new government is formed, we will run a responsible administration abiding by the usual caretaker conventions. We don't need to rush this process, but equally, with the strong result of the National Party, with a much larger number of seats than our rivals, the indication New Zealanders have given of support for the direction this country has taken, with the very clear opportunities and with the opportunities to do so much better, which we debated so competitively and strongly through the election. It is important that we are able to move reasonably quickly to form a stable government. For now, I want to thank all of you for a great campaign. We gave it everything and we got better and better. Thank you for the opportunity as your leader to debate intensively and consistently and strongly with New Zealanders about how this country can do so much better. May I thank in particular the National Party's President, Peter Goodfellow. I want to thank my fantastic, energising Deputy, Paula Bennett. And our tireless, determined, consistent campaign chair, Stephen Joyce. I want to thank Joe DeJew, Greg Hamilton, the party's board and staff, all our electorate chairs, committees and volunteers who put so many long hours into this campaign. I want to thank our ministers, our MPs and our candidates. You know, along with our volunteers, in this campaign, more than others you can remember, there was some real pressure, some real competition, and the more of it there was, the better we responded. Thank you for that. Because in the 5 weeks of this campaign, this party demonstrated, its volunteers and its MPs, that the time we've had in government has equipped us so well to do so much better in the next term. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to turn from celebrating the achievement of around 46% of the vote, more than our rivals, to turn from that celebration to our responsibilities to New Zealanders who voted in this election and who want to see strong and stable government. And I want to say to all of those New Zealanders who voted National, and particularly in the last few weeks with so much enthusiasm, thank you. Thank you. Finally, to my family who took some part in the campaign, you may have noticed. Thank you for your inspiration and your support. It was great to have at least one of you by my side most days. Luke, Tom, Maria, Rory, Bart and Xavier, and of course most of all to my lovely wife Mary, thank you for the love. And for the determination that you've shared with over 1 million New Zealanders tonight that have brought us to this place at this time where we can negotiate to be a 4th term national-led government. Ladies and gentlemen, just remember from tomorrow, as we said through the campaign, being in government in New Zealand is not about us. It's about delivering for New Zealanders. It's about delivering for every New Zealander. It's about our mission to strengthen the economy and to change lives one by one, if that's what it takes. That result, it's pretty good. Enjoy your night.
Yeah, that result is pretty good. It certainly is. What a great speech. I think it really was from Bill English, who looks set. I think we can say that he will have first right to form a government based on tonight's results. An astonishing speech, probably his best speech that he's made in 27 years. Crucially, too, he used the word, we have a responsibility in his first few lines, the same as Winston Peters did. When Winston Peters got up, he said, we now have a responsibility to do this. Crucially, he also reached out to Winston Peters there as well. He paid him some respect, and that's really important. Bill English, he will join us for the first interview of the night. He's coming up next. You are with Decision 17. Hang around.
Welcome back. Decision 17. Just before we went to the break, we were listening there to Bill English's speech. He came up onto the stage, both hands up, triumphant. It was the happiest we've probably seen him. He is standing by, I think, now. Bill English, congratulations.
Well, thanks very much.
Tell me, did you just write the one speech?
Oh, well, no, we thought through a range of speeches, but it's great to be able to give a speech that's based on a good result for National, but reflecting the responsibility to now get on and form the government that the voters want formed.
Winston Peters used that exact same word, responsibility, and you talked about the fact that New Zealand First has a role here. What's your next move?
Sorry, what was that again?
What's your next move with Winston?
Oh, well, look, we'll be in touch with him over the next few days. As I indicated in the speech, we'll be looking for the kind of common ground that would give us sufficient support in Parliament with the policies we think will take New Zealand forward.
Have you spoken to him yet?
No, I haven't, but I'd expect to in the next day or two. As Mr Peters indicated, there's time to get on with this process.
Well, he's got about 7.5% of the vote. What does that buy him, in your view? What does that entitle him to?
Oh, look, that's a matter for the negotiation. We've got a pretty strong vote, around the 46%. That might change a bit with the specials and so on, but it's pretty strong, clearly ahead of Labor. And we need another 2 or 3 or 4 votes to get a majority in Parliament.
What assurances can you give the New Zealand public that at 7.5% he is not going to be the tail that wags the dog?
Well, look, we negotiate from a pretty strong position, and I think that's what's come clear from the campaign. The National's done a bit better than people might have expected. So we go into a negotiation with a pretty good endorsement from the public for the direction for New Zealand, but recognising that it's a mandate for some change.
Bill, Duncan Garner here. Congratulations on your result tonight, such a strong result for you. Do you believe that given you're sitting on 58 seats tonight and the Labor Green bloc, which we call them a bloc, I suppose, are on 54. Do you believe, and certainly just listening to your speech, that you have the right first to form a government ahead of that centre-left side? Do you believe that you're in a better position, a stronger position, and that you have the right to do it?
Look, it's not a matter of rights, it's a matter of responsibilities. You know, New Zealanders want to see good government after this. They want it to reflect the voters' opinions, and that's the approach we'll take.
With Winston Peters, will you personally ring him yourself? Will you ring him tomorrow? I mean, Sunday, you've got all day. Is tomorrow the day where you reach out to Winston?
Look, I will definitely be in touch with him personally at some stage, but we'll just work through the right process for that. I mean, he's indicated he doesn't want to be rushed. We don't want to be rushed. We'll go off and have a look at the policies he outlined, work through where there might be common ground.
Can I ask you this personal question as well, Bill? Because, you know, you've been in Parliament a long time, 27 years, and it was so tough for you in 2002 with that result. I remember I was there, and it was really tough for you. But now you've come back. You did get up again, and I thought it was a good line during the campaign. You got up again. You're not far short of forming a government again. What does it mean to you personally that almost half of New Zealand voted for you and your party tonight?
Well, we worked pretty hard through the campaign to get the message across. I really enjoyed it, probably campaigned a bit better than some people might have expected. But now the job is to get on and form a government. So all that experience that I've had both in coalitions and in opposition comes to bear now on giving New Zealand what it wants and what it needs, and that is a good coalition government that works for them.
Bill, John Johansson here. You know, do you think that the challenge that you did get this time from Jacinda and Labor actually brought the best out of you, really got you to focus on what mattered to you and what mattered to your party and to the country?
I think it certainly did. And I enjoyed the level of engagement of the public genuine focus on the issues. In fact, there's probably a more issues-focused campaign than we've seen for quite a while, and that worked for National, and I think that's pretty clear from the fact that we've polled well ahead of Labor, because I think we were more focused on issues that mattered to most New Zealanders.
Right.
Bill English, thanks so much for joining us. Are you going to go and have a few beers, or have you already had a couple?
Oh, no, I haven't had any. But look, there'll be, a bit of relaxation tonight because tomorrow we're back to work.
Thanks for joining us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good on you, Bill, and we appreciate your time on the show. He hasn't had anything to drink.
I'm very happy Bill English there.
Oh, that is Bill English at his very best. That was the best. It's peak Bill. You did right about that. Bill English has ended up tonight taking this party to the brink of forming a government, and it would have been remarkable had they got 48% or something like that. They were never going to really do that. That's a fourth-term government.
It's amazing. New Zealanders have voted for substance over style tonight. This man, Bill English, is a far more substantial person than John Key, and he can be a great Prime Minister. And if there is a proper relationship with Winston Peters that is more respectful than the one from 96 to 99 between National and New Zealand First, he can implement those radical changes to social policy he's talking about. What he's talking about is neither left nor right with the social investment approach, but it is more radical in terms of helping people than anything that Michael Joseph Savage talked about.
Can I just say there's one other message in here for Bill English tonight, and you would have picked this up on the campaign. This is a message to change the government
Absolutely
tonight.
too.
It is a message to change the government the way it is acting right now. It is also a message to change the recipe and the policies. There are people that have missed out, crucially, and particularly in Auckland, particularly South Auckland. Immigration's got rampant.
Yeah.
I want to finish this. Immigration's got rampant. People have been pushed to the sidelines and margins, OK, and marginalised. And the message tonight to Stephen Joyce and to Bill English and to the economic team is, listen up, guys, because change has to happen, and here's your chance.
Yeah, I would call it a modified status quo in a two-party coalition, in the sense that I think you did right, Duncan, that the public have said, the voting public, you need to do better on water management. You haven't done enough. You need to bring some clarity to that. You need to do better on social policy. And it'll be interesting to see, now that he has 3 more years, to actually translate the idea of social investment, which everybody agrees about, to actually shifting the dial. And we have to see whether that in fact happens. But that's why I say it's a modified status quo, because people have overwhelmingly said, we are happy with the way that you tracked. That 46% is undeniable.
OK, well, let's look at those numbers. Let's go to Paddy now. What would this government look like?
Well, let's have a look at what we've got here. We've got some interesting seats. Christchurch Central has been flipped. Duncan Webb from Labor has won that seat. He's taken it off the National Party. That is gone. That has been flipped. Looking now at Hutt South, that's been flipped as well, but the other way. Chris Bishop is home in my home patch. That used to be Trevor Mallard's seat. That has gone. Looking now at this one, the big one, Northland, bang. Winston Peters, you're out of there. Outskied. King of the North has been dethroned. He might be kingmaker, but he has been dethroned as the King of the North. Ohariu, Greg O'Connor, he gets up there. He is the MP for Peter Dunn's old patch, and it's been a hell of a race there, and if it had happened a little bit earlier, National might have got up, but Greg O'Connor is in the Parliament now, the ex-Police Association President. Wairiki, this is the win of the night. Tamari Coffee has killed off the Māori Party. No more Māori Party. They are gone, and that is all down to Tamari Coffee. He has had a huge win over Te Ururoa. Now, looking at the party vote, National just tracking back a little bit now to 46% from some of the higher points they've been tonight, but they still have a 10-point lead over Labor. New Zealand First has got up quite nicely, 7.5%, and the Greens are there on 5.8. Good result for the Opportunities Party. Doesn't really matter what happens with the other guys, but a really big result for National, really topping out. Bill English did get up again, and one thing we can call tonight is I got up again is the line of the campaign. Let's take these numbers now, though, and build a coalition and look what the Parliament will look like. National would have 58 seats and Labor well behind them on 45. National are getting very close there to that 60 seats. We'll bring in ACT just to show you how close they are when David Seymour is taken into account. 59 seats, they're nearly there. We've got to take him out again because Winston Peters hates him, can't stand him, won't work with him. It's going to have nothing to do with him if he's anywhere near National. Boom, with Winston Peters in there, very clear coalition for Bill English tonight. It would be very, very, very hard for Winston Peters to put a party with 58 seats out of 60 into opposition. You have to think about it that way, but you can do it. Let's have a look. When you add Winston Peters, when you add the Greens first, actually, onto Labor, if we have a look at where they get to 52, and then if you add Winston Peters into this technical coalition over on the left, they can govern too. So he is the kingmaker. Questions must now turn to what does he want? What kind of governing arrangement does he want? Does he want to be Deputy Prime Minister? Does he want ministers in Cabinet? Does he want to go back into Pike River? Does he want to shift the Northern Port? These are the questions now that people will have to start asking, including Bill English. What does he want to give him? And another thing that should be raised is whether Winston Peters actually wants to go into a formal government relationship with Bill English at all, or just support him across the line and sit outside. All of these things are now very real questions as Decision 17 moves on to Negotiation 17.
All right, Paddy, brilliant analysis. The other thing we haven't talked about is whether Winston Peters abstains. I might talk about that with the panel shortly as well. You're with Decision 17. We thought it'd be a knife edge, and it kind of is really, although there is one man and one party with their nose ahead, and that's how we will all go to sleep tonight. The program continues. There are only minutes to go, as Paddy might say. Stay with us. Decision 17 continues.
Welcome back to Decision 17. Well, the final result is in Waiariki, and Tamati Coffey from the Labour Party has taken that seat from Te Ururo Flavel, and what that means is the Māori Party is over, gone.
It is indeed. The guitar has gone home, unfortunately, for the Māori Party. It would be interesting to be at Tuku Morgan's house this evening. You know, he talked a big game, talked about a clean sweep of the 7 Māori seats. What we're seeing with Labour playing out in the general seats and the party vote is really not at all what we're seeing in the Māori seats. Labour have, in some of the Māori seats, climbed all the way up to 65%. I don't believe that it's necessarily a vote against the Māori Party. I think it is a vote for change, because when we talk about issues like homelessness, health, Māori are at the pointy end of all of those statistics. Māori are hurting the worst, and I think this is a vote for change rather than necessarily a vote against the Māori Party per se.
So, Morgan, is it a vote against the National Party then?
I think so. I think to a degree it's also a vote against the Māori Party, or at least against their record, because on every important indicator, you know, the needle's gone backwards for Māori on housing, on unemployment. The number of Māori in prison has increased under the 9 years that the Māori Party's been in government. So, you know, if they're sitting at the table, they say this at every event a candidate is at, we're sitting at the table. Well, what use is sitting at the table when... Can
I give you a dose of reality around this tonight? So Māori have voted to put the, you know, for the Labour Party tonight.
Yeah, clean sweep in the Māori seat.
So the Māori Party has been obliterated because of their relationship with National, who was not generous enough in giving them any credit, and they should have done more to save them. They didn't. National doesn't understand MMP. That's why they are where they are. And here's the thing. So people have voted, Māori people have voted for the Labour Party tonight. And Winston Peters is likely to prop up the National Party with a referendum that he wants to get rid of those Māori seats. What do Māori gain out of tonight's result?
There's going to be some really interesting issues that are thrown up, because, for example, who becomes the next Minister of Māori Affairs now? I don't know where that position will go to. Is it a Nook Kōrako? Will it go to Shane Jones if they manage to negotiate an agreement with Winston Peters? But again, I still don't think it's necessarily over for Labour in that regard, because, as we recall, you know, IRD have said that it wasn't their guys that leaked the superannuation story. MSD have said theirs. I don't know how warm Winston will be feeling. You know, there's there's still some pretty fresh wounds there in terms of the relationship with National and New Zealand First. So
when
it's
you
still
say,
up in the air.
Sorry, when you say, Duncan, that National doesn't understand MMP, speaking to the Māori Party before the election, I did actually ask Te Ururu Flavel, are you expecting National to do anything for you, to push you a little bit further, you know, along, get you some financial support? And he said, nah, that's our job. But would that have been the thing that should have happened?
I think so, and they would have had their ideal coalition if the Māori Party had have returned with those 2 seats. They would have had the ACT Party and they would have had Te Ururu Flavel, which, you know, say what you will about his policy wins, the guy is dependable and he worked well with the National Party. So I think Duncan's right that National, you know, there wasn't a great degree of foresight here.
Yeah.
They couldn't have asked for a better coalition partner than the Māori Party, and they had some key losses not long before the election. So all of the work put into the Ngāpuhi settlement pulled off the table, and the Ture Whenua Māori reform, which was always going to be problematic,
And
fell over
controversial.
too. So that wasn't like they were heading into the election covered in glory.
Exactly, and I have said publicly many times that the Māori Party were brave to go into government with the National Party because guess what? They weren't needed. They didn't provide the crucial numbers. And yet John Key reached out to them as an insurance policy, and the voters have said, stick it, we don't want you any longer. The other thing that the National Party has to do after tonight, if they can form this government, is find and set up an alternative coalition party. So they have to set up in the next 3 years a party, because it's not ACT. And who is it? So they have to set up a new party now. Who's it going to be? Where's it going to be? That's their challenge if they want to govern long term.
Yeah. And we might see Māori doing the same thing. We've seen the end of Hone Harawira's career tonight. If he wasn't going to get back tonight, it wasn't going to happen at all. Matidi is gone, Te Ururu's gone, Marama's gone. We may see the formation of a new Māori political movement.
A protest movement? A protest movement?
Potentially.
All right, hey, let's go to Paddy, who's going to bring us some interesting results. Paddy?
Yeah, well, let's look at how the party vote worked out, and we'll start with how it worked out across Auckland. Now, if we look back to 2014, this is what Auckland looked like on the party vote, mainly blue with little bits of red in there. Now, if we come to this year, we put in what it looks like this year, it's picked up just 2 bits of red. It has stayed blue. Mangakeke, the seat Mangakeke and Mount Albert have gone red, but nothing else. Jacinda Ardern and the Labour Party have failed to win back Auckland, and Auckland is where you win the election. That is where the population is. This is a very, very telling map about tonight's election. Let's have a look, though, at what's happened down in Wellington. This is how Wellington looked on the party vote last time around. Look at that, blue everywhere. This time, it's gone back red, and in fact, overall in the city, Labour actually won the party vote 40% to 38%. So Wellington is now a Labour city. Jacinda Ardern worked there, but not in Auckland. Let's go down and have a look at Christchurch and what happened with the party vote down there. This is the last election, a sea of blue right across Christchurch, but this time around, a couple of chunks taken back. Christchurch Central and Christchurch East have gone red again, but as you can see, still a sea of blue. Just 2 seats taken back in Auckland and Christchurch, but Wellington going red. A real story there out in how the party vote has gone in our cities.
All right, thank you, Paddy. So that is fascinating too, and I'll tell you why. The water tax. You know, we spoke about this water tax. What does it mean for the regions? What does it mean for the people just on the outside? That Christchurch map, you've got a few urban people in the middle there, but the Labour didn't reach out into the area. They didn't go into Waimakariri. They didn't reach outside of Auckland. They didn't go into the regions. Labour will be in government when they can just breach some of those urban areas, but when you've got confusion about what a water tax might mean, that's why people voted National as well in those areas. Our final panel, to wrap it all up, we'll do all this very shortly. You are still with Decision 17. We're back in a tick.
Welcome back to Decision 17. Interesting night, fascinating night. One thing I want to talk about is the turnout, only sitting at about 66.6% compared to the last election, 78%. And there we had Jacinda Ardern trying to turn out what Paddy calls the youthquake. Did the young people let her down?
Look, young people don't vote, and I mean it's just one of the fundamental facts. And there was a movement. There was talk a couple of months before the election of this idea of lowering the voting age to 16, which they've done in other countries. The reason that people talk about that is because all the evidence shows once you start to vote, you stay voting. And if you could lower the voting age and have polling booths at school, so you've got a captive audience and you could basically lead them to the polling booth, you've got a chance of making them engaging them with the system. But unless we do something like that, and I can't see that happening in New Zealand, young people don't vote.
240,000 people aged between 19 and 29 didn't even enrol.
So and that could have made a difference. That could have made a difference.
90,000 of those people are not in education, employment or training.
They're not in society.
They're not in society, and that's what the turnout tells me. I mean, this is a profoundly divided nation that we live in now. We've got a part of the country that's doing very well, and we are all part of that. And we've got another part of the country that's doing very, very poorly.
And that's what Bill English found out in this campaign. And Jacinda Ardern, when she turned to him in that last debate and said, you only discovered poverty in the last week. So it's not entirely true, because English understands this stuff.
Does, yeah.
But you know what? This is a message to National tonight. I've said it before, to say it again. They do need to change their approach, because there are far too many people, and this is a fourth term, and you're right, there's a fourth-term government if they put this together, that people are divided.
We're going to
seriously divided.
We're going to have a fascinating picture here if it is National put in, which you've got to say the money has to be on National being put in by Winston Peters. But you have got two very fine and very young leaders in Jacinda Ardern and James Shaw. James Shaw was very impressive tonight. He's had a big result in keeping the Greens together. A lot of people would have failed to do what he did. What you've got there is a group, the two leaders who are very amenable to centre New Zealand if they can get the policy right, the policy mix right. Winston Peters will be putting in a fourth-term National government that have topped out now. It's a brilliant result, but you would have a very fascinating dynamic there with basically two fine young leaders facing off against the oldest tusker in town, and Bill, I got back up again, English.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing is Bill English was very quick to point out that their share of the vote was more than the Labor and Greens combined.
Well, that's what he had to say, right? He has to go to Winston and say, while treating him with respect, as we talked about earlier, he's got to go to Winston and say, mate, this is how many New Zealanders you are going to alienate and really annoy if you go with the other side. You know, this is the moral authority you guys have been talking about all evening. I mean, I wouldn't put it in those words, but I hear what you're saying. So he's got to go with that line. But I come back to this point about division. I mean, whoever is the government, whether it's Labor or whether it's National, and I think the money is on National getting it, or whether this is, or Labor manages to pull it across the line, whoever is in government is going to have a hard 3 years, because the other side, the voters for the other side, are not going to get over this quickly.
No, they're not, no. And it's going to be bitter.
Chunk.
And I think it's going to be bitter at times as well. See, National's got 58. The group together, so Labor and the Greens, 52. 58 versus 52. Winston Peters can do a number of things quite well, and one of them is he can count. 58 is a big block compared to 52, which is divided by 2.
What I think we need to watch for Winston Peters now is, what does he do? What kind of governing arrangement does he want? Does he really want to be in boots and all as Deputy Prime Minister and with people in the cabinet of a fourth-term government? Or when he's actually got that slim base like that, does he now decide, I want to abstain on confidence and supply, abstain on confidence and supply, and then sit outside and make these guys come to me for every vote?
What does he want? After all these years, what does he want? What is it?
You're onto it, I think, because one option that we haven't talked about today is that he could actually just sit in the middle.
Agree.
And
abstain.
And this time he's voting for this part of the government, or he's voting in this. But if Labor and the Greens put up something he likes the idea of, he could vote that way.
Okay,
I think that's the way he's going to go, because you ask what he wants, we need to go. He wants power. He wants constant power, and there it is.
You are going to be talking to Winston Peters every day for the next 3 years.
That is us for tonight. You can join Lisa and her television husband in the morning, Paddy on the Nation from 10 o'clock. It's been fantastic having you along tonight from behalf of Lisa, myself, Paddy, Linda. The last word goes to Lisa.
It's been a great night. Thanks for joining us.